Hey, welcome to I don't even, what is my show called? I don't really have a show. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Um, we're waiting on Validation Boy. We're gonna do a hangout. Supposedly we got Tim Osmand, Nathan Oakley, and yeah, as I said, Validation Boy. So play a little music just to start the stream. I think I can play this without getting in trouble. I'm not sure though. This was pretty funny. Maybe I should just play this. I don't have to worry about shit. Oh god, someone started a fire in my apartment. For real. Well, that happens a lot here. I'm probably okay, but if I die from a fire, it's because of the flat earth.
I'd like to present to you
It can be easy holding fast to our dreams. City to city, moving at the same speed.
idiot of the week. It's a commenter on YouTube called John Gurry. I made a video about the Clinton Foundation. Alright? The Clinton Foundation. Which is about how she was laundering money through different charities in Canada and stuff to wash dirty money from foreign governments and mobsters and criminals, etc. Okay, that was the topic. And randomly this guy writes on there something about the Dallas shooting, which is, okay, fine. You want to talk about Dallas, you could have commented on that, but alright. And he writes, so let me guess, Rye, Dallas was organic and absolutely nothing about it was staged. 2 black men were shot in Louisiana and Minnesota by police officers. Let me guess, both of those events were real as well. Please let me know what happened, Ryan. Thanks. Now I can tell already from the wording that he doesn't care what I think. This is somebody who's dogmatic, and you can see the sarcasm in the language. So I wrote back, just in case. Are you asking honestly because the hoaxer crowd would believe gremlins on unicycles did it before a disgruntled veteran had had enough of police abuse? At least they're not denying that police actually died, because that's what happens in some other shootings. And at this point, it had not come out that it was a veteran. That was just my guess. And the guy says, and this pisses me off, this is why he's getting a video, designated to him. He says, you and Alex Jones have a lot in common these days. That really hurts. Comparing me to Melonhead. He says, you and Alex Jones have a lot in common these days. The victim in Minnesota had a full bottle of Heinz ketchup on his shirt and his girlfriend was streaming it live on Facebook. You believe that one, and you were the one who sees gremlins on unicycles. I have no idea how many police officers died or if they really died at all. Unlike you, I don't believe anything the mass media tells me. We might see you reporting on Fox News soon. Oh, really? So I wrote back, I don't live in America and I don't watch TV. Here's how you know cops died. It is incredibly complex, if not impossible, to fake. People knew the people who died. They had families, too. Faking their deaths would not just mean faking the shooting. It means faking every day after that, as those men can never go in public again. You also need their families to all go along with it, and any medical personnel. The living cops would have to hide in their homes for the rest of their lives or move to a different state but leave their families behind and never contact them again. That is flat out fucking stupid. There is no motive or evidence. Doubt the mainstream news, fine, but that does not mean throw away common sense. Gremlin on a unicycle, that's you and your paranoid bunch. You're so arrogant too. You say shit like, I bet you think people died, ha ha, it was ketchup. Oh yeah, because the CIA or whoever it is you think creates all these fake events can't do any better than ketchup. Why don't you join your flat earther friends and go test gravity by jumping off a tall cliff? Now, I was guessing again that this person was a flat earther, and bingo, I was correct. Then he replies, I'm glad we're getting to know each other better. So about your logo, I asked you about it last week. Did you ask for a lightning bolt and an eagle, or did they just give that to you? This is the 3rd time I've asked you. Let me point something out. Writing a comment on a YouTube video is not asking me. I get like hundreds of those, 1,000 a week probably. I don't read them all. You can email me or contact me directly on Facebook or something. That would be asking me. But anyway, very strange. I understand what you're saying about the dead cops, but I have a brain and that can reason why they might not be dead. Doesn't give the reason, just says there is one. You may not have the capability, or you're wrong. How about that? You were calling someone arrogant. I will let the reader of this get a chuckle out of that one. Why would a flat earther jump off a tall cliff? That wouldn't make any sense. We believe in density. I don't need to test gravity. We laugh at gravity like we laugh at the people who believe in it. Yeah, and they laugh at you too, Dick. I was guessing he was a flat earther, and I was correct, because I don't know, I doubt very few people are truly flat earthers. I think it's incredibly stupid. There are people with mental disorders and stuff and super low IQ who would fall for that. But I think most of that movement is just a way of attaching itself to other things to discredit them. But I'll talk about that later. And then I finally replied, I explained why it would be so hard to fake and so stupid. Please give the motive and method for how you think they faked so many deaths, responding to what I said about their families, the medics, etc. You can't because you're wrong. And now you admit that you don't believe in gravity either. Imagine my lack of shock. Yeah, I'm the arrogant one because I believe in gravity. I knew you were one of those people. There is your idiot of the week. And you'd be amazed how many of these flat earther types there are.
This flat earther is about, I guess it's a minute away, but at the end of the video, the flat earther comments, and it's really funny to me at least.
And you would not be amazed to know that the flat earthers are the same ilk that overlap with the people who believe in the space rays and Judy Wood and the missile hitting the Pentagon and chemtrails from commercial airliners and so on. Like, it's all the same group. But he's getting a video designated to him because he compared me to Alex Jones. That's really low. That's like, and Fox News. Ugh. I mean, Anyway, I'm sure he's a Hillary supporter. Peace.
I'm sure a lot of you flat earthers can imagine the pain I'm in right now, having been called an idiot by a glober, and apparently a believer in gravity. My response to Dawson Town will be up shortly.
And there never was a response. That is so fucking funny, dude. I'm gonna play that again.
Can imagine the pain I'm in right now, having been called
fire?
an idiot by a glober, and apparently a believer in gravity. My response to Dawson Town will be up shortly.
God damn it, there's still a fucking fire. I'm gonna check.
Are we live?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
What's up, man? Yeah, we are live. I was just playing a video.
Okay, my bad.
My building's on fire.
The building you live in is on fire?
This happens a lot. There's a lot of alcoholics who pass out with food on the stove. There's like a huge building. So I'm not too concerned. I should be fine. We'll see if it shuts off.
Oh, they got some kind of alarm system in the background?
Yeah, you can hear it probably. So I'll add Nathan. I don't know how to... Oh, I sent him a message. Yeah, I'll just stop, drop, and roll. I'll be fine. That would suck if I die in a building fire after talking about 9/11 all this time. What the fuck?
You died in a blazing fire just because you wanted to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, I was like, no. This is all Flat Earth's fault. It wouldn't be the first.
Do I sound okay?
Yeah, you sound good. Oh, it's still on. Let me see. Fucking idiots in this building.
Is it only you and me here? I see Nathan's name and I see Kettle up there.
Yeah, I added Nathan and I sent Tim a message here. Here, I'm telling Nathan. Your building is on fire and you're filming it. Every time we've had an alarm, I go to the basement, and then you have, like, I'm on the 12th floor, and then you have to walk up the stairs because the elevators are shut off. I think it's off now. Yeah. Yay! We were saved by the firemen, the fire department.
Hey, just out of curiosity, what general age and what general region do you live in?
Well, I'm 35, almost in a month and a half, and I live in Fargo, North Dakota, which it's like Minnesota, kind of near Canada, right? In the middle of nowhere, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Did you grow up there?
Yeah, I've been here my whole life. I lived in New Zealand for 2 years, actually. That's about it.
What age were you when you lived in New Zealand?
I went there when I was 24, and I was really anti-American because I was like, fuck this whole 9/11 Patriot Act and going to war with Iraq, and when I was over in New Zealand, I got obsessed with conspiracy theories, actually, and I listened to Alex Jones pretty much every day at that point for a while. But then, you go down that path, and then you go, okay, well, this guy's full of shit, and then you find someone else, and then you find someone else, and so on,
Yeah.
So I was really into conspiracies for a while. I did a podcast that was sort of like these Google Hangouts around 2010, 2011, I think. And it was pretty fun. We did that. I did that with a buddy of mine named Rick, who's in California, and we had a show for like a year. And then we kind of both quit. We got sick of all the trolls, and it was just like a bunch of bullshit. Basically what this is. But I guess I was kind of bored, and then this reminded me of the past, so I got nostalgic, and I got addicted to these hangouts.
Okay. What made you decide to move back to the States after living in such a beautiful place out there?
Oh, it was kind of like I was over there for a relationship, and then it didn't work type deal.
Oh.
Yeah, I met this girl playing poker.
So you were with her for 2 years over there the whole time, basically?
Yeah. Lived with her. She was 9 years older than me.
Oh, 9 years older? I mean, that's a tiny population over there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's actually smaller than the state I'm in, but the state I am in has less people. So there's a tiny population where I live compared to there.
Yeah, that totally makes sense.
You're over on the east coast of Canada. You're in a big city like Vancouver, right? Or wait, I don't know where you are at.
Me? No, I'm in Orlando.
I'm thinking of Glenn. You're in Orlando?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I'm all fucked up. I'm thinking of Flat Earth, British Vancouver. Yeah, that guy. British Columbia, Vancouver, whatever.
Yeah. Can't get me confused with that guy. Come on, man.
Right. What the fuck is
that guy? Is
everyone.
Maybe they're listening to us and seeing what the vibe of this hangout is going to be like before they show up or something. Maybe they're hanging out in Tim's live stream still.
of the few flat earthers that's brave enough to go to Tim's live stream, so I'll give you credit for that.
I'll hang out in there all day long, man. Yeah.
I wonder why he doesn't ban you, but he banned Jed.
You know what that was?
I mean, he banned Dell, I meant to say. I don't know why he banned Jed, no. But I saw him ban Dell the other day, too. He said he was going to unban, I think, Dell and Cathexis. Or I'm not sure. Something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Why would Tim?
I don't know what's up with him and Jed. I have no idea. So.
Could fulfill a prophecy that I had.
The trolls will self-implode.
No, just Jed was buddy with me, and then all of a sudden Tim came along and wooed him away from me and stuff, and then Jed started trying to latch on to Tim. It's like, watch out, Jed! Wait till Tim burns your ass. What do you know? It's looking like it's going that direction.
You were more of a rebel flat earther.
How so? What do you mean?
Because you're willing to sort of say controversial things about people in the flat earth more so than other people, I guess.
Well, I made if I do have a name in flat earth, that's debatable, but if I do, the reason I got that name is because of the fact that I was really hardcore flat earth and didn't kiss up to the top people. In fact, I made enemies of the top people. And everyone was completely confused by it. They're like, what is this guy doing? He's supposed to be one of us, and he's sitting here dogging us. And eventually, I guess it was January 26th or something, I came out with a live stream where I, quote, sold out and decided to take down all my hit pieces that I had made against Patricia and Nathan.
All right. I actually saw that episode of yours because you were... It was something to do with you were banned in the chat, or she shouted you out or something. She mentioned you. Something about it being mentioned. I don't know.
Well, back in the day, I don't know if you know this or remember this. Probably not even aware of it. But okay, so Globebusters season 2, episode number 2. That was the first time I ever joined any kind of chat live or anything. First time I ever did a show at all, and I was a guest on Globebusters. And when I went on there, they had a guy on there named CD, also known as Take Back Space, and he was talking about a bunch of stuff that really didn't really have to do with Flat Earth that much. And the thing is, before I had been on the show, I had already been attacking Jaron and his wife, just on personal stuff, because I felt like he was plagiarizing me. I really couldn't prove it, but it was one of those synchronicity things where you're like, man, this guy's saying everything that I've already said or everything that I think. He's saying it all. It's like, where's this guy getting this stuff from? He must be listening to me. He must be biting off my stuff. So I was just mad, And so I started insulting him, and then we kind of made up, and I kind of apologized. And then Bob was like, "You're a great guy. Come on the show." I go on the show. They didn't talk to me about any of my stuff at all. All it was the other guests just kind of blabbing. So I got really mad, and then a week or two later, I was listening back to the episode that I had been on, and my girlfriend was like, "Man, they didn't even ask you anything about your stuff. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. They didn't do this." And I was like, "Man, you're right." So I was like, "Fuck these guys." So I made hit pieces. I made one called The Top Brass, and I made one called Flat Earth Cutthroats. I made Flat Earth Cutthroats first, and it was just me bitching and moaning. And then, but then Bob saw that and called me up on Skype and was like, "What are you doing, man? I thought we were cool." And I was like, "Hey, fuck you, buddy." And then he was like, "No, he's like, well, that's really unfortunate." And it was just a lot of my pride and my ego, and I proceeded to then that was the night before they had Max Egan on their show, and then Max Egan. So I took the video down, and then Max Egan came on their show, and I realized, I didn't realize, but I thought to myself, well, damn, Bob was just playing me to get my hit piece down, Hello.
Gotcha. I'm following you. Yeah, you were on the show, and you felt like you weren't really allowed speak and you're maybe sort of taken
Yeah,
advantage of?
but kind of, but at the same time, it was really my own fault because I had never even done a live show before. I didn't really understand the dynamics of how things work on a show. I was super nervous, so a lot of it was pretty much my fault, not their fault at all. If I would have been more assertive, I would have probably been more of a presence in the show. And I mean, and I can't even say that it's a good thing that, well, there's a lot of pride involved, a lot of my pride, and a lot of it's just my stupidity and my negativity. Um, Bob saw that I had made that video, convinced me to take it down. Then they went on the air with Max, and for some reason I was infuriated, so I put the video back up, and then I proceeded to make another video, and that one was called The Top Brass, and that one was full of crap and lies too, and just me being frustrated. And then I left it up for a long time. Those videos each had like 1,000 hits or 1,500 hits or something. And then I decided randomly, I was like, you know what? I don't want to do this. I'm going to take these down because they were just too much. It was just too over the top. And I just kind of let it sit there. I let it stay like that for a while. And then the beef between me, people like me and Nathan, for example, people like me and Patricia, me and Bob, me and Jaron, it just continued to go along. And then with this whole debacle with Jed and Tim, and when Tim like invaded my show and everything, I started thinking to myself, you know what? These people that are flat earthers, fellow flat earthers, they're actually pretty cool to me. And these other guys I've been messing with have burned me. So there's no reason why I need to be cool with these people when the actual flat earth proponents, people I used to call the top brass, were actually pretty fucking cool people. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to apologize to those people, and I'm going to go back and try to, make amends with them.
I see. Well, what did Tim and Jed do to you? Just they disagreed about the shape of the Earth, and then they called you out about it. And I know
It was
Tim
just,
sniped your show, right?
yeah, Tim invaded my show. But that had all started because out of nowhere, Jed, who was pretty much a flat earther, he'll claim that he wasn't, but he pretty much was. And all of a sudden, one day, he decided he was going to go against everything he had said. He started making all these videos about the moon, which proves absolutely nothing. And I just left him alone, and he got mad because he was supposedly getting death threats when he was doing that. And since I wasn't there to have his back, now he was mad at me. And the next thing you know, Tim's emailing me, saying, you're going to pay and all this shit. And I'm like, well, what the fuck? And then so I accused Jed privately in an email saying, why the fuck you give Tim my email? When he could have, he might not have, he might have, he might not have. I can't prove either way. I did put my email out publicly, so I can't really exactly blame Jed. So maybe I was in the wrong, But Tim emailed me, and I was like really pissed. And then Jed was like, well, screw you, VB. And then, he was up Tim's ass at the time, so it was easy for him to make a new alliance and to shed the old one, which was me.
Damn. I don't know.
Can I add something?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Wow. I mean, I'm all for people taking ownership, and what I've just heard has left me pretty much, speechless. Jesus, to hear a hater take full ownership of what they are and what they've done and the reasons and the whys and the wherefores. I'm almost speechless. I just can't believe what I've heard. Live confession, just amazing. Well done, mate. My hat is off to you.
Are you speaking of me, Nathan?
Yeah, geez, you've basically you've pointed the fingers back at yourself and gone, well, let's analyse what I've done here, and gone, yeah, it's basically down to me. And that's just awesome, because most of this shit is people's own doing, and to hear it actually said though is just another level, man. Well done.
Yeah, I got to try to be honest,
The thing is, I don't know. I relate to Tim because I think what he's doing is he sees it the way I see it, as that the flat Earth is a massive lie. I sympathize with flat earthers because I think, the arguments for flat Earth are not that bad, right? They do if you don't know a lot about science and how the world works, you could easily, like, I thought for a minute the Earth might be flat. But the problem is, every time I research all these evidences that the Earth is flat, they completely either fall apart or prove that it's a globe. So I'm left to question, why are these people like Jeranism and Eric Dubay pushing this idea that's clearly not true. And it causes a lot of division, I think, because it's an obvious lie. So I feel like there's a lot of snake oil salesmen in the alternative media, people selling crystals and colloidal silver will cure cancer or whatever the hell they'll say. And a lot of it's not true, and I think people like Tim and Jed Skeptic are doing a good thing when they point out things that are true and things that aren't true.
But I've never heard them point out anything that's actually scientifically debunking the flat Earth. So,
Really?
yeah, man, what are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
Jed Skeptic did it for me, but go ahead, Nathan.
I was just going to say, I'd love to hear it too.
The fact that there's two celestial spheres and the star trails on the equator, that really solidified that we live on a ball for me. And the more I look into it, the more I find, especially when I've been looking at like the history of flat Earth, and all these ideas we're getting are just recycled ideas that people were pushing, 150 years ago. These like Masons who were proven wrong back then and laughed at back then. And it's these, I don't know if it's Masons doing it now, but they're following the model of Masons. Maybe they're parodying them, or maybe someone saw an opportunity to start a cult or make some money. I don't know what's going on, but I can't see any other explanation for it. And sort of reminds me of this passage I read in Morals and Dogma, where the Masons talk about, I had it handy here. What does he say? He says, the force of the people is exhausted in indefinitely prolonging things long since dead and governing mankind by embalming old dead tyrannies of faith, restoring dilapidated dogmas, regaling faded worm-eating shrines, whitening and roguing ancient and barren superstitions, saving society by multiplying parasites, perpetrating supernatural institutions, enforcing the worship of symbols as the actual means of salvation, and tying the dead corpse of the past mouth to mouth with the living present. And I just feel like we're repeating history with this whole flat earth movement. And it's funny because the original flat earth movement spawned at the beginning of this printing press, right? Which is sort of what we're going through now with this internet revolution and social media. It's just a lot of coincidences of history repeating itself I'm seeing here.
Well, I got two separate things to say about that. First off, there is no...
Just to summarize, so your reason for living on a sphere is because of the two celestial spheres, and because 150 years ago there was a Masonic deception which was laughed at. That's it. That's your reason for living on a sphere.
I think you can tell by, like, when the sun sets, it stays the same size. There's that. There's like so much stuff. I can show you some other things here. Hold on a second.
Well, there's a little point I got to slip in there. When you start talking about dogma and stuff like that, there is no inherent fallacy in dogma or being dogmatic. That does not mean that you're lying. It just means that you believe something. So when people are saying, if you're equating dogmatism to lying, that's a complete fallacy.
Who said that?
Jed did. Jed went on for like 30 minutes in his last show saying that dogma this, dogma that. There is no inherent fallacy in being dogmatic. There's no lie in the definition of dogmatism. You know
so this to me also kills the flat earth, right? Because when we increase our elevation, we can see greater distances, and that is only possible on a sphere Earth. I think this illustration is a good example. And if you want video evidence, I have right here we can watch the sunset twice by simply increasing in elevation. And this is not possible on a flat plane. If it's setting because of perspective, our increased elevation would not be able to bring it back into view because it would still be beyond our perspective.
Well, perspective also doesn't have anything to do with obstruction at all. Even when you look at those perspective maps, it goes to a certain point and everything gets smaller horizontally as well as vertically. It doesn't just disappear from bottom up. That's not perspective. You guys cannot use that as an argument.
When I looked into the Bedford experiment that was done by Masons, it's a bunch of bullshit, and it was proven wrong by this guy, Wallace. But the flat earthers basically responded the way they do now, where they deny evidence and they ad hoc or straw man everything.
Well, no, so you're saying the Earth is so big that when we go up in the air, so you're saying the Earth is so big that when we go higher and higher up in the air and we still see nothing but flat plane, that the Earth must be just that.
So, Pmars, can you bring up one of the videos? So we're just going to talk over each other? So we'll just talk over each other then. I'm sorry,
no,
we'll
just talk over each other. I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to just keep talking then, since we're just going to talk over each other like that, huh?
Well, we could bring up the video probably that you're talking about.
Keep talking over each other.
Because you're actually saying that it's
not when it's not.
Yeah,
keep talking over each other, Tim. Let's just keep talking over each other.
Just let him talk, and then you can respond, Tim. Okay, let's not talk over each other. So just...
Absolutely, go ahead, VB.
So anyways, the Earth is so big that when you go up, you continue to see flat plane, but then it's so small that your little boat over the horizon trick works. See that cognitive dissonance you got going on there?
Can I answer now? Okay, so seeing the curvature of the actual Earth is different from seeing obstruction. Seeing obstruction would be, say, a mountain very, very far away, or a boat that goes over the curvature. But if you're going to see, you're going to have to go very high to see the curvature, and you do start to see curvature even in the dog cam videos that you guys like to play. There actually is curvature on there. It is not a flat plane. So it kind of just debunks what you just said.
Well, then the boat going over the ocean. Right on the ocean.
That's why I wanted him to bring up a video while you were talking about it, so that we could check to see if you draw a straight line in Photoshop, I'll do it. Shit.
But it hasn't
There is curve, so you can't say that it's completely flat.
What should I search?
On a computer program?
Video.
Dog cam, like balloon launch or something. I think that's the one they use. Usually goes up to 120-ish thousand feet, I believe.
This one, I think, the second one.
I think that'd be good, yeah.
Yeah, I could probably
Yeah, go further in the video when it's up.
Why is it night? Okay, here we go.
There you go. So these are not using GoPro lenses, obviously, which are a conspiracy in and of themselves to flat earthers, even though they don't understand that if you were to see the Earth from, say, the top left corner of the screen to the right bottom of the screen, and it actually has curvature, that doesn't explain the lens itself. That's not how the convexity of the lens works. So we do see concave to convex when it goes upside down, but when it crosses, like I said, from the top left to the bottom right, there is curvature, and that does not explain through a GoPro lens.
However, this footage only shows a segment. It's not showing the entire alleged sphere.
Well, truthfully, we are the ones actually providing the evidence of your claim. So, like, if you could, can you screen share and bring up, you said that it's always flat, you know, the higher you go. So, I've looked at many videos.
the ISS. So there you go. That's the
Oh,
curve they first. I mean,
Nathan, do you want me to screen share you, or your cam's on or something?
Yeah, Nathan, I don't know about the ISS, man. I'm not gonna. That's the whole thing with me, bro. It's like, I think that there might be a conspiracy with NASA and maybe a geocentric Earth, possibly, but nothing has anything to do with flat Earth, and that could have been a curveball thrown when people were asking questions about moon landings and other things about the validity of them, and a lot of people just kind of fell in love with the flat Earth idea, and they continue to push it.
I agree with Tim, because I feel like if the flat Earth movement was real grassroots and not being from these Masons or whatever you want to call it, they wouldn't call it the flat Earth movement. They would call it like globe skeptic at the very least, or geocentric
Well,
movement or something
hindsight
like
is
that.
2020
That's
though,
true.
Pmars. These people did come out and who knows? We would have probably done the same thing and yelled flat Earth from the top of the mountains. But yeah, now a lot of them are backtracking. A lot of them are saying, maybe to the Dell stance where it's a no stancery kind of thing, or down to Jeranism where he's just kind of like, he's kind of backpedaling a little bit. At least he kind of admitted after 2 years of research that he found out that the celestial poles don't make sense on the flat Earth. I'm really excited about that, guys.
So until you learn that it's a globe as a child, you pretty much assume it's flat.
I don't know if that could be validated because I don't really remember like testing my reality at a young age. It's just everything's so complex as it is. You're learning languages, you're learning all kinds of different things. So I don't know, man. I don't remember, truthfully,
That,
for me.
that's a good point, and that's totally fair. I totally agree with
Yeah.
you. And the thing is, though, is that I would project, now this is total speculation, but I would project that if someone was never taught the globe, that into their teen years and into their 20s, they would live their life and they'd look around and they'd say, I bet this is just a big flat thing. That's what they would say before someone comes along and teaches them, no, you're living on this ball with all this crazy math and all this stuff.
No, I probably agree with that, man. And I've said before, it's basically such a big sphere and we're so small compared to it. It basically is flat compared to our perspective. But, a lot of these curvature maths and all these different things are just kind of fallacious in themselves because, like I tried to show earlier, you're taking a tangent line, through the Earth basically to get to a different destination. And that's just not how the Earth works. If you're doing legitimate science, you would do it from the radius of the Earth, and it's a level unless there's topography on top of that. But I guess you would have to have the presupposition to begin with that the Earth is a globe. So
I think a lot of
Okay.
people. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You've danced over the contradiction twice now. So you've said it's obstruction, but they still teach us that the boats are going over the curve of the Earth. That's what they're telling us.
yes,
And
yes, they are going over the curve of the Earth. If to your perspective, but this is the whole thing that you got to kind of grasp is that. Like I said, when you're seeing, Chicago's cityscape or whatever, and it's below the horizon, that's obstruction.
Right.
Now, when you're going up and you're looking for the actual curve of the Earth,
amazing.
it's different. That's not the same thing.
Here, let
Yeah.
Nathan get his point.
Yeah, I think he was having troubles or something.
Oh.
Hopefully he'll come back.
Yeah, I guess he was robot-y. You're right.
Ah, okay.
But you're
Hopefully
right.
he'll come
Like Rob Skiba's video of the Chicago skyline, he proves the round Earth. He shows obstruction, and what's funny is when I was looking at the history of this at the Bedford experiment, it was based on this bet between Wallace and this crazy guy who inherited money from his father, so he was probably like really self-important and like a huge loser or something, like, and he was a crazy Christian fundamentalist telling people the Earth was flat. John Hampton, I think was his name, and so they did an experiment, before NASA, before satellites, before any of this shit, and they showed curve on the Bedford experiment. They showed curve, and the flat earthers will look through the experiment, see the results, and just deny the results and just say, nah, it proves it's flat. And that's what I feel like the modern day flat earthers do. And I don't.
Well, they do that with Aries failure in the Sonyak experiment. They completely misrepresented it. It was called Aries failure. It was a failure to detect the ether, and basically, I've heard several different ways they explain that whole thing, and it's always, of course, in the favor of their confirmation bias, the flat Earth. Hopefully Nathan didn't get mad and leave because he thought I was talking over him because I couldn't even hear him. I think he was roboting.
Yeah, Nathan, you were roboting. I don't think Tim meant to silence you. We'll definitely give you time to talk if we can hear you.
Yeah, Nathan.
Yeah, my bad.
Please, Nathan, join back.
But I don't blame people for thinking the Earth was flat. I thought it might be flat for a minute, and the arguments aren't as bad as you would expect because flat earthers are mocked. It's definitely synonymous with pseudoscience and lies, basically, or anti-science. So I totally get the whole, oh, why don't you want me to talk about this type thing? Maybe I'll look into it. Because that's sort of what rebels do. In fact, media or sometimes music companies would want their records to be like parental advisory and not sold in stores, right? Remember that would be a big news story, like Walmart, or it wasn't Walmart back in the day. It'd be like Best Buy refuses to carry the new Public Enemy CD because the lyrics are offensive. That's a tactic, a marketing tactic, because then they'll go to the other store and buy it, and more people will buy it because
Absolutely.
they'll be like, ooh, we're not supposed to listen to this.
Yep.
Just like cigarettes. That's what the whole truth cigarette, anti-cigarette ad campaign is all about, marketing cigarettes, because now they're cool and dangerous.
And we got
Nathan's back. Awesome.
I'll turn you up, Nathan. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, you're a robot,
Wow.
dude. I didn't mean to talk over you. If I was.
Okay.
You guys know what I'm talking about with the anti-tobacco truth campaign or whatever?
Yeah, they're all co-opted, man. All of them.
Well, I mean, they're basically marketing the coolness and danger of cigarettes to the young people that are not supposed to be smoking.
And I think New Age shills do that with the DMT. Like, they're pushing people to do DMT. And I know Tim likes to do that shit. But I don't think that stuff is for everyone. And that's what the CIA was doing with the Grateful Dead. They're promoting the use of LSD. So it's like, why are you guys doing the same thing the CIA was doing during, the late 60s, 70s?
To be fair, it could be argued that. Well, hold on. Forget it. Sorry.
That's not really a flat earth thing. Like, Chris Geo does it a lot. He just has all these shows and he'll just talk about these trips he took. It's like, oh my god, that's his material, I guess. It's like, I don't know why people try and market that. Like, I'm gonna market spirituality. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't know. I hate a lot of the charlatan snake oil shit, and because I really sympathize with flat earthers, because I'm a conspiracy theorist. I was laughed at for saying 9/11 was an inside job, so I want to help people not fall victim to another scam, I guess, if I could. It's not like I'm trying to troll people or anything.
Well,
We're all about the truth here, I think.
Well, let's take a step back though. If you look at the hippie thing and the drug thing that the government was pushing, I mean, it can be argued that they were trying to sedate and quell people from really getting together and really discovering some stuff. Or the idea that I'm even thinking that could have been something that was put into my head too. See?
Well, look, even if the CIA had an intent or did something, it doesn't mean that it's always successful in the way that it works out or it turns out, such as I think pot could be implemented, even more in the United States. And I think, God, I forgot where I was going with that.
Drugs are good.
Too much pot.
You've been doing
Shit.
too many,
Tim, what you're trying to say
just to say, maybe they think that this drug will have, because they did testings, they release it like LSD. I think it might have, like a double-edged, triple-edged kind of sword kind of thing, because a lot of people that do LSD do expand their minds. A lot of people that do smoke pot do expand their minds and think differently sometimes, and also sometimes are generally against, government figures and such.
But then you would assume that the government would then put those substances out there, get the people fired up about something they're not sure what they're fired up about, and then they co-opt it.
That's kind of like the libtard movement, man. They totally co-opted that.
I think Nathan wanted to say. Do you want to say something, Nathan?
Oh, go ahead, Nathan.
I was just going to ask a question. I don't want to interrupt.
No, go ahead. No, it's okay. We're just babbling. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you, the people who think you're on a globe, where do you see flat Earth deception? So, in other words, what I'm showing you now is huge, massive amounts of money being spent on deception, right? That is akin to telling people they live on a globe. So I can very easily show you where I see deception. Whereas what I want you to show me is where you see flat Earth deception. What is it that's telling you it's like what I'm seeing on screen now?
Well, what I see is denial. For you even to have that presupposition and share that with us, that everything is fake that NASA is doing, is not really a valid argument because you are not able to justify that in any way possible. Just because a lot of conspiracy theorists on YouTube like to think that NASA's all fake and everything's fake or whatever, the moon landing, all this shit, doesn't mean that it's true. So in terms of your argument, it's presuppositional.
That's not nice. So I'm saying, right, you're saying you've turned it back on me, which is clever. But what I'm asking you to give me is, where is the example, like I'm giving you now, of a globe deception? Now you can say that's presuppositional, and I can agree with you. But show me a flat Earth deception. What is it? Other than maps, which have been around for a long time, show me something akin to what I'm showing you that would make you think, yeah, man, flat Earth's a massive deception. Look at all the money they're pumping into it.
I don't know if I'd call it a deception, I think it's more like a cult, like it's a religion, like, because when you look at
what's the payoff?
when you look at the history, a lot of these Masons, even like the concave earthers, like, look at Lord Stephen Christ. I think he's the best example. They see they can question alternative cosmology as a way to start a cult, and the Bible is a flat Earth book, so they go hand in hand, and it works pretty well. And then, I mean, they've talked about in back in the 18th century, they talked about using it as a way to make money. I don't know. I'm not going to even try and argue that the top brass of flat earthers are making a lot of money, even though, I think they are. But I think even without that aside, like, I see it as a way to basically create this religion, this cult based off a false premise, I guess. I don't know. And
I think the deception is the flat Earth in and of itself. I believe that it is a psyop. I think that it basically was put out to muddy the waters on anything that could be legitimate, such as 9/11 and other things. So I saw it from the very beginning. Mark Sargent's clues were plastered up there saying, these people are the same people that believe in 9/11 and Sandy Hook and all this kind of stuff. So I kind of saw where that was leading to. It doesn't mean that it's a complete deception, but I think it is. I think that it is because everybody in the past that proposed it, Sir Samuel Robotham, the fucking Freemason, he was known for selling snake oil, quite literally, if you do research on him, and all these figures that have anything to do with flat Earth that are propped up there just because they're talking about flat Earth. If you actually do research into them, it doesn't fit the paradigm that you guys like to try to funnel yourself into.
But just to repeat it back to you, so you're saying, while I've got a picture of the ISS feed, the internals of the ISS, you're saying that the parallel to that in flat Earth is Mark Sargent with his flat Earth clues, which is a load of screenshot slides, and Robotham from 100 years ago. That's what you're telling me.
I don't want to make a false analogy because you've put me in a false dilemma to begin with. You say, I think this is fake, so you come up with something that is, the same thing in the flat Earth. Well, that's not fake to me. So how am I supposed to come up with something that it's a false dilemma, dude?
Sure, but you're saying there's a deception being perpetrated, and that deception is flat Earth, and when I ask you to pin that down, you just say, well, it's a deception in and of itself, which I'm like, well...
Yes.
Okay.
Look what's happened in the past 2 years. I was in the truth or troll community for years before the flat Earth, and I saw what happened. I mean, everybody was fractured by this flat Earth idea, and it completely lost any legitimacy for people talking about things like 9/11 and the money system and the debt-based society and all these things that really do matter to us. So,
I come to those things through flat Earth. I mean, I've got flat Earth into quotation marks now, because what I'm talking about in this context isn't the shape of the Earth. I mean, I felt like you talked over me, but I just see that there's one contradiction in that's, boats over the horizon. Validation Boy summed it up the first thing he said. He just did it beautifully, and we've danced around that. But that's not what I'm talking about now, because I'm talking about in brackets, flat Earth, which is me, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, Jaron, those people, who are just like the same as you. We're just people, whereas I know you're saying I'm putting you in a false paradigm to say, well, look, there's huge amounts of money being perpetrated on going to space, going to the moon. These are the same people with the same lie. They're contradicting themselves and spending a shitload of money on it. I do see that as deception. You know, it goes without
Because
saying.
you've put yourself into that paradigm where you think that this is all connected, that these are the same people doing this, that every dollar of $50 million a day is just thrown
Sorry.
into some rich guy's, 401k or something. I mean, dude,
I'm talking
you know,
the moon and the ISS. So specifically, we've got NASA saying we can't leave Earth, we can't breach the Van Allen
that
belt.
was taken out of context. That was taken totally out of context. I hope you can go and watch Gem Panda and wonder and understand why that was taken out of context.
Okay, MIT say that there's a hard and fast layer. They describe it as being a glass ceiling. You know, that there's plenty of people saying this, that we're in a closed system. All the rest of it, these are the same sources, NASA included, who say this. But they've been to the moon. It makes no sense. You know it, I know it. You can dance around it as much as you like, but these are the people still spending the money. They're still putting out this shit. So that's where I see.
Yeah,
wow,
but I live in America, man, and I pay taxes. And I find value in what they do. I know that their equipment alone that they buy is ridiculous, and they're huge warehouses that they have to keep heated, and the people they pay and all this stuff that they go out, these NASA employees go out and feed the economy. And that's how our economy works in the United States. And it's like these people in UK and Scotland are so worried about what NASA is doing, when really they have their own European Space Agency that's supposedly faking everything as well.
Sure. So that's what I'm trying to say. So when you've got that, what does Mark Sargent matter? It's just some dude on YouTube. Who gives a shit?
Because he's perpetrating lies and he's muddied the waters in a movement that could have actually done something. I'm done with it. I don't care. It's done.
What?
But
Okay, I gotta jump in.
done.
But let's say
I gotta jump in.
Who cares? Let's say I completely agree.
I did care, and you know why I care. I cared about 9/11 Truth, brother, and that's why I was in it since 2006. So
Okay, I gotta jump in right here, guys. I got to. Sorry. So let me ask you this, Tim. Okay, let's say Flat Earth had never come along. Okay, where would you see the 9/11 Truth movement? Still just pretty much a bunch of YouTubers. There's no activism. There's nothing really happening.
There was activism. There's
okay, and there was no effect.
The memorials every year and have signs and stuff.
And what effect did it ever have?
Well,
did anyone ever get in trouble for anything? No.
At least,
it's all a big scam.
50. I think that there was a poll out that 50%, or around 50% of New Yorkers alone, think that there was something fishy about 9/11. I mean,
and so what does that do for anybody? What's the big payoff there? Did anything change? No. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's kind of baby steps, I guess, for some of these people. You guys understand that the mainstream media gobblers need to be kind of eased into it, and it's not something like, hey, the earth is flat. It's more something like, hey, you've worked for 40 years and now you're getting screwed over. Look at this date-based society, and look at, the Jekyll Island, all this shit. And, look at some of these things that were happening, Kennedy's times, Operation Northwoods and such,
Okay.
It was about kind of informative, but then it kind of got like auto-hoaxy, flat-earthy, just out there nutbags. I mean, it's just total mentalness now.
I can see the hippie thing and the DMT and the LSD thing being used as an attack and damaging, but I don't see flat Earth, as small as you like to say it is, doing any damage to the people, or making the government control the people any more or any less than they already do.
I was making videos about the news articles that were coming out that people read, the mainstream people read, that they see that, wow, these idiots on YouTube believe the earth is flat and it's tied in with 9/11, piss drinking, all this other shit, where it doesn't.
Is it really tied in with those things?
Yes, I have videos that I could probably pull up.
I know for a fact, I used to analyze the media a lot after 9/11. I kind of got out of the truth movement because I saw it going this way, as Tim has pointed out, in like 2011-ish. And
Jeff C.
Right after the 9/11, though, I would like to point out that the media tried their ass off to tie anyone who thought 9/11 was an inside job to a neo-Nazi Jew basher. And what do a lot of these guys like Eric Dubé do? Blame the Jews on everything. Well, that's another great way to discredit yourself. Hi, I'm a flat earther. I hate Jews, and 9/11 was an inside job.
That was in there too. The Nazi deniers. Nazi deniers is in there as well. So they hit on all these notes for people. Say these idiots think flat Earth, and all these other dumb ideas that some of them are actually true and happening.
I would just like
And
to say,
it
can I just say real quick too? I'm all
Go
about
ahead.
political correctness is a way to control the way we talk to each other and express ideas, and it's not cool. But we have to realize and be intelligent that the general public is aware of political correctness, and they're trained. We have to be aware that the general public is trained to say anyone who says flat Earth idiot, anyone who says Nazi hater, like they're synonymous. So why are we gonna go tell people we are these things? They're training us to do that, so we sound stupid to people, dude.
So we fight each other. So we fight each other over red or blue, or Denver Broncos or San Diego Chargers. I mean,
that's an unreasonable conclusion to draw.
Really?
So you've got plenty of people that are saying that we are ridiculing flat Earth, which, you would call it my opinion, is obvious and observable. And in many of the heliocentric nonsenses that are out there, they even say it, that it's observably flat to this point, but it's not because of X, Y, and Z. So if that's the standard, if that's what you see and observe, flatness, and you're told to ridicule that, shouldn't that raise red flags? Especially as if we were to eradicate flat Earth, if I was to never breathe through Earth, I'd still think I'm on a spinning ball flying through space. How much more progress do you feel you'd have actually made on 9/11, considering that essentially sod all's happened before flat Earth even got here? So you're saying you're going to have a bit more of sod all after flat Earth not having interfered with...
No matter how people want to paint the 9/11 picture, there's still action to this day that people do. We got the 28 pages redacted. I mean, there was, people pushed Trump to reinvestigate it and things like that. So 9/11 is still a big topic, and it's
in Braveheart, where there's the elders and they're throwing documents at each other and talking about whatever, and the Braveheart character comes in and talks about them fighting over the scraps and fighting over documents. It's like, wow, so they're continuing to control us from every single perceivable angle, and you're elated that they've given you some documents that they redacted, that are their documents that they've given to you. Who gives a shit?
I didn't say that I was elated. Actually, I just said that I was just trying to make the point that there is still a movement going on to still investigate this. I mean, we're talking 16 years now. So
Nathan, beef with flat Earth just seems totally unfounded if it's to say that you've halted.
Of course it does to you, because from your subjective truth, the Earth is flat, Nathan, and that's fine with me. That's fine.
Bracket up the discussion on flat Earth just to address some of these nonsenses, which is to say that we've halted the progress of fuck all progress by bringing into the equation flat Earth.
Yes.
I didn't say anything about halting progress either. I just said muddying the waters.
Yeah, Nathan,
it's totally different.
You said
what the waters of conspiracy, which are designed.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a real quick point. Like you said, we're controlled from all angles, Nathan. I totally agree. We're playing checkers, and the elite are playing chess. They know what we're gonna do before we do it. This whole flat Earth meme, the Sandy Hook, the 9/11, all this stuff, all our talking points are given to us by Tavistock. And they're designed to be these arguments that go in circles, and they go nowhere. None of these movements are going to offer any solutions, and they're never going to go anywhere.
Flat Earth is among the most brilliant idea that anybody, if a group or a think tank came out with this idea, I mean, all hats off to them, because it's so hard to prove either way to somebody that becomes dogmatic about it.
Paradigm, I completely agree with you. That doesn't mean to say that the stack of nonsense that is the evidence for heliocentricity isn't still a stack of nonsense. And it isn't to say that the obvious and observable is no longer obvious or observable.
But in my opinion, I've done so much research that heliocentric model checks out on every level, Nathan. So that's where we differ.
But that's why
we feel like the globe is obvious and observable. So I
don't want to fall into. We've now fallen into this trap. It's 4 reasonable people. And I'm saying let's bracket up globe belief and flat Earth belief and have a reasonable discussion, because I agree. When you say that the topic, and that's the air quotes, flat Earth, the movement, the people, the discussions, the Google Hangouts, Yeah, man, I fully agree. And it's even on a platform that's totally controlled as well. So, on all those levels, I agree with you. The thing that bugs me with, especially you, Pmars, because you say some things that are completely logical, like you said about the preponderance of evidence being for the globe. You're right. There is an absolutely massive preponderance of evidence for the globe. That doesn't make it a globe, though. When you're in a court, you can present fabricated evidence, and it stays in evidence until disproven. And when disproven, it still stays in evidence to show that it's been disproved. That's how it
So
works.
using that logic, when did you become a flat earther, and how did you come to that?
Well, I only came to Flat Earth hearing the words uttered without them being said in ridicule, because it was something that I felt was obvious and observable. So the other day when I was asked by Vegan Warrior, or wasn't asked directly, he said, "Oh, well, everyone takes a long time to come to this truth." I was like, I didn't. I did enough travel. I've traveled all over the world. And throughout, like a lot of people's stories, they had certain things about gravity that they were presented with it, and they went, "Oh, this don't make no sense to me." They put it on the back burner just the same as I did. So when I came to the idea of flat Earth, I'll phrase it carefully because that's how you see it, I immediately took it as obvious and observable. I'd seen it anyway. It made total sense.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead. You haven't said much.
Okay. So, I mean, bottom line, the summary of everything that we think, in my opinion, is that, kind of encompasses all these other things like Sandy Hook, and shows how easily those things can just be total hoaxes, which we all know they are. All these pseudo-terrorist attacks, we know it's all lies. And so when Flat Earth is the real thing, which I think it is, it kind of makes it obvious why all those things are such complete hoaxes. I mean, because PK22 can sit there and go on for like 5 months about the Boston Marathon, make hundreds and hundreds of videos on it, and then people can make hundreds of videos on 9/11.
So,
And in the end, the Flat Earth kind of encompasses all those things, and I don't see how you guys know that, and you kind of like are in denial of that little factoid,
No, what the flat Earth to me is a mental exercise to basically realize that sometimes you have belief in things that you really don't have much justification for. So when Dell, say, perhaps goes to a street wanderer and asks them about the globe that they live on, most people have only had a very cursory glance at the globe Earth. And most people in the flat Earth have been in it for a year and a half or so, so they know all these 1,000 miles an hour and all these different things. So basically, what it is to me is that before flat Earth, I believed in the globe, and now I think that I know it is a globe because I have justification to back that up, which, like I said prior, I didn't. So
I would like to respond to VB real quick because I think my friend Foxgal made the same point that flat Earth could potentially be a good thing if it made you more aware or consciously sort of woke you up, I guess. And I mean, if it can make you figure out 9/11 was an inside job and the politicians are lying to us and the media is lying to us, that's good. But the problem I see is a lot of people are arguing points that are really, really bad. Like specifically the Cavendish experiment. Like there's so many flat Earth videos on the Cavendish experiment that are cherry picking quotes and getting like they're just horrible examples of it. And so usually when I see a flat earther arguing or debating people, they're just really, really getting stuff wrong. And it sort of reminds me of when I watched Freedom to Fascism back in the day by Aaron Russo, who I think is a shill from Hollywood, telling people bad arguments. And then I go on YouTube and I get murdered by people, and I learned that way. And that's how I am to the point where I am today, where I question the alternative media very intensely. And any of these people who are in the public figure, I look into their backgrounds. I don't just accept what they say. I look who these people are that are saying these things, and you find some interesting things when you do this.
Are you comparing Patricia Steere, Nathan, Eric Dubay, and Jaron, all these people? Are you comparing them to Alex Jones, saying that they're at the same level of these people as him?
No, but I saw a video last night where Eric Dubay's dad called into Alex Jones' show, and he showed some pictures where he was wearing, I think, a Masonic ring, and some evidence that Eric Dubay and them, or we're in some sort of secret society. The image was sort of blurry. I'm assuming that's what they're going with, though. So, I mean, I haven't looked too much into that, but I wouldn't be surprised if he. I don't. Do you know about that, Tim? Does Eric Dubé got like some sort of secret society connections?
Yeah, I just re-uploaded Flat Earth and Other PSYOP Potatoes. I believe that information is contained within.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
you're equating someone like Mark Sargent or Patricia Steer or Jaron as if they're on the level of Alex Jones. I mean, really?
No, I think
No.
some of them have aspirations to be such, and then I think there are people like say Leakey where his ignorance gets the best of him, and he actually believes it. And then there are people that are truly trying to make money off this meme.
Mhm.
And I believe when you know incorporate like 10 to 12 ways to get paid on your website, when you're putting out something that's most likely objectively false, I find it as intellectually dishonest. He's made a business out of it. So
But we're back to we're comparing Martin Leakey while I've got a feed back to the ISS again. So for all of you guys who say you live on a globe, man, this should be real as it comes. But we've got this ridiculous curve. We just had the cupola up earlier, and this complete nonsense with threads that go through to the outside vacuum of space. Now you're saying, okay, maybe they are, and you can't prove it either way. And frankly, I agree with you. I think it's a bit of a nonsense. But it's nice when you've got the opposite arguments. People like Martin Leakey who's being here to be, for cash, or people having aspirations of being like Alex Jones. That how can that even compare to $50 million a day? It's just ludicrous.
This is also with your presuppositions again are attached to your argument, and you're thinking that everything's fake. And I don't think that way. I don't think that you have justification to believe that way. You would actually have to prove it is all fake, everything, the moon landing, all that stuff. And really what it is you've just kind of watched, a funny thing happens on the way to the moon and you just ate it up, dude. You just ate it up. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm sure you would use the argument, oh, they're looking at a porthole and trying to make it look like a sphere, and all these different things that are just not true. They were hoaxed. You were hoaxed.
I've just had footage of the cupola up, showing what looks like almost a completely spherical Earth from the window of the cupola. They tell us that's real. I mean, okay, I'll take a different standpoint. So are you now saying that this footage that I'm playing from the inside of the cupola, with it showing pretty much an entire sphere Earth out the window, are you saying that is real? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't have any evidence to declare that it's fake, Nathan. Nor do you. That's my point.
But it's showing a ball Earth through the window.
I don't see it, dude. I've watched this video. Can you get to the part where it shows it? Because I'll tell you.
Desktop, man. It just goes. I don't know. It's not actually a video. This is my desktop, so I could bring like.
Oh, nice.
It is. It's cool. I love it. I've wanted this for ages. So I put this on the video. Like what I wanted. This is another thing that you put on the back burner. So about 10 years ago, or 3 PCs ago, what I wanted was weather patterns. I wanted to see weather patterns from space. How fucking dumb was I? I thought, of course they'll have, I'll be able to see the weather over Britain from space. That'll be something I can just put up on a desktop. Here we are 10, it might even be 50 years later, and the best they can give you is a revolving feed of the inside of the ISS. Where's my ball?
There's also Himawari, and there's, 2 more satellites now?
Dude, the Himawari is a good laugh. Yeah, that's what... Okay, so you are saying this stuff's real. Okay, fair enough.
No, I'm just not under the presuppositions as you are to say that they're fake.
Okay,
right.
That's pretty much saying that you think they're real.
Because really, to even bring in NASA or deep space, universe, dark matter, all these red herrings into this argument about the objective truth of the shape of the Earth is that. It's just a red herring.
Martin's not presenting any photographs. He's talking about people perpetrating deception, and I'm showing you what is I consider to be a massive perpetration. And you're saying, oh, well, this is a red herring. It's like, hold on. Martin Leakey, and he's wanting to earn cash off it. That's a major point. Mark Sargent, well, he's got aspirations of being Alex Jones. But this is a red herring.
No, I said some have aspirations as Alex Jones, and I believe that would be Jaron. I was kind of referring to, not Mark.
Okay, man. If that's your position, then fine, I find it laughable, but fine.
Well, I understand we're all biased, Nathan, and I think you can understand your bias at this point, right?
I get it. I was willing
These people are your friends. Of course, you're not going to just take a person like Tim Osmand bad-mouthing them and you'd be like, oh, yeah, you're right, Tim. I mean, Really?
I think.
Are we gonna address the root of this entire argument? Are we gonna address the elephant in the room?
What, the shape of the earth?
Yeah, and all of everything that you guys are arguing about right now, aside from this whole gibberish about personalities and stuff. Okay, the fact of the matter is this, Tim,
What?
you've never touched. Fact of the matter is this, Tim. Nobody here has ever touched the sky, or where the sky goes into space. You've never touched the moon or the sun. You've never done anything to affect the moon or the sun. Okay, you don't know what the sky even is. Okay.
Do you need to know the composition of the things in the sky to understand you can't make observations unless you know exactly what they are?
No, dude, we can measure
You
the
don't
curve.
know what.
We can measure
Hold on,
the
let him
curve.
bury himself.
Yeah.
Hold on, let him.
No.
Go ahead.
You don't know what those things are.
Okay, so like I said, so you need to know the composition to understand the movements they're making. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because if
I have 3 balls in my hand and I'm moving them in a circular fashion, you can't then assume that I'm moving the balls in a circular fashion unless you know the composition of them. Well, why would the composition matter if it's hydrogen? If it's whatever, it doesn't matter.
If I wanted to find out the composition and you're in the room with me, I can touch those things and I can see for myself. The moon, the sun, the sky, you can't touch them. You can't prove what they are for yourself.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about the observations there.
Okay, if I can't touch them, then to be fair, I would have to assume there's a possibility that it could be a hologram or a projection.
Yeah, well, you live in fairy tale land, so of course it's possible.
No, so prove to me that the sky isn't prove that the moon isn't a spaceship.
Listen,
prove that the sun isn't made of cheese.
Listen, the only way to prove these
you don't know what they are.
The only way to prove these things is basically a self-proving for yourself, and that would literally be for most flat earthers to be shot up on a rocket.
You've never done it.
Nothing I can provide will determine your confirmation bias for you. You determine it for yourself.
So the moon's a spaceship. Those are aliens, and there's a spaceship, and they program it, and they give you the illusion that you're living on a sphere with their motion.
Yeah, well, if you want to live in that world, that's fine, bro.
Prove it wrong, though. So that's the whole thing. Is that everything you guys assume, any argument that supports the globe that involves the sky is a red herring. End of story. Because you've never been there, you can't touch those things, so it's red herrings.
Yeah,
just because you say it so, it doesn't make it so.
That's reality, bro. That's logic.
That's ad hoc.
Yes. No. Any argument that involves the sky that supports a globe is a red herring because you don't know what those things are.
But if it's
you don't know what those things are,
then it wouldn't be, right?
No, the Earth being flat and you walking it yourself, shooting camera shots across bays miles and miles away and capturing things you're not supposed to because of curb. Sorry, that the Earth is flat. Whatever you're left with.
There's never been a video where literally there was no curve or you shouldn't have. Everybody doesn't take into the observation height at all into their equations.
So why is there supposedly curve at sea level footage but no curve at high level footage?
Okay, guys, let me try to get this as easy as I can try to explain it to you guys. Okay, so if you could get up high enough to see 61 miles in front of you, you would see 1 degree of declination of the Earth's curvature. Okay, so then if you're on the ground and you're seeing something being obstructed by the Earth's curvature, that doesn't mean that you're seeing the actual Earth's curvature as if you're up really high seeing the Earth's curvature. Obstruction and the Earth's curvature are 2 different things. Okay? That's very simple.
Pretty cool double speak.
Where's the footage of Earth? Where's the footage of something rising in the air and capturing the Earth curving down away as they get higher and higher? Where's that footage, Tim?
Well, I guess that would be pretty much all rocket footage if you watch that from the rocket, but that's all fake.
Fisheye.
All the weather balloon. Oh, fisheye. Like I said, the fisheye doesn't work that way, but we can go with that. That's fine.
Screen share me. This is the keeper of footage I was talking about. So this they tell us this is Earth below. This is what we get. And any minute now we'll see Earth's beautiful, beautiful curvature. This is supposed to be first-person view. This is someone with a camera. Whoa, whoa! That's some curve right there. That's from inside the.
They're 250 miles up, dude. Did you know that?
There's nothing.
I've never seen it. I've never seen an image of the Earth, a real image of the Earth. Sorry.
Because you think they're all fake.
You don't need
It's
to.
all bending. You can see it all bending.
They knew the Earth was flat in the
You see
18th
the solar
century.
panels bending. You can tell that it's
Even
using
before that.
Because
Hold on.
eventually,
So is it that they're using a fisheye, a wide angle lens, that it's a conspiracy or what?
oh, so it's not the curve anymore.
No, you just said that it was a fisheye and it's just like some kind of conspiracy. So I was just trying to clarify that.
Well, this is people's proof that you're on that side of the
No,
fence.
I've never used that as proof, and I wouldn't even call it proof. I would call it
You,
evidence.
there we go.
Okay, there's a difference.
That's what I'm getting to. So you
Yeah.
wouldn't use
So
it as proof, but
no,
every other person on the planet would use it as proof, wouldn't
of
they?
course they would. I don't care. That's argumentum ad populum. I don't care.
So that's just not for you. That's just not a good argument for you.
Brilliant.
No, when we're talking about the shape of the Earth to flat earthers, I don't use NASA because that's an idiot argument. Just like Jim Panda going into Dell and saying, "Oh, because of NASA." Like, dude, he did that to get a rise. But I'm just saying, you don't talk like that when you talk to a flat earther. I've been in it. I've been debating this for a long time, right? It's been almost a year and a half. I was
Why
in
not?
debates and all kinds of stuff. So the
They're
thing
the
is, go ahead.
proof. The ones that can prove it. Why not use them when they are the benchmark proof for Earth being a ball? You're like, oh, I don't use that. What are you
I don't
talking?
use that because I know flat Earth arguments. They say that it's all fake. They say that it's water's liquid or N2 or all these different things. So I don't use that as an argument for the objective truth of the shape of the Earth. It's just unnecessary in this juncture.
Then what are you left with?
Use the stars. You're still using the sky, the bit that they've just
Absolutely.
polluted.
Yeah, stars are a dead giveaway. Absolutely.
They've polluted that. They've robbed all your credibility, I'm afraid. They've robbed that from you.
Well, the thing is if we're going against, maybe let's just say we're trying to disprove the heliocentric model, and everything lines up with the empirical evidence that they're saying, then that would mean if the Earth is flat, then that would mean literally the sky is playing tricks on us to make us think that we're on a sphere. I mean,
Prove
quite
it's
literally.
not. Prove it's not, though. You don't know. You can't touch them.
Well,
You've never been
like I
there.
said, I would have evidence, but I wouldn't have proof to you
Okay, that's good.
because I think that maybe if we took plane flights, if I could take you all across the world and you try to plot that on a flat earth map and try to understand that when you look south anywhere on the globe, that's where the south celestial pole is. Where you look north on the globe, that's where the north celestial pole is, unless of course you're at the poles themselves, which would be over your zenith at that point. But guys, this all matches up. So my whole point is, if we want to disprove gravity, if we want to disprove the heliocentric model, we actually need to attack it in a proper way and not just make a bunch of arguments from incredulity.
Fair enough. So, I mean, your standard is the celestial poles from the North and South Pole. Mine would be the obvious and observable nature of what we see every day. But
Yeah.
have you been to the North or South Pole to see that and observe
Well,
it?
let's go with what you said first, real quick. What you observe every day. Now, most flat earthers do believe that the sun is a close and local star. And if that was the case, from sun up to sundown, we would expect quite a bit different in angular size, angular change throughout the day. So it travels all throughout our sky through the day and doesn't change angular size basically at all. The moon
I'm
changes
not.
very
I'm
little through apogee and perigee, aphelion and
listen,
perihelion, just like the sun. I'm just
I
saying.
could agree or disagree, but if I say to you straight away, I have no idea what it is, and I'm not trying to perpetrate any deception in regards to the sun. I've had a look at it. I've even tried to track it. I've come to the conclusion that tracking it is futile, but that's not trying to perpetrate any kind of deception like the one that's on screen now. That's not like that. But you're trying to box in Mark Sargent, me, Patricia, Jaron, with the people who are perpetrating deceptions like the
Well,
one.
you're trying to box me into your false dilemma again because I don't believe that to be fake,
There.
and you do.
Not you though, and don't take it personally. That's how it is. That's not anything against you.
But Nathan, do you ever think that this right here, this footage, do you ever do this? Because I do this every day to myself, and this is how a true skeptic actually thinks. Do you ever actually doubt yourself? Maybe this is real. Maybe the Earth is a sphere. Maybe it is not flat. This is very important for you to do because you will be stuck in your own echo chamber and your own paradigm, the flat Earth meme paradigm, until you figure out that it is a sphere.
Well, you can't use anything from any evidence about the sky to prove that it could be a sphere. So
Not
what
to
are you
you.
left with?
Okay. Not to you. Well, I could go with how about the Chicago skyline? How about the Toronto skyline? How about seeing a mountain from 160 miles away if you're high enough up and seeing that it's being obstructed? How about all these things that do purport to the heliocentric, or rather the globe Earth model, as opposed to the flat.
You think those subtle things tell you?
I'm saying there's a preponderance of evidence that
I can
leads
link.
one
I can
to
link
believe.
to an experiment they did in the 18th century that proved the curve that a flat earther could do, probably, because I don't think it's too
Okay,
expensive.
Well, you don't ever see them taking any geodetic surveying equipment out, do they? Well, because people like Dell are going to say that water's flat, even though we know that water droplets and waves and tides and all that shit is not flat. So,
sure, but
if you want to prove this thing, you would get, dude. I mean, Jamie Heath, you interviewed him one of your first things, if not your first. He said that it costs $40 a week to rent in UK professional geodetic surveying equipment. How many flat earthers have done this? They're looking for this curve. Where's the curve? Where's the curve? Well, go get some equipment so that you can detect declination.
right. So plane surveyors just ignore that detail.
Navigators.
Plane
believe there's a
surveyors?
curve.
What did you say? Plane surveyors? You mean planar surveyors? The ones that
Yes.
only do, yeah.
You're,
So the
you
assumption is that it's flat, yeah, because it basically is. It's flat compared to the radius of the Earth, not flat because it's a flat Earth.
more double speak.
No, it's not at all. And people using things like railways and things like this. I mean, I actually looked into it. My father actually works for one of the bigger companies, railroads. So I went and talked to people that actually know. And they told me, things like curvature are so minimal that they have to account for things like heating and contracting and all these different things just from the weather alone. So, I mean, most of these arguments are just literally arguments from incredulity. And I personally, Nathan, wouldn't like to go around and have shows where hundreds of people listen to me say things that basically is my ignorance, because in the end, you're the fool.
Okay, that's a fair enough point of view. But on this show, I'm trying to get to the point where I establish the reasons why you're so concerned about it. So, from what I can gather, you're saying it is a globe, even though you don't take this particular evidence as supporting it, even though it's costing a lot of money to provide it to people, which is fine. But you are saying that the people who are looking like idiots and distracting from the snail-like progress of 9/11 truth, those people need addressing. So, what about people who are into ghosts? I mean, I think they look pretty stupid. I mean, are you on their case? What's the deal with flat earthers? If they're just looking stupid and everyone ridicules them anyway, who cares? I mean, literally, who cares? What's in it for you?
Well, I guess one of the examples that I use is that they did muddy the waters with legitimate conspiracies. So bringing in ghosts really doesn't fit at all. So it's just a false equivalency.
So
But
no. So Tim, in a perfect world, all conspiracy theorists would be at your level, right?
no, because I don't. I mean, I'd be foolish to know that, or to say that I know things. I mean, it's
Okay, because you hang
uphill battle.
around, because you hang around flat Earth, you linger on flat Earth. That's where the smartest people are at. You're one of them. So what are you really saying here, bro?
I would say there's more evidence
ahead,
of
Pete.
ghosts than flat Earth. Go ahead, Tim.
What was the question, VB? Sorry, I'm high.
I mean, what are you saying about yourself? I mean, obviously this is important to you. So maybe you're fighting your battles on the correct front. Because it is legitimate. It is something to argue because we're right deep down inside.
No, I wouldn't go as far. I mean, you just ruined your whole question right there to say that. I literally, guys, I'll come back in about 6 months and I'll be like, hey, I'll talk to some people and see if I can find any evidence that would lead me to believe that the Earth is flat. But thus far, doing all of the research and all of the debates that I've done, I truly do believe that I can justify that we live on a sphere. And
But using
without ad hocs, without saying, oh, you can't use anything in the sky to tell you where you are, without any of that kind of stuff. So. Just none of it works, guys. None of the. I mean, that's why you tried to have a flat Earth model, and then obviously it's just ridiculous to even try to do such a thing because I did it myself.
So
it's impossible.
I'm gonna mispronounce this. Verrazano Narrows Bridge connecting Staten Island and Brooklyn had to be designed with the Earth's roundness in mind. Like, that's not NASA. It's people making a bridge taking the curvature into account.
It's super nominal, dude. It's ridiculously nominal. I mean, even planar surveyors and surveyors, they take out their variable c, which is curvature, because they declare it to be so nominal, like literally.
It is nominal.
But we are on a globe, even though that's the case.
But you can
Yes.
measure the curve, and flat earthers say, there's no
Look,
curve.
look. The thing is, Nathan, is scale. It's just scale, dude. I mean, if we're gonna say, and we have pretty good evidence to think that we are on a 25,000 mile circumference Earth, no matter if it's flat or a ball or whatever.
Still waiting for the image. Still waiting for the picture, bro.
No,
See.
look. This isn't a show to come on and try to prove to you anything, because I personally will not spoon feed anybody information that they should be getting themselves if that's what they're seeking. Because I know all the answers and I know all the arguments from flat earthers, and like I said, thus far I'm just not convinced, guys. It's just not convincing.
I literally.
You said it.
Sorry.
You said it was about scale. You said it was about scale, but then you also admit the fact that you've never seen an image of the Earth.
I never said that. You said that there's no image of the Earth.
Well, this is what we've.
Well, where are you seeing one? Where have you seen one?
NASA.
We
This
don't
is
even
what
see
we're
them.
supposedly, there's a few pictures, quite a few pictures actually of the Earth.
Jim
Yeah.
Panda. Jim Panda would
Nepal.
answer that.
Yeah, I've
Big
heard
one to
Ben
answer
Panda's
that.
presentation. He admits it's CGI as much as the rest of them. He justifies it with the type of cameras and saying that the way they composite the images is just the way my camera would composite the images. So I've heard his arguments on it, but
Yeah, it's like flat earthers think that they're taking like a Nikon P900 or whatever up there with the 80 times optical zoom or whatever, and just taking a picture of the Earth. Like that's just not how it works. Most of them are composites, not all of them, but most of them are composites. And if you guys have a better way of doing that, I mean, most of the reason is, the satellites aren't far enough to see the whole Earth, and that's just the dimensions of the Earth. If they're only 100 miles up or 200 miles up, you're not going to see the whole Earth. So they do have to take ribbons of imagery. They do have to put it together.
Thinking as we get into these arguments, I'm sure validation boy, you feel exactly the same. Am I wrong? My heart's sinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What was that?
I just feel my heart sinking as we get into these arguments.
Well, I understand, dude, and I understand like the confirmation bias and the emotional confirmation bias therein that you do exhibit, and it's unfortunate because you should be able to talk to somebody like me that has done a bunch of research onto it and isn't an idiot that just says, "Oh, flat Earth is stupid." What about a boat going over the edge of the Earth? Like I can actually come and tell you, on most of your arguments what the actual explanation is. And if you want to believe that or deny that, that's up to you. That's totally up to you.
We're talking subtleties. I mean, yeah, we can go into these details at great extraordinary length, and we can prove each other wrong and right all day long. However, what I'm trying to get to, I've asked Pmars, and he told me about, the deception of flat Earth. He couldn't possibly be right because of the Freemasonic deception from whatever, 100, 150 years ago. You've said that if you go to the North and South Pole, you'll see certain twinkly lights do certain things, and these are your reasons. You live on a giant spinning ball living through space. Now, for me, that's a bit of a stretch. To hear those things repeated back to you, can you not hear what I'm saying? To say that if I was to go to the North Pole and look up and take time-lapse photography of these lights, that would be absolute confirmation that I live on a ball, and I can prove it with these others.
Well, you took part of what I said and kind of almost understood it. But what I'm saying is, anywhere on the Earth, you will see circumpolar stars, as well as the celestial pole if you're at certain latitudes.
Yeah,
Of which
If you
don't know the
study
composition.
latitudes, dude, you can't use the composition argument, because what we're doing is we're not in an argument about the composition. Like he's saying it's hydrogen and I'm saying it's a giant ball of fucking
That's the
farts or
root.
whatever.
That's the root of argument.
What the argument is the observations of the movements. It doesn't matter the
Of
composition.
intangible objects. Of intangible objects.
No,
Yes.
they're not intangible. How are they intangible?
Because you don't know what they are. You don't know who's putting them there, who's doing what, what's making that do that.
It's not real because I don't know what it is. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's real. We can see it, but that's what I'm saying. This is a nitpicky detail that you two are now battling over. What I'm trying to get to is the point that Okay, I'm saying I'm open to the idea, completely open now to the idea of being on a spinning ball. And what you're presenting me with is, right, is look at the lights in the sky, watch them do their thing. That will lead you to the conclusion that you're on a spinning ball flying through space. Now,
Well, look. As disjointed as this conversation has become, this isn't like all of our arguments. If you want us to go on with other evidences that lead
sure, man,
us to the
knock it
sphere,
out.
that's fine.
Are you guys cool with me
But
adding-
hold on, I would like to make a point. This is a very common tactic of Flat Earth to basically put all of the onus on the globe believer, in quotations, to completely prove the globe to them, when really I rarely ever see any flat earther come on and prove the flat earth to any glober. It
Okay.
just doesn't happen.
Is it cool if I add Isa and Gem Panda with you guys?
Because it's the obvious and observable fact that we live with every day. You've said the plane surveyors, they take out C because it's nominal. Right, so what you're saying is, basically to them it's flat. So what you're saying is the standard that everybody is adhering to is that it's flat. That's how we see it. So from that point, if you're to say, okay, well, the standpoint of everybody is that it's flat, where do we go from here? Well, the end point is spinning ball flying through space. So that's C. Right, we're at A. Everything looks flat. So B, so far, I've heard Freemasonic lies from ages ago. That means that because it was laughed at, I can't possibly take the obvious and observable. Okay, thanks for that, Pmars. Now we're on to lights in the sky spinning round. Well, I'm trying to get to the point with what you tell me now in this conversation to get from on a flat plane to flying through space. I'm finding it hard. Sorry, give me something better.
Well, first of all, what we're doing here is an objective question. It is about the shape of the Earth, not really its geocentricity or heliocentricity. So, we can just go with sphere versus flat, right? Can we just go with that?
Sure, man. Convince me I'm on a sphere.
Okay.
With
Because
any-
geocentric is, it's pretty much the same thing. It's very close.
Hey, I'm willing to make a major concession to, I guess, the assumed opposition here. Okay, to just a small anecdotal thing. At worst or at best, whichever way you want to look at this, I'm willing to concede that relative to wherever I am, you and I both agree. You, Tim, and I both agree that what we see, what we experience relative to us is flat.
Yes, it is.
At my lowest, that's the lowest I'm willing to go. To
Well,
meet
it
with
is
you,
because
to compromise with you.
hey, look, this is my whole point here, is that if we went on primary knowledge for everything, and this is basically what we're doing here, then things like Wi-Fi and things like radio communications and such are never going to be explained, because you can see a causal reaction, but you can't actually see what's doing it. So, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Okay.
Can you
Maybe
add
not.
Gem Panda, Tim? I can't
Landon.
find him.
Oh,
I
that will
think he
fuck.
blocked me or some shit. Isa is here. What's up, Isa? Keeping it. We gotta keep it balanced, fair and balanced.
So Nathan, I would like to ask. I asked Jaren probably about 8 months ago, live on a show, and I have that on my channel. I think you probably heard. Does the star rotations, does that work on a globe Earth, basically, and not work on a flat Earth? And basically, he as pussyfooted as he could, he pretty much said, yeah, it does work. So the thing is if they're these stars that are in our sky, if you could plot those on a computer program, literally, and put a ball and spin it and saw the same thing, if you were to say just model the heliocentric model and it was empirically valid, would that give any credence to the shape of the Earth to you?
All I heard was, if you put it into a computer model, now we're kind of switched off.
I'm too busy flying, man. I'm in the cupola.
That was a pretty epic troll, though, going to the Space Center wearing flat Earth gear, so I gotta give you kudos.
I wasn't wearing anything saying flat Earth on me.
So Nathan, if you ever do come into the knowledge or the understanding that the Earth is a sphere, what will you do? Will you continue to do your shows? Will you run off and hide? What will you do? Will you come out and tell people and get Tiger Danned, or I mean, what are you gonna do, man?
Your question is, what would I do if I found out it was a sphere?
Yeah, and you've, for almost 2 years now been pushing all this, and I mean, would you feel kind of like regret or shame or sorrow in any way?
I don't regret, definitely not. I don't regret things. That's just not my personality. I make mistakes and do bad things and do wrong things, but ownership of your mistakes. That's what I said right at the beginning of this live stream. Validation Boy essentially took ownership of his mistakes, and I gave him big kudos for that. I mean, big kudos live on it, because it took a lot of courage to own your. It takes a lot of courage to own your mistakes. So to answer your question, if I actually went up, if I was literally on a spaceship and could look down and saw it was a ball, I'd just publish a video documenting that fact that I'd seen with my own eyes.
So you bring up a good point though, real quick. So
But
I mean, really, so your standards of evidence or standards of proof are that you literally need to be shot up in a rocket or something of the sort.
when the links, it's called links here, you I think have ACS out in the States, but here we have links, and links did an Apollo program, and full on I was signed up to it. I wanted to go up.
So Nathan, are you still here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Uh, Say I understand Brian Cox is kind of frowned upon, but he did take a jet flight and basically saw the sun set and then sped up, past the 1,000+ miles or whatever the fuck it was, and saw the sun rise again and then set again. Would that be evidence that we are on a sphere without, using any ad hoc explanations for why the sun sets on our Earth every single day and rises as well?
I don't know. You've seen it on TV, right?
Yeah, I think I saw it on YouTube. Yeah, I'm just saying, if you were in that position, wouldn't that be a good evidence for you that flat Earth is bunk as fuck?
If I could go up and see curvature, man, like I say, I wanted to go up on the Lynx Apollo program. If they could have shot me into space back then, I was not a flat earther at the time, I'd have gone, of course. And I'd look down. If I looked down with my Kodak camera, I'd have gone, click. And I'd come back. This happened tomorrow. They sent me up a rocket tomorrow, and I came down with my picture of a curve. I'd publish it and go, I was wrong. Would I feel guilty or remorseful? No, I'd just document my experience. Every mistake I've made is still there. I don't take my videos now. Leave them there. If I've made a mistake, I just correct it. Like early on, I made a baby on a plane video and very quickly realised how stupid I looked. So very next video, I was like, here's where I've made loads of mistakes. It works on both. I'm wrong. Because at the time, I was all keen and thought, wow, I've got this map. Now I realise there are no maps. None of us have got the answers. So, we're held to the account, flat earthers, the people that you're trying to expose, we're held to this standard of proof that's totally unreasonable.
Well, Nathan, I think that we've just actually cleared up that your standard of proof is basically something that I can't personally provide for you. I'm not that rich, bro. So I can't send you up. So
Yeah,
this is a good kind of thing to lay out for people that do want to debate this topic. If your standards of evidence or standards of proof is this high, the highest bar that you could set, millions of dollars to go and do some venture, then I can't prove anything to you. So it's a null argument.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I remember when I was probably about 17, I just got my driving license, right? And I was driving back listening to Radio 1, and they had John Peel, and he plays tapes that he gets sent, endless tapes, right? He's dead now, but anyway. And he played this tape from a band, and it's just a guy talking over some music, and he's talking about people who win lottery money, and he's talking about a guy who's saying that he's gone to the pyramids, and another guy who's gone, the general seven wonders and all these things. Another guy buys a big house and a Ferrari, and that's what he spends it on. And the guy looks to his mate and says, look,
if I won the lottery, what I'd spend the money on is I'd go to space. Because then for every guy who comes up to you afterwards and says, I've seen, I don't know, I've rode on the back of a blue whale, you know, you can say, oh, well, that's feasible for next man to do. I've been to space. I've seen what we look like from there. And that would absolutely be my aspiration, you know, to see it, to actually see it. And as far as, I've said this like 5 times on this show, but as far as I can see, and we've all established this, it seems we've got a lot of intellectual honesty, at least to a certain degree, that it is observably flat. So beyond that, what can you do? You know, what can you do? You're not going to send me up to space. And this is the crap they present us with. That's my point. That's the crap that we have to, you know, take as proof. You don't have to take it. I'm not saying you use it as evidence, but they certainly do, and they're pumping a lot of money into it.
Yeah. Jeremy, do you have anything to say? You kind of just popped on.
Oh, hey, Jeremy. Long time
Hello.
no see.
I mean, I don't think they do really use it as evidence. I think this link between NASA and the idea. I know that is a freaky shot. I think that's probably the most obscure shot I've ever seen in a live hangout. But yeah, I mean, I just don't really see this link between NASA and the globe Earth that I see you guys sort of trying to characterize it. You know, people believed it was a globe long before NASA came along. And
so what's the point of NASA?
And I, you know, for me, I totally buy into pictures from space, and I know about how they're produced. They aren't all composites. Some are whole photographs, but I don't think that that's the proof for most people. I think it's kind of an easy, accessible one that people, you know, I've seen certainly more than once referred to in these street interview things. You know, they hop to it, and I know I've used it, but I generally use it because I know it winds you guys up.
Okay, well, this is wicked. You can give me a better answer, I'm sure. So, right, you know my standpoint. I'm on a flat plane right now, and
right.
the end point, the sea, is being on a spinning ball flying through space. So, from where I sit, give me something juicy. Convince me I'm on a ball.
Well, I mean,
can you screen share my Mythologic account, Pmars?
I think, I think the problem with that sort of question is, and don't get me wrong, I often ask those sort of questions myself, but I think what it attempts to do is get me to pick one thing, and then you can pull apart that one thing, and that isn't really why we believe things. I think the belief is built from a body of evidence. It's a number of things that come together that comply with each other, and I think you can't really take one, and I mean you can for an interesting conversation, but I don't think it really leads to it's what leads to the belief. Even if I can pick my best one. My best one would be the two celestial poles.
Give me as long a list as you like. What I'm saying is, I don't mind if being on a ball is point Z. Just tell me, get me from A to Z and get me on a ball.
Okay, well, I would start with two celestial poles. And
hold
the
on,
reason
hold on, Jem, real quick. Share my Mythologic account, not my page. I'm on 2 accounts right now.
What do you mean?
In the Hangout, P.
Oh.
In the Hangout, I'm screen sharing, yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to just show that basically the dog cam videos, that even this one was used by Flat Earth.
This one here
is not. It's not flat.
Oh,
no, share
in
the Hangouts. Yeah. It's my main account. Go ahead, Jim. Sorry, man.
I would start with two celestial poles because I just can't see a way that you can explain that with any other geometric shape.
cylinder, but it's just it was.
Wait, what do you want me to share? I'm...
Share in the actual hangout where all of us little names are and shit. Share my screen.
Oh,
Because I'm on
bad.
my Mac.
got-
I'm sharing right
I'm
now.
Stupid. I'm sorry. My bad.
No, you're good, man. There we are. So does this look flat to anybody?
I don't know. I guess it's flattish.
Oh shit.
Well, is it flat though?
I don't know.
Well, it's not empirical. It's not empirical.
How about does the horizon rise to the eye level of the camera? How about that?
Can't empirically say for sure.
Well, this is used as evidence for a flat Earth. I'm actually bringing up evidence because you guys aren't really bringing much to the table. But there is definitely a curve in this photography here. So, what's the explanation for that? I'll take it into Photoshop too, if you want.
Yeah, man, I'm on a ball. You've got me there.
Well, if we're going to say that there's no curvature, and that leads us to believe that it's flat, well, I'm bringing up something that doesn't have a fisheye lens, and it doesn't seem to be flat.
At best, this dog cam image only shows a segment of what you allege to be a sphere.
Yeah, but I mean, does that give it credence that it's flat though, when there is curvature? Because in my opinion, it gives credence to the ball model, because that's what you would expect to see, but not with the flat.
360, you have it at the same point. It wouldn't be any different. So if that curve that you're suggesting is on this current widescreen picture from left to right, it would mean that would have to continue around you, and it would be further on the one side of the camera as it's spun round on the...
The Earth is fucking huge, dude, and this is only, 120,000 feet up, probably?
Okay, so Tim...
You can't have it both ways.
So Tim and Nathan, you guys have already agreed that the level of proof someone like Nathan or myself would need is shooting up in a rocket, seeing it with our own eyes, empirically. Yes. This dog cam footage is not empirical. So it doesn't really prove anything either way. It's just a segment.
That was actually the point of me making that whole point, is because, like I said, there's nothing that I can provide that will prove it to you. You need to take the evidences and weigh them out yourself, as I did, and not have any confirmation bias, not have any emotional attachment to the idea or the community, but actually look at it objectively. And I think if you did that, and you didn't call yourself a dogmatist in the process, I think you find out that it's a sphere.
So far we've got two polls. That's what...
Go ahead with the polls.
Next one. What's next? I mean, I'm not going to try even pick it apart. This, great, I'll add this to part B. So this apparently is curvature, and great, wonderful.
Let me just, this is empirical, because empirical just means observed or through experience.
But it's just a segment. All you're seeing is a segment.
But it's a recording of an observation. It is empirical. It isn't theorized. It isn't something that has been arrived at by maths. It's something that we are seeing and observing. So I would argue that it is very much empirical.
Yeah, it's third hand. You're watching what the camera watched.
So again, this is just, any evidence that is brought to the table is denied that has anything to do, that goes against the confirmation bias.
I'm not denying it. I'm saying...
Well, it is.
We're off air.
Guys, Nathan and Validation Boy, can you guys bring up any evidence for the flat Earth that you proclaim?
Are you going to let me defend my whole stance real quick? Or what's the deal? We've already agreed that going up there ourselves is off the table. Nobody in this hangout right now is ever going to go into space or up there high enough to see that the Earth is a sphere with our own eyes. None of us are ever going to do that, and we all agree that.
Well, we don't know that we're never going to do
Okay. So I assume that we all kind of agree that, And secondly...
we can agree that none of us have done that so far.
Okay, fine.
None of us are ever going to do that.
Okay. And then furthermore, the fact that we've never touched the sky, we've never touched the moon, the stars, or the sun, we don't know what they are, that they prove nothing. They could very well be a projection, for all you know, deceiving you with directional angles. For all you know, they could be spaceships, they could be made out of cheese. They could be because you don't know what they are.
Left and right.
That isn't
okay. And combined with the fact that earlier I conceded the fact that where I am at, relative to me, on the ground. I'm living on a flat plane. And the fact that I'm not ever doing anything high enough in the air or quote unquote global enough to ever exist in these realms where I would be experiencing any kind of globe or curvature. So to me, the Earth is a flat plane that I exist on. And that's what I'm dogmatic about. And there's no inherent fallacy in dogma.
I think,
but you're bringing an argument in saying that there are no inherent fallacies in dogma to somewhere that nobody has said that about you. Like if Jed was on the panel, I would understand that you would bring this up 3 times, but I've never said that about you. But if I thought about it, I would probably find quite a bit of fallacy in
you just used dogmatist as a slander against me in your last comment.
It's not really a slander when you're the one that says, hey, I'm a dogmatist. Kind of like when I say, hey, guys, I'm a troll, and everybody calls me a troll, like Morgal, 100% proof he's a troll. Well, dude, I've been saying it for a couple of years. Wow, great research.
I mean, I think if we're being honest with ourselves, you can easily disprove the Earth is flat, and we're left to conclude that you guys are religiously motivated or motivated by greed or something. Like, we can't figure out.
It's just
why
their
you
bias,
guys
man.
are
It's
pushing
a
this
conspiracy
idea.
mind, man.
We're taking a different stance. What we're saying is, we start from, you put it in as a caveat. So you say, oh, well, they just naturally ignore it and take it as read that it's flat. And you guys are happy enough to put the caveats in first. So if we can all agree that what we observe is flatness, now that's fairly reasonable to assume from a starting point. And then we go on to the 2 poles, the curvature in the dog cam footage, and what else?
Geodetic surveying equipment.
Yeah, we can do experiments to show the curve, but then you guys don't accept it. So it's like, what are we left with? At that
Like I
point?
said, is there any proof or evidence that you can provide for us to convert us? I know that you guys aren't here to convert us, but I seriously and truly would love to fucking see some evidence for flat Earth, because guys, I will be the biggest proponent of flat Earth if I could find justification in it. Truthfully,
I don't take that tact. I don't believe it anymore. Now you convince me from where I stand, and from what I look out my window, it looks pretty flat from here. Water, yeah, it looks pretty flat.
like I said, with firsthand knowledge, Nate, it's kind of it's just like the Wi-Fi, man. It's like, how would I prove to you that there are Wi-Fi signals when you can't see them empirically?
JLB says that tides disprove the whole flat water thing. Isn't that
You're
correct?
obviously not used to this tact, are you? So I'm saying, put me on the ball. Put me on.
But I think the problem is, though, Nathan, is with the idea of this philosophy about first-hand knowledge and personal experience, and I hear this a lot in flat Earth, and I think this is probably one of the cleverest thing about flat Earth is that this idea has been presented as if it's reasonable, and it's not reasonable. What you know about your senses is that they are very limited and extremely unreliable. And I'm sure we can come up with examples of where your senses have fooled you. All you have to do, sorry, I'm nearly there. All you have to do is cover one eye, and all of a sudden you can't tell how far away things are. I mean, your senses, the idea that what you personally experience stands above all other forms of evidence is wrong. That's not.
Well, I've heard we literally can perceive like less than 1% of the electromagnetic spectrum. Like we see this color and we can hear sounds and stuff, but there's so much more out there that we cannot see. We cannot perceive it.
Really interesting. This doesn't really get me convinced I'm on a ball, though.
Well, look, let's get this clear real quick. Hold on. This isn't a show to convince Nathan that he's, the reality is that it's a sphere. We're actually just having a conversation. I think it's been pretty productive thus far.
I love it if you.
Listen. Hold on. Yeah, I can't, and I openly admit that I cannot prove something like this to somebody that literally says that their evidence has to be that literally they have to go up to space. How the fuck would I prove that to you?
This is the problem.
It's unreasonable.
It's that the philosophy of it is designed. It's a clever way of remaining willfully ignorant and pretending that that's somehow superior when it really isn't.
I'm not asking for that.
What makes us human is the fact that we share things, and one of the things that we've shared throughout time is our knowledge. And you guys have stopped doing that, and you're presenting that as if it's a good idea.
I'm not presenting anything. I'm saying I want you to do it. You're so used to having the shoe on the other foot. I can't, it's about fine, but right. I'm saying take me on that journey and get me back on that ball. Take me there.
That isn't what we're here for, Nathan. We're not here to, kowtow to your demands for proof you're on a ball. I mean, that's
right back.
not what
We
it's
can't
about.
spoon feed. We can't spoon feed somebody that doesn't like it to begin with. I mean, when you implicitly deny the sky, such as the stars, moon, and the sun, it's just like it's worthless. It's worthless to argue.
Push that one aside very quickly. How do you explain the two celestial poles?
I don't have an explanation. I've observed the stars.
Well, that's pretty important.
Very important.
You guys, and I would like to
Because
ask.
it matches the heliocentric model is the point.
We're all laymen. We're all laymen here, and you can easily anyone listening can study history, and these are the same arguments that have been going on since the 18th century, I believe, or the 19th century. And
esoteric astronomy and shit.
They've been laughed at and proven wrong over and over and over, which is why the general public laughs at flat Earth, because this has been brought up and laughed at over and over and over again throughout history.
Yeah, right.
And it's the same thing where they demand proof that's unreasonable.
I'm not demanding anything unreasonable. I'm saying you're telling me that number one proof so far, I've had it from two people, is that the celestial pole stars prove to you that you're on a spinning ball. Now, I just want that to make
evidence.
Intangible.
It's part of, but it's not intangible. You can look up in the sky and see it. You don't need.
I don't think he knows what intangible means.
You don't need to touch everything to know, to know things about it. I mean,
to observe the movements, nonetheless, Jeremy.
Right.
It's the movements that we're concerned with, not the.
There are birds in the sky, but you probably never touch one of them.
Yeah, it's this whole skeptical empiricism that literally will get you into a rabbit hole of just absolutely nonsense. It's absolute nonsense because of what I've already documented here. Literally, guys, we can't prove it to you, so stop asking for proof. First of all, it should be evidence, and second of all, I don't have the funds to shoot you up in a rocket. That is your standards of proof, and we've already declared that. There's no other conversation to be had here.
I think the criteria for evidence is way too high on the flat Earth side.
Why? Because there's people out there presenting it. I've got it on screen.
So is that underwater, or what is your theory on what they're doing?
See, and this
what's
is
the
why...
antithesis? What's the antithesis of what they're saying they're doing there?
I don't know, man. It looks pretty though.
Well, if you're arguing with the flat earthers, simply don't bring up NASA, and they have nothing.
That's the thing.
The flat Earth is basically a new skin for the moon landing hoax that happened in the '60s. They've rolled out the same conspiracy.
That's so true.
Well, no, fair enough. So, what's your take on that then, Gem Panda? Because I used to be a NASA fanboy, and when you hear things like that they can't get there, I've already had quote Tim Osmand unquote say that you have defended the fact that they have contradicted themselves with the Van Allen belts and the trial by fire. And
I'm astounded that you say that, Nathan. You're a very eloquent chap. You understand the English language very well. And you understand, I think, and you know enough of the space program to understand what they were saying. But if you want me to give you the defense, I will very quickly. Apollo was single-use spacecraft. There are none left, and they were designed 50 years ago. Nowadays, we need new spacecraft, and with modern technology, with intricate computers, modern computers, when you send them into an area like Van Allen radiation belt, where there are energized particles charging around in space, those energized particles in your computer, you've got energized particles running around the circuit board, running around the printed circuit board. So, the computer won't be able to tell one from the other, and that wasn't a problem in the '60s because you'd got much more, robust
like
transistor-based technology where these tiny little voltages didn't make any difference, but now they make a massive difference. So. There are new challenges, and the other problem is that with Orion, which is what they were talking about in Trial by Fire, Orion is a spacecraft designed to go to Mars, where you've got a minimum mission length of 3 years, and Apollo went to the moon, which is a a mission of 9 days. I mean, it's a totally different spacecraft that is required for a totally different job. And that's what they're saying in that. They're just saying, we can't do it now because we can't. We don't have spacecraft that are designed to go that far and travel through that part of space. Makes sense?
Is that explanation just unacceptable, or
No,
is it just pure denial?
That's what happens in a lot of their videos. They cherry pick data, or
They do.
cherry pick quotes, and I
quote mine.
I get accused of that too when I'm trying to argue things that in my opinion are true. So I know the
It's
feeling,
almost
but
impossible to not be fallacious because there's a policy for everything. So.
So,
I'm
okay,
perfectly.
Gem Panda. Then we can put the next that what we're on to now. We've got the star trails, we've got the bit of dog cam footage, and now we've got NASA. Am I right? So that's you're saying that NASA absolutely proves to you you're on spinning ball.
Evidence.
Well, for me, if I was talking to anybody but a flat earther and they said to me, how do you know you live on a globe? I would say pictures from space.
Yep.
Okay.
I do it with you guys, but I only do it because I know it's going to wind you up.
No. I'm taking a totally different tact here. I've put the shoe on the other foot and I've said, look, you present it back to me. So you've said NASA. Okay. That's we're on.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that the end of the line?
Well, no, like I say, it's a body of evidence, and I guess we could keep going all day,
I mean, I want you to tell. I mean, it sounds like we've got to NASA, and to me, they're showing you it's a ball. So that's it, basically, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I guess that's a good place to get off and have a look around, and again, what I would say is. Like Tim said earlier, when you're arguing with flat earthers, you just don't say anything about NASA. You just don't even bother to mention it. Well, I think that is a ludicrous position. I think to just say we'll just let you guys off. All right, all of space science is being faked. I'll let you have that one. That's bollocks.
And they're sending billions of dollars.
Let me make my point. They have no direct evidence to support that idea at all. Not a shred. Not a single piece of evidence that says this is not an invoice for a booked sound stage, not a wayward cameraman that's blabbed on his deathbed. Not one piece of evidence to support that idea.
When NASA starts producing footage of things that don't look like they're done in a studio, then we can talk.
Footage, any of that crap, because all that is that's just your anomaly hunting. What I want is, you're saying this has been going on for 50 years in multiple countries throughout the world. Every piece of space science, we're not just talking about spacecraft, we're talking about observatories, we're talking about reported science that come back from rovers, satellites. All of that is being faked. No, I do not give you that unless you present me with some direct evidence for that. And I don't mean I don't like the way these shadows look or this flag
There's a bubble.
waving.
See, that's why I totally dismissed NASA, because it's just still more crap in the sky that's just proving nothing to anybody. Where I'm at on the ground relative to me and my non-global existence, it's a flat plane. So I could just I'm completely comfortable dismissing all of NASA with all of the sky and with all of space and with all of the celestial bodies.
The ball Earth heliocentric.
Just a way of
can I just say real quick?
It's not a reasonable position to say, well, I live in a world, there's ground underneath me, there's sky above me, but because I'm not actually touching the sky, I'm going to pretend it doesn't exist. And I'll invent any kind of anomalous, fantastical world that doesn't even have to incorporate the sky that is in my reality every day. Because
it doesn't have to incorporate this infinite vacuum of space that magically meets our little bubble of water called the Earth that doesn't crush us into oblivion. Just give me a break,
that's
man.
That's such an argument from incredulity.
Well, here's what flat earthers do, though, is they ad hoc all these hypotheses because they can't explain things like how for instance, the sun light hits the moon, they say the moon has its own light. Bullshit.
What is the
Shadows
sun? What is the moon? Well, what is the sun and what is the moon?
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about ad hoc hypotheses that flat earthers come up with since they have no real evidence.
Those sound ad hoc because you don't even know what they are.
Explain the lunar
Well, we do
eclipse.
know what-
You don't even know what they are.
They fit in the model. They fit in the model, and that's kind of the point. If
But
you were to
models are no
produce-
good, right? Models are no good, like you said about the AE model, right? So, but your model's
Well,
just
the-
fine
the
and dandy,
AE
right?
Yeah, it is actually. When it comes to stars, that's how our latitude. I mean, that's how it's based, basically. Do you understand?
And
that?
what are the stars again? What are those stars, though?
Oh,
Doesn't
we're
Well,
gonna-
we know what stars are made of and what the sun's made of.
You do? How do you know?
don't
How do you
say
know what
that,
stars are
Jimmy.
made of?
Don't say
How do you
that.
know what stars are made of, bro? See,
I'm
this is
gonna
what I'm
tell
talking
you.
about.
I will
Your
tell you.
sophism.
And stop asking the same question over and over again. We know through spectroscopy. We can look through a spectroscope and we can see what elements a star is made of.
And then just say what you think they're made of. Write it down on paper, and then that's what they
we
are.
Can do a test. We can do a test in a lab, and we get the same. We can see what color spectrums we get off when we, I don't know, burn some copper in a Bunsen burner. And
What medium?
Look, hold on.
What medium?
Hold on.
What medium?
Flat Earthers.
No. What medium are you observing these stars through? What's that? You don't even know what that is. See, it's just ridiculous, man. You guys are ridiculous with your sky.
Instead of you deciding I don't know the answer to the question that you've asked me, why not let me answer it? We're talking about the electromagnetic spectrum. It's the same as I'm sure you've seen night vision goggles before. You don't think that they're some, subject of fakery or something like that. You're just observing another part of the electromagnetic spectrum, a part of it which is normally invisible to you. And that's the same as what we do with spectroscopy and stars. And that's how we're able to
hold
see
on.
what
The
they're
star's
made of.
composition
Right.
is such a red herring to begin with. Because look,
Right.
if you guys are pitching to do science in the first place, like I said before, you need to actually falsify what is there, what is put in place already. You can't just say, "Oh, that doesn't sound right to me, so I'm just not going to believe it." Well, you can, but you're just a denier at that point. Because like I said, dude, if you're going to do science, then go prove that it's not spectroscopy that it's used. I mean, we use that for other things as well here on Earth.
Right.
The argument for that, I'll come back to you, but I want to address a point that Jen made earlier. So you said about experiencing reality every day. Well, what we're presented with in terms of its falsifiability, that's a real word, but yeah, we've got what's on screen. So how am I going to get up there and falsify this? How am I going to test it and check that it's real? Well, you're saying that you experience this, literally what's on screen, as part of your reality, and it factually
nobody's really asserted that, but if you tracked the ISS and you saw it like Mr. B can see it with actually nice equipment, I mean, you could probably assert from that there's something up there flying. You couldn't really prove that there's people in it.
Right, so yeah, you're not Jeremy. I mean, we've established your point. You don't generally take NASA as proof. Jeremy's got a different tack to this. So,
but hold on. What is this conversation about? Because it's very disjointed. So are we talking about the shape of the Earth? Or are we just going to go with any non sequitur about the composition of stars, or NASA looks fake to you, so we have to be put in false dilemmas? Or, I mean, come on. Like, where's this going?
I think Nathan's trying to lead me somewhere, and I'm happy to go there.
Reality. You used the word reality, and you said what we experience daily. And this is factually, in terms of its 2D presentation, is what we experience daily. We do not experience what we are being shown daily. Au contraire, we far from experience that.
We see it on a TV screen.
So I don't use it as evidence.
I think we can argue it's still an experience, I guess.
Right.
You can take into account the fact that it is on a TV screen as to how how valid you think it is, and obviously that limits how much of an experience it is by definition. But watching it on TV wouldn't be the same as being there, but it would give you an idea of what it was like to be there.
It's just like going deep sea into the furthest deep sea. Like the rich guys can do it, but we're not able to do it. Does it mean that I'm going to deny everything that comes out of research from the deep sea? No, absolutely not. It's ridiculous.
You can present something that's false. You can present, I'm sure that this is an old argument, but you can present King Kong on a screen and you can get an idea of what it would be like to battle King Kong.
I would agree, but I mean, for instance, I'm not great on the ISS, to be honest. My thing is more Apollo, and I know you guys. If I dare to suggest the moon landings happened, you guys just laugh at me.
I don't laugh at you. I understand that that's what I've been there, man. I used to be.
You think that's hilarious?
I used to be just like you. I used to be dumb, just like you, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably
No.
haven't been where I am because it's kind of been a hobby of mine for a long time, and I know a fair amount about it. Or maybe you do. Maybe you have. But and when I look at that, what I do is I look at all of the evidence that I can find that surrounds it, and from that I form what I believe is a reasonable belief that these events happened. And I don't do that just on what NASA say. There's a lot of independent evidence that most people know nothing about. That tells me it's reasonable to believe that these events occurred, or if they didn't, there's the conspiracy theories have a lot of explaining to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, let me ask everybody on the panel. Let's go around the panel, and I want to ask everybody this question. Let's just do like a little bit of a thought experiment. Let's just say in an alternate universe, the current paradigm was that we live on a flat Earth. Okay. And everything else is pretty much the same. Now, what do you guys think that would mean for society?
Nothing.
It wouldn't mean any.
There's no difference. And really, even if the Earth was flat, it doesn't mean that you're some special, tadpole to God, and there's some dome, crested with your name in it or something. I mean, it could be an expansive universe on a flat Earth as well. So I mean, these very appeal to emotionally fucking things that the flat earthers do is just ridiculous. So I don't even know what the fuck your question was. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're saying everything was the same, then for me, that would mean there would be a naturalistic explanation, for the shape of the Earth. It would comply in some way with the laws of physics.
Yeah.
What I really
to explain it.
What I was really trying to get at is that, like, do you guys think that we'd be like some kind of fucked up barbaric society? What do you think? What's so wrong about maybe believing the Earth is a flat plane? Why are you guys you're so obsessed and you hang around us?
Because it's not the truth. It's not the truth, and you guys pitch it as the truth, and you guys really believe it. And people like us waste countless hours trying to tell you, hey, dude.
What is the harm? What is the harm?
I don't know. I guess. Go ahead, Jeremy. Fuck.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think it's a fair question. Why we hang around, and it's definitely a question I ask myself a lot. And it's not a question I always have the same answer to. So, I don't know whether that means I'm really being honest with myself all the time. But I mean, I think there's a few reasons. I mean, one, I think the subject itself is fascinating. I like the space and, the science and the cosmology. I like all that stuff. And it kind of gives me a sort of if you like, a light-hearted way to learn it, that isn't sort of sitting in a lecture or, swatting over books. So I kind of like that aspect to it. But I do find it fascinating that people like you and Nathan, who are perfectly reasonable, decent, intelligent human beings, believe such utter crap. I find that quite fascinating.
I believe what I see with my own senses.
From my point of view, I hasten to add. So yeah, there's that, and then there's also sort of a community aspect to it, sort of a bit of a soap opera bit to it that is also entertaining. I'll shut up now.
I'd like to answer to VB ask, like, what's the harm in flat Earth? Because I see a ton. Like, if I search Cavendish flat Earth right now, I'll get a bunch of horrible misinformation.
Right.
I mean, if I look in YouTube comments and I see people arguing for the flat Earth, I see misinformation being said and people made to look like fools.
Look, if it's objectively false, if it is really a sphere, then all of it is disinfo and misinfo. It's kind of like me going and talking to Hillbilly and him having an argument that, every 18 years we should have a quarter of a degree movement on the stars. First of all, he's never tested it himself. Second of all, he was doing the math for the heliocentric model and just completely envisioning it wrong. He was conceptualizing it wrong, and I told him right there. So, after that, he's still right to himself.
And
So it's an endless battle that I'm done with. Like, I don't care.
I swear it came from Tavistock to be a circular argument that goes nowhere. And I enjoyed, I hung out with flat earthers, and I never really talked about the globe with them. I just avoided that, and I talk about 9/11 or Sandy Hook or whatever. And
look up Cass Sunstein. Man.
Every evidence
it's Cass Sunstein that did this.
Every evidence a flat earther has given me, upon scrutiny, just falls apart or proves the globe.
But what is flat Earth distracting you from? Back to the thing we were talking about 2 hours ago. Yeah. What is it pulling you away from? Your activism in 9/11. Your activism.
It's destroyed the truth movement. The truth movement is.
Hey, you guys are kind of done. Sorry, P.
Why isn't the truth movement strong enough to just move forward and ignore flat Earth? Well, what's that about?
Because the mentality of the conspiracy theorists will fall for things like the flat Earth, and that's kind of why they did it. So it doesn't really matter why we're here. I guess I would like to kind of make a cogent argument for this whole conversation that we're having, because it's just very disjointed, and it's like we're on trial here, when really you guys have the extreme claims that the Earth is flat. You guys believe this. So I wish that you guys would produce some evidence instead of things that you can't justify saying, such as, NASA is all fake and playing it for hours on end. I mean, can you guys provide anything besides your primary knowledge you just adapt all your knowledge to?
We've already gone through this. It's basic standpoint of everybody's observable reality. It's that. Beyond that, you've got to prove the extraordinary. And
so if there's declination and if there's obstruction, which there is when we go and see things like the Chicago skyline on a day-to-day basis, this does kind of put a check mark in the evidence box of the globe Earth. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And we don't need an ad hoc excuse like Flat Earth does.
I'm trying to build up that checklist. We've got DogCam now. We've got Chicago skyline. We've got NASA.
We've been over a geodetic survey. We've been over a lot of stuff. But really, the thing is, for me, that gets me started is just thinking of all the invalid arguments of Flat Earth. That's what brings me to think of the things that I can say in this conversation.
Yeah, we can do that, but I don't want to have an argument with you. You've pointed out, we've got Pmars saying it's Tavistock Institute, bringing it in such fashion that it creates lots of circular arguments. Well, let's not do that. Why not go from the point that I want to say, obviously it's flat. We've all admitted it. We've all said that that's how we deal with life in general. So beyond that, you've got to back up an extraordinary claim. Now, so far, the strongest one, if I just take it at face value, is NASA. That's Gem Panda's proof that we live on a spinning ball.
Let's not go back in.
No. Do not mischaracterize that. As we said before, the proof is it's a body of evidence that leads you to believe something to be proved.
Sure,
it isn't a bit here and a bit there,
Give me a bit more then.
So Nathan, I would love for you to bring arguments to the table, as I've said before, because like I said, it triggers what I have in my knowledge bank to say what is a counter explanation for the things that you believe, your presuppositions and such.
Sure. Well, I've said it about 3 times.
Okay. Let's go with your first thing. So yes, from our primary knowledge, we observe it and it's flat. Okay. So does this debunk the globe Earth that says that we're on a 25,000 mile circumference ball when we're this small? No, it doesn't. So move on.
Well, you can't just whoa. So you're straight back to jumping from A to Z here. So we're back from, does saying that it's obviously an observable flat debunk the fact that we're on a spinning ball? Well, whoa, that's a big step right there. That don't make me think suddenly I'm on a spinning ball. Let's be honest.
Let's go over the like I said, the obstruction. Why is there obstruction on a flat Earth? Can you explain that? You could see that with your primary knowledge, with your eyeballs, the obstruction.
I'll add that to the list. Obstruction. Still not really convinced from what you've told me on this list. Long,
lots of arguments in between. It ain't put me on a spinning ball flying through space.
That's not, like I said before, I'm not actually trying to do that. And this is your tactic to take over this whole conversation and continue.
Right, and just adding things to a list. I mean, you need to address the issues on those on that list.
Yeah. You believe the Earth is flat, so why do you believe that? And you said, well, you can't. From your primary knowledge, you can't. It's flat. Well, okay. So have you ever looked for declination on a mountain with geodetic surveying equipment? No. So how do you explain obstruction? I don't know, or I'm just going to dodge it, or so these are things.
Okay,
these are
so
evidences for the globe Earth and not for flat Earth, and you have no counter explanation.
So you're saying, right? In order for me to prove to myself that I'm on a spinning ball, I need to climb a mountain with some geodetic survey equipment. That's what you're telling me I need to do.
I'm saying to give you evidence that you're on a sphere. I don't care about the spinning ball thing that you guys like to say. Like I said before, I'd like to establish that it's either a sphere or flat. We don't need to do geo or helio. But so if there is declination with the geodetic surveying equipment, that would be a checkbox in the globe Earth, right, and not in the flat Earth, unless you want to have ad hoc explanations.
You're talking about measuring just some small segment of land, right?
You could do it at multiple points. You could do it anywhere you want. I said, obstruction is right there for anyone to see, and for anybody that says, oh, wow, the boat is being obstructed, and I bring out my shiny P900 and it's all back into zoom, it is lying, and it's bullshit, all right? Because a lot of times there are atmospheric conditions that make it fucked up in different ways.
I agree, but I'm compiling a story, and I want to tell this story to a guy in, I don't know, Mongolia or wherever the hell it is, that they have no idea about the ideas and concepts of the globe. If there's such a place on the planet that exists, I want to find that cave-dwelling guy, and he thinks he's on a flat plane because it's obvious and observable, as we've established.
This is another way of putting exactly what you've put like 5 times.
Yeah, but I want to tell him a story, and I want to take him on the story, and I want to say to this caveman, right, if you went to the North or South Pole and you observed the lights in the sky, that's point 1. Point 2, look, here's my footage of the dog camp. Can you see this slight curve? Right, that's point number 2. Point number 3, we're going to climb this mountain. I'm going to take geodetic surveying equipment with me, and I'm going to show you through the lens that there is a curvature to the Earth. That's point number 3. Point number 4, look at all, now this isn't yours, put that caveat, it's Gems. Here, look at all this wonderful footage from NASA. They're flying around this spinning ball that we live on, right? Now that's caveat over. What else you got? This is my story that I'm going to tell my caveman. And at the end of it, I'm hoping he's going to go, yeah, man, I live on a ball.
Well, like I said, 3 times already, if you would come with a few cogent arguments that you believe about the flat Earth, I could counter them, and you could add to your little bucket list or whatever you're compiling over there.
What do you need, man? I'm not making any extraordinary claims. What do you need?
You said that the Earth is flat. That is absolutely an extraordinary claim. You have no justification to say that, but you believe it.
But in spite of that, it's obvious and observable. So how does that work?
No, it's not obvious and observable when you haven't done any tests. You just say, oh, well, look, it's flat.
Are these obvious tests? Climbing a mountain with geodetic equipment? Or would you say these are subtle tests? I mean, come on. This is obvious.
Well, there's more tests if you want to get into them.
Going to the North Pole? Are you having me on? Are you in life?
You don't have to go to the North Pole. All you have to do.
No, you don't. He completely got that wrong. He doesn't understand about circumpolar stars. He doesn't understand about anything.
That off the
latitude.
List? Should I cross it off? Is that not Jem saying something contradictory now? Do I cross that off or not? Is that part of my story? Do I go to the South Pole?
No, what he's talking about is the celestial poles. Okay, that's the stars rotating around an apparent pole in the night sky. It doesn't mean you have to actually visit the North Pole.
In the northern and the southern hemisphere, there's different stars.
Got it. Right. I'm underlining it. Real good proof of being on a ball. North and
you have to conceptualize. Hold on, you have to conceptualize on any flat map. No matter how you cut it up, these southern countries will not work with what we can observe in the sky. Now, when you look at the heliocentric model or the geocentric model, like I said before, the empirical evidence does match with the model. That's why you guys don't have a model. That's why you guys now say that we don't need a model. We just need to believe, and we need to do
You don't
conventions.
need
And
them uncomfy shoes, man. Just shake them off. You don't need them. You don't need to prove what we can't see and what we can't do. You know, I'm just trying to compile a story from a Mongolian man. To tell you
Well, the beginning of your story, the two celestial poles, which the issue which you haven't addressed is there is no other geometric shape which works, Nathan. There isn't.
there isn't.
okay, I'll write that down to tell him. Look, man, there's no other shape that works.
To work.
You know, it's lovely that you can giggle, Nathan, and you know that may be a great rebuttal in flat Earth circles. But you know,
reasonable.
giggling isn't really much of a response.
No, we're here to be put on trial and to prove for his Mongolian friend that,
Right.
So Nathan,
that these-
it's just a
that
joke
these-
at this point, Nathan.
I mean, after the time, considering your prominence in this awakening,
yeah,
and the time you've spent in it, you should have a
zero
response.
evidence. Zero evidence you bring. Zero.
Right. So I've said it already. Obvious and observable. From there.
Okay, and I've said already too that that's what we would expect on a 25,000-mile in circumference ball. So you've debunked nothing. You've just made a false assertion because of what you can see.
Off, man. I'm not trying to assert anything. You're demanding that.
Yeah, you are. You say that the Earth is flat. That's a straight assertion.
You're trying to convince me on this journey.
No, I'm not.
No, we're not.
I keep saying.
We've
This isn't your show where
said
you
that
grow.
we're not doing that, Nathan, haven't we?
Okay.
We've repeatedly said that.
I've said it probably 4 times, Nathan. So
Yeah.
I would love if you brought some evidence besides your very circumstantial, very firsthand knowledge kind of evidence to lead you to believe.
Oh, and the giggling. There was some
knowledge.
Well, there's denial too. He thinks that all space is fake.
I've got circumstantial first-hand knowledge.
So how about let me bring up? Let me just argue the flat Earth since there are no flat Earthers here with balls. How about
Tell
that?
me about the globe.
How about that? No, this is what has to happen to invoke some kind of conversation. So, Gem Panda, I think that you can't have a vacuum attached to a non-vacuum. What do you have to say about that?
Do you like that one, Nathan?
Vacuum next to a non-vacuum.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a common flat Earth fallacy out of the compilation of logical fallacies.
I don't know. Should I be writing this down to tell my caveman to convince him?
No, like we said, this is not about your fictional theoretical caveman. Okay, dude. If you're here for actual information, if you're here for actual truth, then you should take what we say as some evidence to look into. Now, for me to explain the star trails and for you to say, well, I have to go to the North Pole to see it, that's not what I said at all. That's not what I said at all. You obviously don't know what circumpolar stars are. You obviously don't understand how the celestial sphere works in general. Arc star trails in the equator. I mean, I've seen this shit myself. I haven't seen Sigma Octantis, but I have seen the South Celestial Pole. This kind of thing it should be on your bucket list to do instead of telling some fictional Mongolian buddy.
Right. So there's a lot of assumptions about what I have and haven't done.
I'm still curious how some intangible light in some intangible sky
It's not intangible.
somewhere.
You need to learn a new word. It's not intangible. It's definitely tangible. You're saying it's fake.
I'm not saying it's fake. I'm saying you don't know what it is.
Real.
It could be real, but you don't know what it is and where it is and why it's there, how it's there. You don't know any of those things.
Okay, so you're going to bring up this argument. Can we get some arguments from you guys about the flat Earth instead of saying the same thing over and over again?
We've all as a group already conceded that wherever I am relative to me, as far as I can see, the Earth appears flat to me.
Great.
Okay.
It's a flat. It's a
Did you
flat
also
ball.
concede that our senses are quite unreliable and quite limited? Did we concede that?
The flat ball. That's what I love statements like that.
I mean, would you say
No, I literally say it's a flat ball. It literally is a flat
and
ball.
unreliable.
To us, to our perspective, it's a flat ball, Nathan.
So why do you need that caveat then? If it's not the standard, the norm to assume that it's flat, why would you need to put that caveat into a statement like that? In other words,
Who my caveat?
You're saying, because the reason I say that is because you're saying, give me a proof, but then the things you say have caveats that take into account the fact that it's obviously and observably flat. So you wouldn't need
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't need to present you with any evidence.
It is observably flat, like I said, with a
Okay, so why are you
25,000
asking me
mile
for
in
evidence?
circumference,
Why do I
Nathan,
need
and how
evidence?
small we are.
What
We would
evidence do I
expect it to look
give?
this way.
I don't
You
need to give
understand
any
that?
evidence for the bloody obvious. What are you asking for? You're asking for the impossible. You're asking me to prove the bloody obvious, right? Beyond that, beyond the bloody obvious, you prove it to me. Prove
So
it to me.
what's bloody
Well,
obvious about the obstruction?
why would you
Hold on,
ignore
about the Chicago skyline and the Toronto skyline and stuff like that.
Oh, man,
Obstruction.
that's been written down.
How is that explained on the flat Earth?
Written it. I'll underline that one too.
How is that explained on the flat Earth? Because it's a checkbox for the globe.
I'm trying to get onto a spinning or non-spinning. Sorry.
See, you are just delling this whole conversation. Do you understand
Yeah,
that?
you are.
Are you not going to stick up for your convictions, Nathan?
What?
Because this is
I'm not
extremely telling to me.
I'm trying to be educated by you. I'm giving you an opportunity to convince me.
No,
Yeah,
no,
and
no,
we
Nathan.
repeatedly said
You've
that we're not
educated
doing
yourself supposedly for 2 years on this subject, Nathan. So you shouldn't need us to spoon feed you. You should have arguments for your convictions and your belief, Nathan.
Right.
Well, what do you want from me? You've heard all the arguments. What could I?
I have. I would like you to say some of the arguments so that I can tell you the
Why?
explanation for the globe Earth.
Why?
Because you are telling me to prove to a Mongolian friend when I can't really. I mean, dude, you understand how in depth this subject gets. So if you were to say, like I said earlier about the vacuum to a non-vacuum, I would explain how that works on a sphere, and I would also explain furthermore how it doesn't work on an enclosed system in any way because we have a pressure gradient, Nathan.
Right.
So,
How
if you
can
can
you have
bring
a
up anything
pressure
about the flat
gradient
Earth
in
that
an
you believe in, I
enclosed
would love it. Love it.
Okay, but if these little steps, once written down, I try to read them back to myself and go, yeah, man, I can see all these things in a chain.
Right.
Can convince anybody that they're living on a ball. It makes perfect sense to me, But so far, I'm not convinced, and you're saying, "Wow, that's not what we're here for." Man,
It's
it's
not.
like you don't like the shoe being on the other foot at all, do you? Wow, it's amazing to see it.
Hold on, the shoe is
No,
always
actually,
on our.
always on our foot. Yes, it's always
Yeah.
the onus is always on the globe believers to a
There,
flat Earth. Me
there
and
are
me and
almost
Jeremy have
no
been doing
flat
this for
Earth.
over a year, dude. Over a
They're
year with these flat
you're
Earthers.
all globe skeptics. Almost none
Yeah.
of you are flat earthers.
Now they used to be. They used to proclaim
Right.
it from the mountaintop. Now they're like, none of this works. So we're just gonna say, we don't know what the fuck it is. It's definitely not a sphere, though.
None of your sky.
Oh, we
None of
know
your
it's not moving.
You guys are slowly
your-
having an effect.
I
But
hear more and more these days.
none of your sky nonsense proves a globe to me.
It's evidence. Okay, so let's use this proof word. Let's try to use it correctly, VB. Okay, because I've corrected you like 7 times in this whole chat, dude.
Okay, it's
But
not.
So it's evidence.
I would go back, and I think again the problem is with the basis of this philosophy that you're using. The idea that Nathan's sort of presenting the idea that, or he's just happy with knowing about the bit of the world that he can see around him, and he's quite happy to just pretend the rest of it doesn't exist, or that it's all exactly the same as the bit that he's looking at, and he's presenting that as if it's a reasonable idea and a reasonable approach to gaining knowledge, and it's not. It's a silly approach.
I think I'm the one that's been saying that. I don't think you can speak for Nathan and put those words in Nathan's mouth. I'm the one that's been saying that.
What he was just saying. That was the argument.
Hey, I would like to. We've been talking a lot. I would like to pass it off to Ed for a second if you have any comments.
Yeah, sure. Oh, I think Ed
you're
was
by the
AFK
mic.
for a bit.
Yeah. Oh, he's AFK. Okay.
Yeah, he's waiting for his wife.
Well, P, if you have anything to say, try to get some other people on. We've been hogging it.
I'll go soon. It's like 3 in the morning here.
Oh shit! Thanks for being on so late. You UK guys are fucking wild, man.
yeah, you guys are real
Seriously,
troopers.
stay up so late.
Insomnia. Right, I'm gonna fly off from the ISS. See you later.
Nathan, I was actually thinking about, because I have software and hardware to actually do it, to make a better looking ISS. Literally, I'm gonna make it.
Say hi to Ed when he gets back.
Cool. Well, I guess really this is proof for me that people that believe in the flat Earth or have that kind of conviction do not actually want to try to substantiate their claims. They do not want to face justifying it in any way possible. So really, what they're left with is denial and belief, and that's what they're great at. They can deny all of NASA. They can deny everything that doesn't fit their paradigm, their confirmation bias that the Earth is flat, and this is what we see continually. There's no progress being made. It seems as though it's being pumped even further in the mainstream. It seems that it was really going through a lull, like last month and a half ago.
Yeah, and then they did
And
the Kyrie
just
Irving.
like a
right
year
on
ago,
time.
just like a year ago, it was dying down, and something came out in mainstream, and everybody's talking about it. You got Kobe
Dude,
Bryant
it's so stupid.
talking about it.
Check this out.
It's amazing.
I heard Poncho, I think, I don't know, yesterday or the other day, said, we just need, I think when he was talking to that, I listened to him talk to that, he had a little child on his show, which was actually the best conversation I've ever heard on that show, because Poncho finally had someone he could, like, relate to, right? And, and like, what he said, he told the kid, we just need the right celebrity to come out and tell people the Earth is flat. Well, Kyrie Irving just did it. What the fuck more do you want, motherfucker?
Bro, this is the pipe dream that Mark Sargent and others sell to these people.
Oh my god,
you
do
know?
they not realize?
Literally, he always talks about it, man. He's always like, oh, just
Check
wait
this
till
out.
somebody, an A-list celebrity comes out, you know?
I've been harping this over and over again about the Masons and the history of flat Earth. Well, what do you think basketball is? That shit is Masonic as a motherfucker. You telling me you don't think the Masons control these people like LeBron James and Kyrie Irving and Michael Jordan? Like, these guys are all fucking fake as fuck. Give me a break.
I think some people play their roles as actors, and I would love to go up near where Mark Sargent is sometime and go to all the lodges and just see if that motherfucker's in there, because I wouldn't doubt that he's doing something like this for a couple years to become higher level in something like that. I have no evidence or proof of that, but that's just me with conjecture, just saying. He brings out the Freemason hat before. I mean, he's said it's in the family, and just how he talks. He's talking about the King James Bible. I mean, it's just he's always really struck me as somebody that could be making his way up.
What if a couple years pass and Mark Sargent is anticlimactic and nothing really crazy happens? Then what?
Well, that's basically the story of his life. The guy has, no personality to be found. I'm saying relatively, like, won't you be proven wrong then? Because in a couple years, shouldn't Mark Sargent then be like, Secretary of Agriculture or something crazy, like, by your logic?
He was on Coast to Coast, and I swear you read the guest list of Coast to Coast, and it's just like a shill list, like, for real. Am I wrong?
Dude, he got on there a couple weeks after the clues,
and,
this flat Earth thing. We better talk about this because this guy made a video and there's a few thousand hits. It's ridiculous.
I showed Josh Reeves talking. Now, granted, I'm not. I think Josh Reeves is the controlled opposition that points out the controlled opposition, in my opinion, because I'm a freak, right? And I think crazy shit. But Josh Reeves even pointed out how flat Earth was a psyop, and he pointed out how anything that gets popular overnight, like look at Zeitgeist. Josh Reeves pointed out that the guy who made Zeitgeist, he later admitted that he just saw it as a money grab, and there's shit in there that's not true. They don't give a fuck. They want clickbait. They want,
Jeremy,
like,
sorry, Pete.
Yeah.
Damn it, Ed just left again. But Jeremy,
pussy,
do you think that Nathan will re-upload this onto his channel by any chance?
I think that what?
That he will re-upload this video, this hangout.
Oh, he was totally gathering for his own show, wasn't he? Just so obvious. He was.
Well, I think that his
the whole agenda was so he could walk away and say, "Oh, I was in there with these climbers, and all they could come up with."
Oh man, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, his followers will think that's logic, and that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, Pmars, I really appreciate you having this, and I'm hoping that you'll leave this up on your channel, because is it okay if I just... awesome,
I played Vera Run, that troll song. I'm gonna call it the troll anthem. Cause Tim, I don't know.
I'm not familiar.
But I don't know if I get a copyright strike, I'll re-upload it.
No, man. Hey, dude, Viora, they're cool as fuck.
That's
dude.
what I thought.
They
That's why I
have
played it, 'cause I
they have
noticed-
no copyright claim.
I
at
noticed
all.
I didn't get a
You can do-
copyright claim when I played it. That's why I played
Yeah,
this. Okay,
they're
well,
awesome, dude.
yeah, then yeah, for sure I'll leave this up, and if there is by some reason a copyright claim, then I will re-upload.
Was it at the very beginning of the broadcast?
Yeah. When
Well,
was
I mean,
waiting for
Trust
people
me,
to
I
join.
know them. So
No, yeah, I
trust
used
me.
it before.
You're
That's
good.
what. Yeah, I used it
Well,
before
okay.
on that video where I was making fun of Tim, and
We're-
All right, we have Ed upside down in the house. Hopefully, Ed, do you have a mic that's working? How you doing?
I have a mic. Yeah, I was just avoiding interruption. It's all right. All right,
So
Pmars,
polite.
I put a picture in the chat. Can you bring that up real quick? I'll just make a point real quick, and then I'll jump off.
okay, let's see here.
All right, and this is my argument as to why squabbling about optical experiments is completely null and void.
I already know your arguments, man, and I think that you have conflict with the science that is in place that takes air density and water content and all these kinds of things into effect for refraction and such.
Right.
So I mean, we already know you're denying that, right?
Well, hold on. Look at this picture that's posted up here. Now I have to ask the question. Okay, so the question is what is reflecting off the water and where is the horizon level? Now, the bottom picture on the bottom right clearly shows the sun still in view, right? But it's at a level that's much higher than the what you see as the horizon.
So is that an inferior mirage or is that a superior mirage in any way?
It's the sun. No. My
What do you mean
argument
it's the
is
sun?
it's the sun.
Yeah, well, look up inferior mirage sun. I'm saying there are atmospheric conditions that make it look goofy.
Well,
like
yeah, and my point is that
they're rare.
And my point is that this is an everyday observable thing. Pictures like this. Now, my point is that
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
No, it's not.
Okay. So am I going to get the point across or not? All right.
Well,
So the point
hold on.
is,
If you're going to say something blatantly false to begin with, why let you go on with this huge diatribe, dude?
how is this false?
You
haven't
just
even let
said
me
that
finish my
happens
point.
every day. You just said it
You
happens
can-
every
You can
day.
take pictures like this every single day where the sun lifts off the bottom of the horizon as it's going down.
Really? Every day.
Every day.
Every day. So this is an effect that happens every day.
Yes.
Is it? That's what. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well,
You mean-
please proceed.
Okay, so my argument is that human abilities and instruments that use visual and optical experiments can only see so far due to atmospheric refraction and other things, right? Certain distances will disappear. So correct about that. Now we've seen the whole boats like far out on the horizon, they come back and blah blah blah. It's
No, they
cutting
don't.
through specific things. Okay, whatever. So is the horizon actually higher, what it's seeing, or is that refraction? Now, the reason I'm saying that is that you brought up the point of going up to mountains with geodetic survey equipment. How do you know, or how do you prove that those are calibrated to actually...
My God, you and your nitpicky fucking bullshit, bro. Seriously.
Sam, you come up with straw mans and you hold them as absolute proof and you beat people down.
No, I
deliberately,
just
and
said
you
they're
don't-
fucking evidence. I didn't say they're absolute proof, you fucking
I'm not
garbage.
saying this is proof of anything. I'm showing why
You and your
optical
nitpick
experiments-
bullshit, bro. Seriously,
I'm
man.
saying exactly why optical experiments are fucking off the table. You can't use optical experiments to prove a curvature of the Earth.
I don't think that's the case because I mean you can calibrate this equipment. You know, it can be calibrated.
But what if it wasn't by 1.001 degree? I mean,
I seem to remember,
and there are
Ed,
other-
you talked to Kara about this, and Kara
and take two or three of them up there, dude. Fuck.
Informed you how all
And,
this
and
works.
there are other methods that you could use to verify. For instance, if you're looking at the sun, you could look at it in infrared and see what it looked like, or you know, there
And
are
see it set every day, not like that. Okay.
Exactly.
I never even saw that in California, dude. Ever.
How many times did you look over the ocean in California with an 8-inch
I was
telescope?
on the beach seeing
With an 8-inch
the.
telescope.
You need an 8-inch telescope to see that.
That's what that picture's taken from. There's a dude fucking...
So you need an 8-inch telescope to see that. Is that what you're saying?
No, you don't. You just
Oh,
need some
okay.
type of something to actually take a picture of it.
I mean, it's
Well,
difficult to know quite what we're seeing. I mean, there could be some cloud there, or we just don't really know, do we?
well, I agree to a certain extent that when people say one way or the other, like a flat earther coming out and saying, "Look, it's a hot day," and they're zooming in on a boat, and it's like, "Oh, it's wavy," and look at these miraging effects. It's like, well, okay, these have been documented for hundreds of years. These are rare effects. They're accountable. They're accounted for. Like I said, Ed, there is a whole science to looking at the barometric pressure, all these different things to get a pretty accurate reading. Now, have I done this myself? Absolutely not. But I'm saying it does exist. There are professionals in their fucking fields doing it, and I have no reason to believe that they're incorrect in any way.
Okay.
So, I mean, what else can you nitpick at? Like you're the king of arguments from incredulity, coming in with things like satellites and not even knowing anything about X-band. I mean, it's
Okay.
just,
You guys, hold on. This is another thing I've been
on.
researching a whole lot lately. Is something I forgot about when I was in AWACS, and it fucking popped in my head a couple days ago. I was like, how have I not thought about this shit? There's a thing called the South Atlantic Anomaly, right? This is a spot from South America all the way to Africa, covering the entire fucking Southern Atlantic Ocean, all the way over Antarctica, where radar, where radio frequencies, where satellite GPS doesn't work. So how can you say with any degree of accuracy that there is 100% that there's 100% knowledge of where anything is in that specific area? And you can't. You can't whatsoever.
Well, we know exactly where the South Atlantic anomaly is. We know what causes.
Nor is anyone trying to here on this panel. I mean, what kind of red herring do you want to bring up next?
Only anomaly. There are other.
Okay.
The largest one.
I have issues with your guys' absolute solid dogma that you guys hold on to. Things like, oh, it's a old blade spheroid. Yet there is no measurable
Who said that here?
deviation. Tons, everybody, Jen, you have tons of times. That the Earth is an oblate spheroid, yet everything NASA shows you is a complete round circle without any measurable.
Do you know what obliquity is?
Hold on. What that is, that's the old fucking proverb or the old myth that we learned as children about the emperor has no clothes. They tell you one thing and you just believe it, right?
Well,
so without any evidence, you profess these to be true, and like I said, you don't even open up the option for argument against your opinion. That makes you guys dogmatists.
No, actually, I asked, if you weren't listening, Nathan, several times to bring up arguments. So I don't even know where you're bringing that up at. And saying that we're dogmatists, that's fine, bro. But obviously, we've done research on both sides. And obviously, we have kind of concluded that a lot of what they're saying or purporting to happen is actually probably happening, okay? And really, like I said earlier, it's the objective fact of flat or a sphere. Is it, you get into these dark matter and all these nonsensical things. Well, how does a satellite do this? Well, do you know anything about that? Have you talked to anybody in the field? Like, we are laymen's, and to bring up these nonsensical, very factoidal bullshit claims as some kind of argument is ridiculous, and then call us dogmatists on top of it. I'm ashamed of you.
That's exactly what dogmatists do, just like fucking Bible scholars who are complete laymen's. And
so I'll call myself a dogmatist with empirical evidence to back my dogma. How about that? I don't care what word you want to fucking tie to me, Ed.
I don't think you know what empirical means, Tim. Come on.
Oh, okay. What does empirical mean?
Own senses means that you know 100%. So when you say all this shit exists because you learned it from other people, that's not necessarily empirical. That takes a level of blind faith to actually agree and believe that.
We talked about all this stuff before. Hey, I got to get going, guys.
I wasn't listening.
I'm sorry, guys. Pmars, it's been an honor. Thank you very much for inviting me on the show.
Thank you.
Tim, it's been a pleasure to speak with you. Thanks to Gem Panda as well, and thanks to you at Upside Down Head. Have a good night, guys. Thank you.
See ya, baby.
So anyway, would you say that it's empirical when they're saying that there's a structure up there the size of a football field? It looks like this thing here. It's called the ISS, and we can actually track it, and you can actually see it with a telescope, and you can actually see it go by. Would that be an empirical evidence towards the fact of evidence or for there actually being satellites in the sky? I mean, obviously, if you want to be an empirical, if you want to be a John LeBon about everything, you won't ever understand anything greater than what is beyond your capabilities of perceiving. And this is an issue that we have here. It really, a lot of these questions aren't really beyond our perception. We could actually go and talk to somebody in the field. Now, if you go and talk to somebody in the field and you want to deny that afterwards, that's up to you. That's fine. But at least you went and actually got knowledge from somebody that fucking knows, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So everybody's arguments are null. It's just,
Okay,
it's null.
Why are we arguing? Why?
Well, because you called me a
years
dogmatist because I have empirical evidence to back what I believe in. I have justification for what I believe in.
Empirical
And
evidence from other
if I
people.
remember correctly, I'm pretty sure that you have, gone towards debunking the flat Earth for a couple of years and do
I'm not
believe
a
that we're on a
flat earther.
sphere.
I still do.
I never said that. So you believe we're on a sphere, but what is your point of coming in here and calling us dogmatists if we believe the same thing that you do?
That you guys are giving so much credit to shit that is fucking just unprovable. I mean, when you say NASA says, you might as well say fucking the Bible says. What is the difference? That bothers me. The absolute 100% surety that this shit is taking place in the fashion that they say without fucking any type of proof. 100% good scientific data.
Let me have a go at responding to that. To go back to the point that you made about the oblate spheroid, what they're talking about there is the fact that the Earth is 13 miles wider, 13 miles wider at the equator. So that's 13 miles in over 6,000 miles.
Okay, and I asked the question, how? What is the evidence that proves that?
Well, how about obliquity?
Let me get
do you know what obliquity means? Do you know what axial precession means? Do you understand that does fit in and cooperate with the model? This
I get it. That doesn't show proof for oblate spheroid. This is my problem.
Proof, please.
It doesn't. But
okay, tell me some evidence. That pictorial evidence of Earth.
Well, you don't believe in pictures from NASA, so what am I supposed to provide?
So because I don't believe it, you can't show your evidence either.
But Ed, I've just explained to you that if you're looking at something that's 6,000 miles across, you aren't going to be able to detect 13.
So how do they detect it to make those claims? This is my problem.
Right, but I accept that people who know how to measure these things have measured these things, and that what they're telling me is correct. I just believe them. It's as simple as that.
And that's dogma.
Hang on, let me finish. I believe them because it's reasonable to believe them, and because the people who are telling me not to believe them are making daft arguments like you just made. Is that all the pictures are round and they say it's an oblate spheroid?
Oh, did he really just say that?
That's a really silly argument.
Oh man.
So what you're saying is that I'm stupid for saying that I don't give credit to people who say it's an oblate spheroid without any measurable evidence whatsoever.
Pick up a practical astronomy book, bro, sometime.
Oh, really?
And figure
I can go to a library and learn this.
It's not
sure. Where else? YouTube?
Not without any.
I can go to a fucking church and learn that heaven exists too. What's the fucking difference?
That's a non sequitur, and it has nothing to do with what I just said.
Come on.
Nothing to do with it.
Oh, come on. There's no measurable curve that anyone can tell. Yes, I believe it's a sphere, okay? But it could also be shaped like a fucking popsicle for all I know. Or a fucking lollipop. How do you know?
So you understand how the star trails work and you've made videos on them. How would your popsicle theory work?
What are you talking about? Is there any accurate pictures of Antarctica? Do they exist?
That's a non sequitur. I just asked you a simple question that you are unable to answer, it seems.
Not really.
And this
you understand how the star trails work. So how does it work on your popsicle model?
What are you talking about, my popsicle model?
You just said it could be a popsicle.
It could be. Yeah, and it could be fucking. It could be a fucking figure eight for all we know. How the fuck do you know? I'm just saying the shit that fucking. All right. I'm saying that there aren't good pictures of Antarctica. There's no fucking detailed pictures of it whatsoever. But we got pictures of fucking Pluto way the fuck out there, and that shit is all the way down to the fucking.
You did research and you brought on my show or our show. The whole Antarctic, how there's they found whiskey and
there are
all kinds of pictures and all kinds of stuff.
I'm not saying people don't go there. I have not recanted. What is the problem
Okay,
here?
so
My problem is
what
my
are you
problem is that
expecting there to
people-
be? What kind of picture
My problem is
what
that
are you
you guys.
expecting?
My problem is that you guys are holding this religious opinion about NASA and the shape of the Earth and the fucking cosmology and everything.
You can call it
based
whatever
on
you want,
what these
fucktard.
people say.
Call it whatever you want.
You have no argument. Your
Call it
argument
whatever
is
you
that
want.
I can't prove something else, and you show no fucking evidence whatsoever.
I don't
Hold
care.
on. Well, what do you
I
want
am calling it what I'm calling it like I see
What do
it.
you even
guys are
want evidence
dogmatists.
for? I don't even know. You just keep saying non
You
sequiturs
guys,
like
no.
Antarctica.
You guys are
Pictures of
making the argument.
Antarctica. The fuck are you talking about?
You guys are as bad as the people that you rail on because
You keep making these fucking ad hominem attacks for some reason. Why don't you justify them? And what are you even asking for here? You just said, why aren't there pictures of Antarctica? What kind of picture do you want us to produce?
Guys,
you want me to go there right now? What do you want me to produce?
Listen here.
Yeah, because
What kind of argument do you bring to the table
back,
when it's impossible for the person
like
to fucking prove it?
I'd like you to take a step back, and if it's impossible for people to prove it, then why the fuck are you saying that it's proof?
Because you just brought up Antarctica. I don't have any fucking pictures of Antarctica. So
but
what?
NASA does, right? Don't they? Except you don't see any.
So and you deny all of them. So what? Let's get beyond this. What is your argument then?
My argument is that you guys are acting just like the people that you rail against. No, you guys are arguing just like the people that you rail against. The people that say truth. That
no,
this is
there's
the truth,
empirical
say,
evidence to back our justification. Dude.
And you can't show me any evidence of a fucking
what evidence do you want us to fucking provide? You just talked about pictures of Antarctica.
NASA
what do you want?
You guys should go to your church.
What do you want?
The argument.
What do you want?
I just told you. I just told you.
Pictures of Antarctica? You want me to go Google search Antarctica pictures or what? What do you want?
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me the evidence that proves that it's an oblate fucking spheroid. Okay.
And I told you to pick up a practical astronomy book. Okay. And prove it to your fucking self, because I'm not here to spoon feed Ed upside down head on the internet about what he can learn himself. Instead of just questioning everything, go look it up.
The truth while professing the truth and offering nothing.
You don't know what obliquity means. You are making arguments from incredulity. Okay?
Oh yeah.
You understand that?
There you go. Are you reading from a script again, Tim?
A script, really? This is a pretty fucking dynamic conversation.
I know nothing. You've been piggybacking off my fucking work for the past 2 years, Tim. Come on.
What? What work?
The Star Trail argument that you've been using, that's my shit, dude. You kidding me?
Oh, really? Star Trails? Really? The practical astronomy books that I read and understood before we even had the conversation? Really?
My point is that
Star Trails has always been my big fucking proof.
I don't hold the dogmatic argument that you guys have. Okay?
Well, very good. Pat on the back.
I easily say. I take a step back from all this and I say, I don't believe these people because there isn't 100% concrete evidence. Okay? And if you guys do,
do no test for yourself, Ed. Just sit there and look for the lunar wave. How about for the next couple years? How about that, bro? Maybe you can sit on the bar stool and figure out the intricacies of our universe.
Yeah, and in a couple years,
I wrote that down, Ed. I wrote that down. I knew that we were going to have this conversation. What do you know? I write everything down, Ed. This is all a fucking
that's
script,
fine. In
Ed.
a couple years, I'll come back to YouTube and you'll still be making fucking troll videos on fucking Flat Earth, dude. What's the difference?
No, I won't.
Okay.
I'm done with Flat Earth.
Done. Okay.
Done. This is a ridiculous conversation to still be having.
I know.
It really is.
And
I've literally come to the cap of the knowledge and the things that I can receive from this subject, and I think that it's time for me to get out. Though I will say I have fucking come under a very, very crazy 2 years, partially because of the Flat Earth, partially. But I've grown as a person tremendously. But I do also look at it now, and I see that it's gone back to elementary school with Eric Dubé and Dell and all these people. And I just throw my hands up, dude, because you're going to come on and say that I'm dogmatic and you should go to a church to figure out shit, when really these people are the definition of dogma. They're the fucking shining example. The
people that profess truth are all dogmatic because truth is subjective and nobody can know it.
No, you're just bending the word dogma however you'd like, and that's kind of why you call us dogmatists to begin with.
It's subjective truth and objective truth.
I don't think truth. If I believe there is an objective reality that we can know truth about, and I think most people think that, and I don't think that we are being dogmatic or following a religion. I think what we're doing is, or certainly I'll speak for myself, what I'm doing is I believe what's reasonable to believe. Now, if I read somewhere or I hear Neil deGrasse Tyson say the Earth's actually an oblate spheroid and it's slightly bigger at the equator, I have no reason to disbelieve that. I don't.
I have a literally 100-year-old book, practical astronomy book, one of them, that literally is talking about the obliquity. It's talking about the 16-mile difference they thought at that point,
Right.
the geoid, all these different things.
Yeah.
And I mean, Ed, we're talking before NASA. You
I
know,
know,
people
and
were
those are,
observing the stars in the sky, and people come to the conclusion, even astronomers, that we're on a sphere Earth because it's logical. It's logical.
And it's reasonable to accept when someone in that sort of a position says something like that. It's reasonable to accept. It's reasonable to accept it, at least on some occasions, based on the nature of what they're telling you. If he says to me, well, actually, the Earth's 13 miles bigger at the equator, why shouldn't I believe it? Who gives a fuck? What does it?
you guys
If it's
do.
wrong, who cares? It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It just makes no difference. Doesn't seem to be, to me, to be any reason for him to lie, and therefore there doesn't seem to be any reason to disbelieve him. I think that most people are telling the truth most of the time. Not
I think disbelief. I think disbelief without justification is much worse than belief with justification. And I think that I believe it is a sphere, and I have justification that there's empirical evidence, and yes, it is using your senses, Ed, to verify this. And obviously, you have verified it for yourself. But
Hey,
there
I
are
believe the
just
Earth is here
literal.
too.
This is the Earth, dude. This is literally the physics of our world, and I agree to a certain extent with people going out and doing this and saying, "Oh, it's flat because it's a hot day or whatever. And they're seeing a mirage or whatever." So there's all these variables. There's all these things that we're so small, scalability wise, compared to the Earth. So yeah, I mean, all these things do fit, to believe that way. But I just as far as curvature, not seeing curvature, I do believe that you see curvature when the sun and the moon rise and set. Because if it is a sphere Earth, then it's going beyond the curvature. We're not talking about perspective or any kind of ad hoc excuse, some moisture deck or whatever. We're talking about literal thing that you could map out and play with balls or whatever and see what would happen to an observer looking at it. So this is why I don't understand why you would call us dogmatic when our belief is the most justifiable. It has the most empirical evidence to back it. And I just, it's like, okay, well then I'm dogmatic for truth, or I'm dogmatic for science, and you can't lump me in with Jim Panda about NASA, because I don't say 100% either way about these things. So go ahead.
Yeah, what do you guys, what up, brother? I was wondering, what's your opinion about the idea that we use plane trigonometry to navigate, and we as like sailors historically have only ever used plane trigonometry. Never have we ever used spherical.
No, that's totally untrue. I completely forgot what it's called, but I've actually done research into it. It's a certain type of trigonometry that literally they use, because if they were using a flat, planar fucking projection in the southern hemisphere, it would not work.
Well, most navigation, that's like how we figured out where we're at in other people's stars. Like what your latitude is.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's used plane trigonometry.
It's fucking evidence for the globe, man.
No, they only ever use plane trigonometry. They never use spherical.
Nah, I'll try to find it, man. But trust me, it's extremely advanced. I try to look into it, and it takes it takes 2 points, and it takes the curvature.
Look, brother, when you use a sextant, you're basing it off of plane trigonometry. There is no other trigonometry.
Okay, well now you're saying using a sextant. That's the whole different thing.
Yes, using a sextant would be what you would use to figure out the angular
I'm telling you right now, Issa, that there is other trigonometry that they use that is spherical trigonometry that literally the boats nowadays that don't try to get lost use.
God, I don't know. Well, what's the name of it then?
Fuck, dude. Let me see if I can find it. Do you know, Jim?
No.
I never made a video about it.
Spherical excess, are you?
Oh man, I forgot where I found that. Was it trig or?
It's plain trigonometry is what they use. No disrespect, but that's all they use. You know, and so like, and it's like, you know, something I've been driving home lately is the idea that, you know, Sir Isaac Newton is the one who fought against the use of time to be used to calculate longitude. I mean, these people, like, you know, showed how stupid they were when they made a lot of decisions throughout their careers.
Yeah, you need to you need to look up spherical trigonometry and ship sailing. I mean, there's books on it, dude. It's not just plain trigonometry.
Right. Why isn't it oblate spheroid trigonometry?
Because it's very
only
nominal. We're
13
talking about
miles
1/300th of a part, dude. We're talking about 16 miles.
They
It's not
only
that
use
much.
plain
It's not precision, though.
They only,
Oh, it's not precision.
It's
Okay.
not. That's my point. That's part of my
Okay,
issue.
well, let's roll out the flat map then. That's going to be precision. Again, I don't think Jim Panda sails. I personally don't sail.
No, I don't.
But I believe that we could probably find somebody and talk to somebody. I'll go talk to anybody and pick their brain, man. Anybody. And of course, I'm going to believe somebody that's in the fucking field more than somebody that I find on YouTube that just denies
look
everything.
up how to use a sextant.
Right?
Look up how to use a sextant from captains all over the world. I mean, granted, there's not much on the sextant and how to use it.
Yeah, well, like I said,
happen
using a sextant, okay. But that wasn't kind of...
I happen to have one. It's something that like I've always been kind of interested in. And it's really the way.
So what is the sextant navigating by?
Well, it depends what you're navigating. Like if you're using the sun or if you're using Polaris, it depends what star you're using.
So if they were using you know, a sextant to circumnavigate and to travel the world using the northern celestial pole, and probably likewise in the south, wouldn't that lead credence to the globe Earth model? Because, like I said earlier, anytime you're on the globe and you look south, unless you're at the poles, you're literally looking towards the south celestial pole.
Well, here's the thing: is that
it doesn't work on a flat map.
Your angle from Polaris on like the latitude that you're at is the angle.
Yeah.
Polaris is at on a flat plane.
Yeah, I mean, I said, do you understand that you're literally describing the celestial sphere and how it's attributed to ground, like empirical, like fucking ground that we can go and travel and actually do this shit and say, wow, this star moved 1 degree and I traveled south, and this star moved, you know what I'm saying? Like
it's plain trigonometry.
It's complete. No,
allows you to do that.
You don't broken record me, bro. No, it's not.
You have to accept that that's a historical fact.
Okay, so they're using plane trigonometry, but they're using a spherical fucking Earth because it is a sphere. First of all,
right?
They're using the North Celestial Pole to navigate all the northern. Listen, all the northern hemisphere oceans can be navigated with the Northern Celestial Pole. So how the fuck would that work on a flat Earth map? Mostly in the southern. It's terrible in the south. It just totally shreds in the south.
Well,
I'm seeing loads of stuff on navigating using spherical trigonometry.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
All over the place.
There it is.
I mean, it absolutely is, I say. I'm sorry, but it is.
Well, I frankly, that's historically inaccurate. So I don't know where, like, you know.
Historically, we're talking about literally. There's books and scientific documents about this, talking about spherical trigonometry navigating oceans. You said that they only use planar trigonometry, and then you brought in sextant to it. The argument.
No, the problem is that they've never used never used spherical trigonometry because you would wind up in a totally different location.
To wind up where?
You would wind up in a totally different location if you were to add all the extra bullshit of the sphere.
Oh no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. It's a flat ball because we're so small. It's a flat ball, bro. literally.
Well, I think you're mistaken. This, like again, like.
Well, like you coming in and saying that they don't use spherical trigonometry, you are completely mistaken. And do you want to, do research and see if your argument right there is incorrect, or you just want to keep using that argument?
Look, I'm just letting you know that historically they only ever used plane trigonometry. To say that they use spherical trigonometry is it's inaccurate.
Well, great.
Historically,
It's great that you bring up things, I said, that literally pretty much prove that we're on a sphere. I mean, seriously. You bring up latitude and the stars attributed to them. It's just amazing.
I'm reading now about these different methods of sailing, parallel sailing. What's this other one here? Bear with me.
It's a complex name. I forget.
Middle latitude sailing. There's all these different methods which are, they point out that, the differences if you're traveling at east to west.
Right, but that's not talking. And
this sort of thing.
Any sailing method is going to use plane trigonometry. It does not.
It isn't.
It's not true. I've said that.
You're talking about longitude. Are you talking about? You're talking about being able to calculate and maintain a point of reference to a star so that you stay on the same latitude.
What this is saying is that sometimes they use plane, just a point to point thing, but it depends in which. Hang on, it depends in which direction you're sailing.
Right.
There's another one here. It's called Mercator sailing. So it depends, which direction you're traveling in and what.
It's not calculating a spherical positioning though. You're using
spherical. It's literally spherical trigonometry.
You're using. Well, you're discussing is dead reckoning.
The document I'm reading now is called Plane and Spherical Trigonometry.
Right, and spherical trigonometry is not used in navigation.
Well,
so Issa, you come into here and you keep saying the same thing, and we're telling you something different.
Yeah, because
are you going to be like most flat earthers and shut your blinders, bro? Or are you going to put on your fucking thinking cap, man, and go do some research? Because people do use spherical trigonometry.
Right. I mean, I got this with a very quick Google. I mean,
using a sextant, they use spherical trigonometry. Is that what you're telling me?
That wasn't your initial premise.
All they ever did is use the sextant historically to figure out latitude. They didn't use.
Well, they weren't circumnavigating the Earth using it, were they?
Yeah, they were. What do you mean? Magellan used the sextant.
So they were. So they were using the stars to circumnavigate the Earth with a fucking sextant, right? I mean, you're literally giving evidence and credence towards the globe Earth. You understand this, correct?
You understand you sound silly, right?
No. You sound silly because we've actually tried to prove you wrong and you won't even accept it. I mean, this is pure denial at this point, Issa.
Well, only when you're historically inaccurate should one deny that.
No, you said no. You said no. You came on and said no ships use spherical trigonometry. They use planar trigonometry, and then you're just proven wrong. And then you tried to add the sextant, okay, and you're wrong.
A sextant is how they historically measured.
Okay, well, that was a tool that they used. Yes,
and they used
we have better
only
ones now.
and merely plane trigonometry. Okay. And with that, and longitude is.
Did you think they thought the Earth was flat when they were navigating it?
Well, it's funny. I started thinking about it like this: when we talk about the sun, colloquially, we say the sun rises and the sun sets. We've always if people ever really bought into the whole notion that they were spinning, then we would have a totally different vocabulary regarding the sun. We seem
What do you mean people do buy into us spinning?
We ever since the 50s maybe we've only accepted, like, when we talk about the sun, we talk about it as rising and setting. We don't talk about it like as the Earth is spinning. It's spin away from the sun time. We don't say that at night. We say the sun.
Well, that's because it's a given. It's a given on the current
Well, I'm just saying, colloquially, people have
Isn't it weird that you guys bring up just obscure things and try to form an argument from it?
The language, even continued to this day, talks about and is indicative of the idea of the sun moving, not the other way around. I'm just saying, it's only been 50 years since you guys have claimed.
That's very, very, very blatantly false. Blatantly false.
So what does sunset
on every
imply?
account. Socrates and Plato's talked about us going around and not being geocentric. I mean, this was
Then why
talked
didn't
about
it enter
and
the
written about.
language? Why didn't it enter the language? Because we talk about the sun rising and setting.
What do you mean? What is the point, man?
That's the vocabulary that we have chosen. Is that we look at the sun as though it's rising and setting.
Yeah, because from your perspective, it rises and sets.
All right. So why do you think? Right, and you think otherwise. But the point is that the people, I think, have always maintained that the sun is moving above it, and it's evident. It's evident in the language. You say the sun rises and sets. You don't say the Earth is spinning away from fucking. Every morning,
it's just a byproduct of it, man.
That's what
it's
you
think.
Just a
byproduct of it.
Right. That's what your opinion about that is. The point is that people.
That's your opinion. So what?
No, the point is that people, when they speak of the sun rising and setting. They don't speak of it any other way.
Yes, because visually, that's basically what we say.
Historically, if we were using plain trigonometry to navigate, and we talk about the sun moving over our head, then it appears that it was kind of a general consensus that the Earth is flat and that the sun was moving over our head.
That wasn't the general consensus at all.
Are you sure? Were you alive back then? You've already admitted that you haven't done it.
I've
already admitted
that
you haven't. Hold on. You've admitted that you don't do any tests. You've admitted that you're either.
Hold on. You're the one that's making
you're in Colorado.
Assertion about history. You were.
I'm not in Colorado.
Well, I'm saying you're inland. You're not around the ocean.
I don't understand. You just said like 5 things that are just blatantly false about me. I don't get it.
Have you not said you're from Colorado?
I'm not from Colorado.
All right, then.
I live there.
All right, then. So I'm just saying.
Not there right now.
You're landlocked. Okay, well, I'm just saying.
I was in San Diego 8 months ago for 6 months.
And Jem, the whole thing with the plane trigonometry is that they've never done spherical trigonometry on ships. I can't. I've had this fucking problem for this. Is it better now?
I just don't get it. Nobody has come on with any evidence for the flat earthers, for flat Earth. It's like these people don't want to debate their convictions. I literally found out and I proved to myself that we're on a sphere, and I love to go and talk about it. You know, because I actually learn from picking other people's brains and people saying something that I didn't know. Like, why is a vacuum not attached to a non-vacuum? Like, it improves all of us by talking about it. But the thing about flat earthers, and even Ed here, is they just want to bring up a bunch of just ridiculous red herrings that have nothing to do with anything. Like, we were talking about the shape of the Earth, and then we were talking about pictures of how we're dogmatists and we need pictures of Antarctica. Like, I didn't even know what evidence he wanted us to provide in the first place. Like, seriously, he just came on and wanted to say that we're dogmatists. Literally. Like, do you have anything else to say to justify why you would come on and say that, Ed?
Yeah. Why? Wait, say that again?
What made you come on and say that we're dogmatists?
Because...
How do you justify that?
Because there's fucking so much lack of evidence for either side, regardless, that people hold true onto both sides and they fight fucking to the death, to the teeth, and it goes nowhere. It goes nowhere. And that's my problem that I have with everybody, is everybody says these people over here trying to say the truth are complete retards, and they say these people over here trying to...
So I'm not supposed to say anything, then? Is that what I should not do? Just shut my fucking mouth and walk away and just let everybody just say whatever they want?
No, say whatever you want to, but that's I have no control over what you think. But you seem to think that other people fucking have a fucking problem. You know that other people shouldn't say certain fucking things. Whatever. That's not okay. That's not the point. Let me take a step back.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
My issue is that everybody seems to think that they have the fucking absolute truth, and nobody does. Right? Which is why we're having this argument. And I've made the argument before. There are no conspiracy theories about fucking planes flying in the sky because we all see it. It's all evident and it can be tested. Right? Like, come on.
So that's why we listed a few things that you could test yourself and why we would justify our belief in the way that we do. Now, we didn't get very far, obviously, because I didn't really have any kind of antithesis or anything to kind of spark my brain on some of these matters. But, I thought you were laughing. But really, it's just a joke. because if you want to call us dogmatists, that's fine. But what we're saying is you can go look it up yourself. You can go empirically validate it yourself or invalidate it. You come on and just call us a name to try to just say that everything that we're saying is just pure dogma. It's not. It's something that you could go do if you wanted to. But what you want to do is go to a bar stool and do other things and just ask a bunch of dumb shit questions. You know what I'm saying?
You don't have a clue. You don't have a fucking idea what I do with my life, kid.
I think I have a pretty good idea, Ed.
Like I drink my face away all day, every day. Come on, kid.
Well, sorry, but a lot of times you're at the bar. I mean, I don't know.
So what? A lot of times you're on fucking the internet all day, every fucking day.
Well, that just validated it. You just validated what I said. So why do you have a problem with it?
No, I didn't. Oh, don't
You just
stick me
did.
with that. Get out of here.
You just said, yeah, I am always at the bar. You just admitted to it.
Don't
No,
fight.
I
Ed,
didn't.
don't fight on this guy. Come on.
That's ridiculous.
No, we need to talk like men because he's got a problem because he made friends with cathexis and their little butt buddies like cathexis and Jeranism are, and I'm too real for these people. I know Ed is real as fuck. Ed is real as fuck. He's from Boston. I understand that.
You're fake as fuck, Tim.
Oh, I'm
Tim,
fake.
you're fake as fuck.
I'm fake. Your perceptions are what lead you to what you believe. And your perception of me is that I'm fake as fuck. But really, a lot of people can see that I hold to my guns, and I'm very, very fucking evident about what I say and what I believe. I've never really backed down off of any.
On the internet, you sling shit. You got nothing fucking against you because you're smart, because you hold anonymity, and you fucking don't lend anybody. You don't make friends out here, kid. Like that's your fucking thing.
I'm not here for friends. Do you not understand that? Do you not understand that?
I get it. So you come out here, you try to say like I'm a drunk or something like that. Like I said that I was at the bar all day, which I fucking didn't, right? And then you just do that. You play this game, dude. It's old. It's tired.
No. My whole point with you was that you spend your time doing things that are probably mostly unwise, right?
I work
but you want to come on here and ask a bunch of questions when really in real life, instead of doing all those unwise things you do, you probably could go, if you're really pursuit of knowledge, if you're really into it, you could go talk to people. But
Timmy,
instead you want to come here and call us dogmatists because we have empirical data to back what we believe in.
What do I do for work since you know so much about my life? What do I do for work since you know so much about my life? Do I work at a bar?
I never said you did.
Do I sit at a bar all day and I drink my face away? Am I a homeless bum?
You just said that you just admitted to being at the bar a lot.
Ed, don't give him this.
No. Fuck that. I've known Tim for a long time.
What?
I'm not mad at Tim for this. Whatever.
He's got a soft spot for cathexis, and a lot of people do. It's fine. I really don't care about this kind of like drama and these friends.
Tim's out here trying to label me as a drunk.
People act like your friends.
Every word I say because he seems to think that I'm a drunk. You're a computer nerd, dude.
I say
what
that
else do you do?
Oh yeah, I'm a
what
fucking hacker, dude. I'm a fucking pro hacker, dude.
Total pro. Playing Dota all day on Photoshop.
No, not Dota all day at all. I hadn't played for 6 months, and I played about a couple hours in the past couple weeks. So what?
Whatever. I bust my ass every fucking day.
So do I.
Oh my god, guys, stop, please. But
blame Tim.
Well, he
wants to sling shit.
I kind of agree with them because, Tim says he's not here for friends. I would like to make friends, and I would like to be friends with Cathexis, for instance. But it's really difficult because when I'm honest with him, he gets mad at me.
Oh,
and
stop it.
it's true. And he calls me just honestly.
No, he's a condescending prick.
He says
to the
I'm
people
not
that
even...
he wants to be to. But everybody else, on the flat side, he's hey girl, how you doing? In the Glowbusters chat, he'll talk shit about me all fucking day with Jaren and all these other people.
He says he's one way around flat earthers and he's another way around ballers, and that's like fucking weird to me. And like all I did was agree with Gem Panda when Gem Panda said the only reason you're a flat earther, because he's not even a flat earther or whatever, he's agnostic. It's like such bullshit. And he does these philosophy strawman bullshit arguments, and it's the same thing every time you argue with him. And then he thinks, oh, you don't want to argue with me because I am so good at arguing, and it's ridiculous. It's like a
Look, I'll fight for anybody's right. I'll fight for anybody's right to do it.
Right.
You guys can do whatever the fuck you want to do. That's fine. I really don't care. Like, you guys want to believe in flat Earth, that's fine.
Yeah.
If you want to act like you're in the pursuit of truth and don't really pursue it, just chat with idiots on the internet, idiots including me, then that's fine too. Do what you want.
Like,
You know what I'm saying? I don't care anymore. I don't fucking care.
I don't care.
I have no dog in the race.
I don't care that people are flat earthers or ball earthers. Like, all I'm doing is being honest and saying the flat earth is a lie. It's probably a psyop from the Masons.
And they're asshole trolls
and they say that's
that go around to everybody that says that the earth is a sphere and troll them.
You get called a troll for saying the truth. And I get Cathexis says I'm disrespectful because all I did was say the truth.
Hold on. Hey Tim, did you get called a troll when you came out with 9/11?
I did. I went Chris Geo, Truth Frequency, motherfucker.
So you got
he
called out
wrote a
being
video.
troll.
He made a whole fucking
Hold on.
music video about me being a troll.
What's your opinion about 9/11? Do you still hold that opinion?
Of course, but
okay. Well, what is it? What's your opinion?
It was an inside job. We were lied to. It was like occult ritual symbology.
It's not the official
Hold
story.
on. And you got called. Okay. And so do you know exactly what happened on 9/11?
No.
Okay, hold on then. So, if you can't prove to me that you know exactly what happened on 9/11, then why should I believe anything that you say about 9/11? Because that's how I feel.
Because we're not taking a position of absolute truth. We're taking a position of saying we don't know.
Okay then. So why are you asking flat earthers for a model when we're saying, hey, we don't know exactly what the fuck is going on, but the official story is bullshit?
No. You guys say that the Earth's flat, so you can make a model. You make a model.
Hold
it's easy.
on. And you were proposing back when that 9/11 was an inside job, and people might have been calling you shills for it. But the point is, you didn't. And if they said to you, "Well, who did it?" and you say, "Well, we don't know. We need to look a little further."
Look. This is a false equivalency because
No,
9/11 is much different than a confirmation bias for the flat Earth that you have.
Fuck that.
Much different.
I've been doing 9/11 for fucking however long I figured it out, 2004, 2005, whatever it was. Fucking the whole thing is this: is that if we're doing if we're gonna say that that 9/11 has legitimacy, then man, you have to lend credence, or just a little bit of credibility, or maybe a little bit more credibility to the idea that the Earth being flat is of the same thing. Because I'm getting called a shill and a troll because I fucking have looked into something that I found some validity to, and that I don't believe the official story.
It's a false analogy. I said it's a false analogy.
I would disagree. I mean,
it doesn't. Look. It's saying that if this happens one time, then it's always likely to happen.
Man, I'm saying it could be the modus. It's the MO of the thing that we're after.
So if somebody came out and said literally was pitching the Dick Earth truth, and people were saying, oh, you're a shill, you're an idiot, I mean.
Well, no, but my
so
point
what?
is,
it's just as invalid.
Hold on, the Dick Earth truth would be fighting the official narrative, so I'd have to just be like, I respect it, I stand with it, right? Because it goes for another investigation. Is my point? Is that
this is all just our perspective.
Hold on, though. Remember though, 9/11 truth. The whole point of 9/11 truth was to get another investigation. We never got another investigation.
Yeah.
Right,
Now the point is that we want, if we wanted to have, it's same thing with this flat Earth shit, is that we're saying, hey, we need a fucking another investigation, and the only agency that's getting $52 million a year keeps pumping out the same official fucking story every year, and we keep getting that same sick book.
Some ideas stupid?
What's that?
Are some ideas stupid?
Like dark matter?
Actually, no. Actually, he's right. No.
All ideas about...
He is right. Dark matter is an ad hoc hypothesis to make a theory work.
Yeah,
but the problem with flat Earth... The problem with flat Earth is the entire thing is ad hoc. That's the difference.
Yep. It's totally bias driven.
No,
it's totally I believe
this,
and I'm gonna start with these premises and I'm gonna try to prove it.
Doesn't it more? But
it's not science.
Look at it like this though. But that's not everybody's approach. Because there's some people's approach where they're saying, "Hey, look, we just want another investigation." They're just saying, "Hey, look, we don't fucking believe the official narrative. We want another investigation." And that's really what a lot of people. We're not like. I look at it like. These proposals about maps and all this kind of stuff, it's kind of like your Judy Woods and your stuff like that that's going to come out and say, we know exactly what they did and who did it. It's like, hold on. Or somebody that's going to say, hold on, nobody died on 9/11.
I said, but that's science, okay? We have a working model. This is the point.
Dude, so does the Flat Earth. Flat Earth has a working model.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. We got
Don't be joking, dude. This is a serious conversation. This is so serious.
Super
serious. So serious right now.
Yeah, bear pig.
I got a clue. Fucking. I just think of it like, Flat Earth is getting painted in that same brush that 9/11 Troopers painted in early on, and that's something I think that people should take into consideration. Even if they want to reserve their opinion about living on a sphere, that's cool. But like, you got to give the Flat Earthers credibility in the sense that, I mean, dude, historically, like I've said, like something that's really kind of pissed me off is that, dude, they use fucking plane trigonometry for historically ever to figure shit out where they were on the face of the earth. I can't.
You're
That's
back
a
to
his.
this.
Well, hold on now. I'm not trying to argue it. I'm just saying that's a historical fucking deal, man. And like, you know, and granted, they're
because I'm seeing a lot of stuff that says it's not.
Well, look, you could find a bunch of this of the spherical stuff too. You could also find there's a time when they, you know, like they didn't even know how to do longitude. And this is what gets me too, is that Sir Isaac Newton fucking forbid and actively against the very idea that was going to figure out how to do longitude. Because not knowing longitude,
he didn't forbid it. Come on.
He actively fought against the guy who was trying to propose and bring in the
what
clock.
Newton said was, because the problem was that at that time there weren't accurate clocks and watches. And what Newton's problem was that if a ship sailed relying upon what was supposedly a very accurate timepiece, and for whatever reason accuracy was lost, it was then lost forever. And that's why Newton preferred a method of lunar measurements, I think.
Right, they were going to use, well, you know what, moon though, wasn't it? Well, they were going to use the regular the moon,
he wasn't suppressed. Harrison wasn't suppressed. He was the
he had to supersede their royal council and go to the king.
That's not true.
His son did.
Hang on, the Royal Society spoke in his favor to the Longitude Committee, and the Longitude Committee granted him a sea trial, and it was the first sea trial that they had granted after they'd been actually presented with a number of ideas, none of which they felt had enough merit for a trial. His was the first one they felt had merit. So it had a lot of support in high places. But, you know, no idea has, you know, 100% support.
Right. I'll give you that, but at the same time, I know that the way that it ultimately was put to effect was that the man's son had to go and submit his final proposition, and that when they did figure it out and they realized that it was as good as, you know, as accurate as you could get.
But that's right. That's part of the way that he designed clocks, because what he did was he created.
You had to go from bigger to smaller, yeah.
He created these sort of layered clocks, and what he would do is he would create a mechanism, and then he would test its accuracy, and then it would be, you know, inaccurate to a certain degree, and then he would create another mechanism to correct that inaccuracy. And then he would test it again, and then create another mechanism, and so on and so, and keep creating these mechanisms to correct out.
He's a fucking genius.
Oh yeah, he was brilliant.
Yeah.
And he made these first clocks were made out of wood because he was a carpenter.
Yeah,
so
he knew the
carved
words.
all the cogs and everything.
Jesus, really?
Hey, yo, he knew the effect that the wood would have out at sea. My mic. Like he knew.
He knew the Earth was a sphere too. It's crazy.
Or is it an oblate spheroid?
Yes, it's very, very slightly oblate. Like you look that over.
Immeasurable.
Little sexy.
No, it's measurable.
Oh yeah.
Have you looked up obliquity yet? Exoprecession, any of those things?
Yeah.
Have you looked up any practical astronomy at all? Because really, you have used the argument for star trails to prove that you're on a sphere. Now, the whole argument with star trails actually proves the obliquity. So you should get on that, brother.
Is that due to a specific declination or inversion away from a sphere model with trigonometry and stuff
I
like
don't
that?
know.
I'd like
You
to
have
see where
some
that math
research to
exists.
do.
Oh, I
You have
do,
some
because
research to do.
so you can't point me anywhere to any of that.
Yeah, Google.
Yeah, Google.
Yeah, type it in the search your question, and it'll come up with pretty good answers sometimes.
That's a good answer.
Yeah, it is. Do it every day. So yeah. You can look up those terms: obliquity, axial precession,
You guys are funny.
precession of the equinox, the wobble, all these different things actually corroborate the model that you actually believe in. So for you to take up such a clown act and say, "Whoa, it doesn't look oblate," when we're blatantly telling you that it's 16 miles 1/300th of a part, so I
When
can
you're,
draw that in
hey,
Photoshop
Timmy,
for
you
you
missed that.
sometime.
When you're
The emperor has no clothes.
blatantly. They can blatantly tell you.
I said blatantly.
I know, you
Isaac
said-
Newton
you said-
first
I like
proposed
the
that the Earth was not perfectly round.
Well, he's an idiot. What did he come up with? Laws?
Yeah, he said it was 13 miles greater at the equator and then at the poles.
Yeah, there's different
just trying to find out how-
geoids.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out how we know
or
this.
datum, rather. Yeah, if you look up, what was it, Charles Brown datum, 1866, I believe it is, you'll find different datums that they've done where it's kind of been refined. But, I mean, we're talking before NASA, hundreds of years that people were testing the obliquity of the Earth. Not just that it's a sphere, but it's very intricate obliquity. So
This is actually a very interesting article. You don't mind if I read out a few of these paragraphs?
no, go ahead. We love your voice.
It relates directly to the shape of the Earth. Just a little bit about the Greeks and Aristotle and whatever. And then it says, Isaac Newton first proposed that the Earth was not perfectly round. Instead, he suggested it was an oblate spheroid, a sphere that is squashed at its poles and swollen at the equator. He was correct because of this bulge. The distance from the Earth's center to sea level is roughly 21 kilometers, 13 miles greater at the equator than at the poles. Instead of Earth being like a spinning top made of steel, explains geologist Vic Baker at the University of Arizona in Tucson, it has a bit of plasticity that allows the shape to deform very slightly. The effect would be similar to spinning a bit of silly putty. Though Earth's plasticity is much, much less than that of silicon plastic clay, so familiar to children. Our globe, however, is not a perfect oblate spheroid because mass is distributed unevenly within the planet. The greater a concentration of mass is, the stronger its gravitational pull, creating bumps around the globe. Earth's shape also changes over time due to a menagerie of other dynamic factors. Mass shifts around inside the planet, altering those gravitational anomalies. Mountains and valleys emerge and disappear due to plate tectonics. Occasional meteors crater the surface, and the gravitation of the moon and gravitational pull of the moon and sun not only cause ocean and atmospheric tides, but earth tides as well. In addition, the changing weight of the oceans and atmosphere can cause deformations across the crust on the order of a centimeter or so. So there's all sorts of shit going on that affects the shape of the Earth, which is quite
all immeasurable, all not measurable or proven, and it's all theory.
So if you're a sphere earther, hold on. What it is, first of all, measurable, but second of all, like cui bono. Hold on, cui bono.
Okay, well, let me just read this last paragraph. To keep track of Earth's shape, scientists now position thousands of global positioning system receivers on the ground.
Don't work over the southern Atlantic anomaly.
Hang on. Scientists now position thousands of global positioning system receivers on the ground that can detect changes in their elevation of a few millimeters. Another method, dubbed satellite laser ranging, fires visible wavelength lasers from a few dozen ground stations at satellites. Any changes detected in their orbits correspond to gravitational anomalies and thus mass distributions inside the planet. Still another technique, very long baseline interferometry, has radio telescopes on the ground listen to extragalactic radio waves to detect changes in the positions of the ground stations.
Nobody's gonna believe all this shit anyway.
We're nearly there. It may take much technology to understand the Earth is not perfectly round, but it takes quite a bit of effort and equipment to determine its true shape. So there's
so
different
what you're saying is that all you need is satellites, and you don't need fucking geodetic surveys, which is the
Ed, are you well surveying? Yes, they talk about that as well.
Why don't they just have GPS fucking monitors that shoot signals?
Anyway, Ed, are you proposing, because you are a sphere earther, are you proposing that there's some kind of conspiracy that has to do with the obliquity of the Earth? Is that what you're proposing here?
No, I'm saying you guys.
Because really, where's the logic in that, dude? Seriously.
I'm saying you guys believe the shit that they tell you without any fucking validation.
No. You don't even know. Just hold on. Just like the other night, him making arguments from incredulity about satellites, he came and did the same thing about how they knew about the obliquity of the Earth. Now, he then says that it's our fault for us knowing these things that he's asked about. And that he denies them up front intrinsically. So Ed, where's your logic with this, bro? Are you drinking right now? Because this is dumb.
Hey Tim, you on drugs again like you used to be? Like you've admitted tons of times. Are you still a junkie? Like you've admitted tons of times before?
I've never admitted to being a junkie because I've never been a junkie.
You're trying to discredit me for drinking beers and enjoying alcohol. Like, what are you doing? This is
I'm saying that you're logically fallacious. It's just
you have no class. I've been your fucking. I've had your back for years.
No, you haven't. You haven't. You have cathexis over me. Okay, I don't care.
Class. You're classless.
Listen, I fucking got cathexis and Jeranism together. I got you and him together. I'm a people bringer together. But you know what? I don't care about being fucking friends with you.
You bring people together, and then you pit everybody together, and you remain anonymous, and you do your thing, and you just sit back and enjoy the low.
I know you're looking, Ed. I know you're looking.
You enjoy the lows.
Right? I know you're looking, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't do those things. That's
yeah, whatever. I don't give a fuck who you are, Tim. That's not the point. The point is that you have no fucking class. Look at you. Listen to the shit you're saying. What's wrong with you?
Okay. Well, like I said, you're logically fallacious, and I tried to point it out, and I have no class because of
logically fallacious. Fucking at the bar drinking.
Yes, you're a sphere earther that is trying to make a conspiracy out of the obliquity of the Earth for no reason, with no knowledge. With total arguments from incredulity. You knew nothing about obliquity. You knew nothing about how they know about it. You knew nothing. And you made an argument, and I'm the bad guy for it. I'm classless, my friend. I'm classless.
You have no class.
Hey, I had that written down too, brother. I fucking know everything I'm going to say in these shows, guys.
Apparently.
Anyway, other people can talk because, this Gish Gallop gets kind of on my nerves.
It's whatever, dude. Do your thing. You've always done it. So
hey, don't let it get to you.
Fun.
Yeah.
How about that plane trigonometry?
Yep. How about that? No fucking evidence for a fucking deviation in the roundness of the Earth. How about that? You want to go back to that? Like Google is the evidence. My bad.
Come on, I just gave you at least the beginnings of the evidence. That is how they measure it. The different methods they use to measure it.
What you said is that it changes consistently, continuously, So where is the deviation? There's no fucking notable evidence that says, okay, it's here now, here's the deviation, and it moved to here.
And if it's in a great steroid, why give us the blue mark?
Well, I think there is. I mean, I understand that I've been, what I've given is sort of fairly general information. But like I said, I mean, I believe that because it's just reasonable to believe it. There doesn't seem to be any consequence to anyone to say, to make that up. And I've just read an explanation of, some methods they use for measuring this. All this seems reasonable to accept this to be true. I don't have any reason to not accept it to be true. And my default position isn't everything is a lie unless it's proven, unless I go out and prove it.
Hey, Jim.
I don't think that's a reasonable position to hold.
Hey, Jim, could you agree that, that the governments have to control the population, right? Yeah, I guess that's true. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be some kind of you're not going to tell the people everything. You're going to control the people, not necessarily.
Yeah, I'm struggling to hear you, mate. You're dropping out.
Ah, fuck. Better now?
There's static here.
That mic has definitely got a loose cable, hasn't it?
It's probably flipping out on some baller and
Worse.
pulled it
Try
out.
pulling it halfway out of stuff.
Is that really dearth? Are you kidding me?
No, that didn't work at all. But anyway, I win the argument. Thank you.
Dearth is in the fucking chat, man.
Yes, I see. Yeah, I know. It is a globe. You're right. Yeah.
Why? Is that better?
Dearth, are you fucking kidding me? Do you want to come on the panel and get destroyed or what?
Oh, shit.
I mean,
really?
I'm sick of this shit. Like, let's get
that
real,
my-
flat earthers. The earth
Is that
is
my
a
boy?
globe.
Is that my boy? Is the real official?
I added.
It's-
Oh god, Cathexis added
Oh,
John.
no.
John, I don't know if I can really deal with you.
Coke.
So
What
I
are you
might.
saying?
Fuck's sake, dude.
Yeah. Where were we?
What's going on, John?
Oh, yeah. So that's what
Why
it is. Hey,
we're talking
Jen.
about the flat
Hey,
Earth
Jen.
in 2017.
I got it. Yo, Jen, so check it. So we can agree that the government has to control the people. So if that's the case,
Damn.
take for example.
I see your mic is so scratchy. Like, fuck, I really want to hear what you're saying.
Hey guys, I'm just here to add Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. He's actually in the chat, so I'm gonna add him. He can come on and say how the Earth is flat. And hey, maybe he will bring some evidence because it's been lacking. I don't even know how long this has been.
How about you bringing some?
But
how about that?
Yo, can you hear me better now?
Why don't you bring some scientific evidence?
You sound better.
Who's this troll?
That's
Let me look.
John.
Yeah, you can hear me now?
I gave
Oh,
Kath-
Stunja?
I gave
Yeah.
Kathy the link.
Go
'cause
fuck yourself.
I thought you left. I can boot him.
No, not for me. Nah,
You shouldn't do that.
He can say his nonsense and make us define stuff all night or whatever.
Right. Define stuff. Yeah, like
what's the scientific
Clue?
method, sir?
Why don't you watch it?
Sir?
Let's
Come on,
hear your
get
story.
independent variable.
Hey, where's your evidence for
Let's
the flat
hear your
Earth since you
story.
believe in it? Is it just your book or is there actual evidence?
Your story.
Is it just your book or is there actual evidence? Because maybe we can get on the quantum level because we're all not laymen's. We're actually very adept in these
Why
subjects.
don't you tell us what empirical means first?
Ah, yes, we're back with that. That's hilarious.
Yeah, you're empirical.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
let's have you define it.
What's empirical?
Let's have you define it.
It's observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
that's a scientific method. It's based on concern with or verifiable by
right.
observation or experience
Your
rather than theory or pure logic.
Right.
It's testable.
You clown. God, you just redefined everything. Atheists are naturalists. Yeah, they're materialists.
You don't know the difference between mute and moot. For crying out loud. And you're lecturing me on empirical.
No, you were just wrong about empirical, actually.
Why don't you just moot him? Right? How's that marijuana doing with your abs?
Do you have any, actually really good.
Do you have any
really
actual evidence?
Yeah, do you have
for
any
your
evidence?
beliefs?
Do you have any evidence?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay,
that it's not
let's go through
spinning.
that.
I sure do.
Oh, because you're Coriolis, your redefinitions?
Yeah, you agreed with it a month ago.
No, I didn't.
What's up?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
I take any stance and defend anything whenever I want.
Well, let's go. We'll defeat it. You know the argument.
I said defend it.
Defeat it. Defend it. I already put it out there. Defeat it.
No, you're not even listening to what I'm saying. Listen to my words.
Listen to
I
your
choose
words.
them very, very fucking particularly, dude.
You wouldn't know what science was if the planet.
This is like you're a broken record, dude. Yeah. Why don't you show me a picture of like Yosemite Sam or a baby crying again?
What is
you're a joke.
The whole ultimate goal?
You're just a fucking Christian that just wants to come out and say that everything's scientism and the Earth is flat, and you're just a joker.
Tell us.
You're just a
what
fucking
is the
joker.
Ultimate goal of every scientific inquiry? Tell us, Tim. What is it?
To fucking disprove it.
You don't even know it. You don't even know it. What is
disprove it?
To disprove what?
The fucking hypothesis.
No. What hypothesis?
Oh my god, I'm not playing this fucking scientific method fucking game show.
That's right, because you don't know it.
Oh, okay,
You
since you know the scientific method and you have the definition right there with you, then you win the argument. Very good. You can define things.
Right there with it. Yeah, I know. Well,
so
words,
do you have
they
any
mean
arguments?
things.
Or are you just going to talk out your fucking ear
I
holes
do.
again?
I do.
Then go.
Are you going to give us your lecture on quantum mechanics? Can you tell us what spontaneous parameter?
I'm not qualified in that, and you're not either.
Oh, how do you know that? You got a crystal ball?
I'm not qualified in that.
dowsing
You're not
rods?
either. You haven't shared any of your qualifications in that.
Oh,
knowledge.
yes, I have.
Besides
my
definitions,
knowledge.
besides definitions, that's it. And what you deny,
shared
that's
a whole
all you share.
presentation
That's all you
on
share. It's just an opinion. That's all you have.
Oh, it's my opinion.
Okay, you
Of course
research
it's
these
backed up.
terms. You research these terms, and you pick and choose which ones you want to deny and which ones you want to approve.
How do you know that?
Because I've heard your
Crystal ball?
arguments.
Do you have special
Because
Evo
I've heard
mind
you
powers?
get backed into corners like you are right now, and come out and say,
Really?
"Well, define
I'm
the
backed-
scientific method." I mean, you're a joke.
What's the corner?
You're a fucking joke. You're a fundy Christian joke.
You know.
All right.
You know.
And I have
yeah.
nothing against Christians at all, but people that come out and just
Yeah,
want to
like you're a clown.
supposedly disprove everything, debunk
scientific
everything,
evidence of
redefine
your
everything.
spinning
You're a
ball
fucking
religion?
joke, dude.
What's your
I
scientific
already asked
evidence
you for
your spinning
your
ball
where's your evidence for your flat Earth?
Well,
that God
you have
made?
the narrative.
The Falcon pendulum.
You have the narrative. The Foucault pendulum. What's the hypothesis?
Oh my God, I'm not doing this fucking clown.
Yeah, I know because it's science.
It's
You
just
know
a
what?
joke.
Shit spins.
Yeah.
He takes over every
Spins
fucking
is your hypothesis.
I know.
hangout.
I
Just a
wanted-
clown. But anyway, I've had enough. It's been a good night. I think I've made my point pretty clear.
Thanks.
Yeah,
I
you
wanted
made
to.
your point that you're clueless.
Because
Oh, okay.
That's what you made the point for.
Cool.
Tim.
In what regard? In what regard?
And clueless. You don't know what the scientific method is. You don't know what
Ah.
science is.
Okay. And you do.
Yeah. Where's your evidence?
this guy. This guy.
What's your
All right,
evidence?
guys. I'm out of here.
Yeah, you bet you're out of here.
The
Good on you,
Bible.
Tim. See you soon, man.
Thanks, Tim. Yeah. Anyways.
You have a Falcon pendulum. What about you,
What about me?
Jim? No, not you, Pmars. Jim,
What about me?
what's your evidence for your spinning ball religion?
What's my evidence for my spinning ball religion? I don't have a
Yeah.
spinning ball religion.
You think we live on a
I
spinning
believe in
ball?
a rotating globe for a start, not a spinning ball.
It's spinning, right?
Spinning ball is one of Eric Dubé's phrases that you
Spinning ball. How do you know I got that?
Part
Do
of
you have a
your
crystal ball, dude?
indoctrination
If
into
the
the
ball
flat
earth
earth.
is a religion,
Oh,
the
do you have
flat
a
earth is a
crystal ball?
cult.
You picked up. Part of the flat earth meme, you know, one of the
Oh,
bits,
right.
the bits
right.
of the scripture that you believe in that
Hey,
you have to
you know
quote.
what? I had a spinning baller tell me the other day that ink molecules were alive. Do I need to explain to you why they're not?
No, you have no. Oh, no, you could. I guess you know people write in blood sometimes, so I guess you could argue that was alive.
What?
So people write in blood, don't they? Sometimes you said ink.
People write in blood. No, I said that. He said that ink molecules were alive.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. What does writing in blood have to do with that?
It was an attempt at humour, John. But I don't suppose that you would know anything about that.
I've got a pretty good sense of humor.
No, really? I didn't think you allowed anything in your life whatsoever that wasn't the scientific method.
And what led you to think
to hear that news?
What led you to think that? You got a crystal
Because
ball?
that's how you speak all the time. You want everything defined as if it's a hypothesis and a scientific
Words mean things.
Because that's your method of remaining willfully ignorant. It's
my method.
Each flat earther has.
So I remain willfully ignorant because
yours is
I ask you to
unique,
define
but
what you
it's
say.
just a method of remaining
How does that
willfully
make any
ignorant.
sense? It doesn't follow. How is that willful ignorance in defining words, defining terms that you
It's
use?
willful ignorance because you find a way to discredit what is reasonable and good evidence.
For example,
and you say things like, "Oh, cosmology isn't science," and
it's not. I can support it.
All these.
I can support that.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I know.
That's
I know.
the difference between me and you.
But
yeah, I can support. Do you want citation support, or do you want me to just explain
obviously
it?
you can't, because no one in the world agrees with you. So.
So we're on the. We need popularity, or
No, we don't. It's not an argument. It's not an argument from popularity. It's an argument.
It's not.
No, it's not. I'm just pointing out.
Well, you said no one agreed with me.
I'm pointing out that what you present is opinion, and it's irrelevant because you're irrelevant.
What about your opinion?
Well, my
That's all
opinion
you
is
do.
my opinion, but that's
Yeah,
fine.
it's irrelevant.
I'm not saying my opinion is better than all of known science, am I? So it doesn't matter
known
what
science.
my
What is
opinion
science? What is
It
science?
needs to be pointed out that your opinion is just your opinion.
What is
when
science?
you're making such arrogant claims with your opinion?
You can't even define it, for crying out loud.
Define what?
You're using terms you can't even define. What
Define
is science?
Which term is it that I can't?
We're not equivocating here.
Fuck's sake, John.
Pardon?
Say again? Pardon? Pardon?
Oh, John, your arguments are so ridiculous. It's like
they're ridiculous.
It's
Thanks
like
for your
somehow
quote.
more annoying version of cathexis. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. You give me a color commentary, right? Just kick me out. Because that's all you can do. Right? Ridiculous.
I mean, we could end the show. I was hoping cathexis would come on. I sent him the link, but he's a coward, so he sent John.
He's not. No, he's not going to come on. He's a
Of course
coward.
not. He's a coward. He calls me dishonest.
How is
when
he a
all I do-
coward?
because he won't admit the Earth is flat because he has 1K subs and he gets let on Jaren's bullshit hour. Okay,
So-
now that's the
so
fucking
he's a coward.
truth, and that's all I said.
He's a
And
coward.
I am disrespectful for saying that when it's obviously fucking true. Gem Panda,
He's a coward because he goes
Jet
on Jarenism
Skeptic,
show.
Tim, like
That kinda
several
doesn't follow.
people agree with me, and then he says I'm
Oh, wow.
projecting
Another
on
argument
him.
to popularity.
So I guess we're all just projecting
Another
on him because we're all the same person or something, Jem?
No, it's not projecting. It's more or less fallacies after
it's
fallacy
not.
on just stories.
No. The Earth is round. The flat Earth has nothing. No one.
Okay, what's
on
your
here-
evidence? What's your evidence? I'm willing to listen.
Is I
Yes.
can see farther if I go increase my altitude.
You can see farther when you increase your altitude.
Yep.
And that says that the Earth is a ball.
Yes.
Couldn't that happen on a flat plane?
No.
Why not?
Because of perspective.
What?
Because of perspective.
Oh my fucking god.
That doesn't explain anything. What? Because of your perspective. I'm not following. Go on.
No, you're trying not to follow. So.
Oh, so
like
now you're
this.
appealing to my motive. Another fallacy.
Can you see that?
I'm just pointing out you being an arsehole, John. It's not a fallacy. I'm not.
Well, when you're appealing to my motive,
it's not a fallacy.
Appeal to motive is a fallacy.
Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Or
Okay. Go ahead.
Does this not make sense?
How's that any different?
I'm looking at it. Go ahead.
How's that any different with regards to the individual's perspective?
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I can't see. Oh, it just pop. The Pmars, it's popping in and out. Sorry about that, Ed. It's popping in and out when people speak.
It should be presented. Oh, here, I'll present it. Sorry. I presented it.
All right.
Okay. So, this right here proves the Earth is round.
How?
Because when we increase in altitude, we can see farther, showing that there's an obstruction, aka curvature.
Yeah, but obstruction can be caused by refraction.
Which is my point of the picture that I showed earlier. That
Yes, and if you want to discuss that, you can talk to Kara on Earth Discussions, and she can explain
he's
all that.
not
shit.
smart.
Oh, I already talked to Kara on Earth Discussions.
He's not too smart. That girl said that it doesn't matter what lens you use on your camera, the moon is going to be the same size. And
Yeah, I heard that.
Retarded.
No, that is not what she said.
That is exactly what she said, and that is retarded.
No, it
Hey, Ed. Hey, that was right along with that free space path loss from George.
Jesus.
Well, why doesn't the sun get
That's
smaller?
just dishonest.
Why doesn't the sun get smaller because of refraction? It's like
if you honestly
all you
didn't-
flat earthers do is ad hoc
Mate.
everything. You're fucking full
Ad
of
hoc?
shit.
I don't know.
Yes,
You must-
You
must be
fucking
an
ad
idiot.
hoc. You straw man. You have fucking no evidence. Give it the
What
fuck
is ad
up.
hoc?
You're not fooling anyone. You're fooling.
What does
like,
ad hoc mean?
It's a bunch of It's a money grab at the top from people like Dearth and
It's a money.
Jerryism
Ad hoc means
and
money
fucking
grab?
hot potatoes and all those fucks. Like, let's be
Ad
fucking
hoc, that's a good
real.
word.
Come on. Not
Okay,
only are they
let's
money
get real.
grabbing you guys, they're diverting your energy into frivolous bullshit, and you
Money
let them
grabbing?
do
Who's
it.
taking money from
What
me?
the fuck? And what is the
Ed,
solution?
is anyone taking money from you?
I don't know. Nobody's taking the
Let's
time
say
from him.
everyone tomorrow thinks the Earth is flat. What does that fucking change, idiots?
The only people that are stealing money
Idiots.
from me is fucking the government.
You're lucky you're on that microphone, brother.
Really?
Warrior.
Hey,
what was
it's
that?
the
Hold
leader
up,
of the
hold up.
fucking idiot brigade.
You a
Cathexis.
keyboard warrior.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up,
I just
Cathexis?
I was having a really productive conversation with like-minded people,
Sure
and then
you
I was
were.
alerted by some people that I was called a coward for, I guess, not submitting and coming over here. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
The
That's what it
leader
was.
of the idiot brigade? Is that what it
Yeah.
is?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you are.
And how's that with my
Because
1,100 subs?
you don't know what the shape of the Earth is. You're agnostic.
Have I ever said it's flat? Ever in my entire life?
Did I just say you said it's flat? I just said you're agnostic, so you're an idiot.
Well, you act like I have. Yeah, I'm.
Well,
You know
you're
what
an
I am? I'm
apologist.
open-minded, and you're a bigot. Literally, look up the fucking word. You are a bigot to an
No, words.
idea.
Cathexis, we can't be looking
It's
up the
weird.
words.
No, hold on, John. This is weird, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. It's a fucking idea. Go to a humanities course and go study alternative cosmology. Go see what the Mayans thought. Go see what, I don't know, the Vedics still think. Brumgala. It's a flat plane. The Vedics still fucking think that. Are they idiots? Are they enemies to humanity?
Eugenics is an
You
idea.
are absurd, dude.
Eugenics is an idea.
Yes, it is, and we can talk
Let's
about
be
it.
open-minded about it. Like, what the fuck is
Absolutely,
your point? You're
it already
ridiculous.
happened.
You're calling us idiots. You're
'Cause you
calling
are.
us idiots. How can we be open?
Wait,
Earth is
so I'm an
objectively
idiot. John, hold up,
around-
please.
sphere.
You're calling me an idiot because I'm willing
God.
to change my paradigm, to think about something differently.
No.
Are you that much of a bigot to an idea? Are you that inflexible? Are you that inflexible
you're
of your
incapable
paradigm?
of doing research to figure out the Earth is a sphere. You're strong.
You are incapable of doing research. Clearly, all your research is listening to people on Hangouts and being bullied by Tim Osmand and having Stockholm syndrome for him. Dude, it's so fucking obvious. You don't know a fucking thing.
Bullshit, dude.
Oh, you watched a couple debunking videos. You're so smart. Dude, we've been out here for 2 fucking years discussing this idea.
And
you are
it's
so
dying.
sophomoric.
The only reason you're out
you
here
are
is
so
because it gets a lot of
sophomoric, it's
views
ridiculous.
because people watch to laugh and make fun of you.
Great, then
You don't
let it
give a
be.
fuck
But
about
have
that
I
for some
ever
reason.
fucking said it's flat? You act like I've been going around trying to prove this.
I don't understand. Like, you say you're a flat Earth apologist.
Absolutely, because asking that question makes you ask 1,000 more.
You contradicted yourself. You always
No, I
contradict
didn't.
yourself.
An apologist is not someone who agrees. Look up the word apologist. Look up the word apologist.
Fucking information you've
Here, I'll look it up.
told me to look up is got New Age shill written all over it that I could identify easily. But apparently you're a fucking idiot.
Okay, so an apologist is a person who offers an argument in defense of something controversial.
I know what
it
that
does
means.
not mean that
I looked it up
am
because you always
that.
talk about it.
Okay, but what you're saying is, do not think about this. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
You are trying to be thought police.
Exactly.
Okay, great. There it is, settled right here. Pmars is the thought police, along with Timmy and Jed and all of you guys who are forbidding people out of ridicule and attacks from looking into something.
You know what?
No.
Hold up. Well, let me just respond that.
ideas
You can
are
talk.
valid.
I'll let you talk, Jed. But I am the thought police. I heard a small child on Poncho Chan, and my heart broke. And I need to protect the children's thoughts from flat Earth selfish. And if you think that's a joke,
Oh
you
my
can go
God.
fuck yourself because you're disrespecting.
No.
You're
It's not a
disrespecting
joke.
me right
It's
now.
just funny. It's just funny.
It's just the reality that 2017 we have people like Cathexis, enemies to humanity, who want to misinform the public because they have whatever number of subs.
You know what I do promote?
Because
Hold on. You know what
you
I do
have
promote?
no
Hold on.
fucking morals, and
I
you're a
have
dishonest
1,100
prick.
subs.
Fuck you.
Pmars.
What?
Pmars. The only thing I've promoted is thinking differently about the world you live in.
Fuck
Since
that.
I've asked this question
you're
to
such a
myself,
strongman motherfucking bitch.
you are a scared person.
No.
These ideas frighten you. You're obviously acting out of clear cognitive dissonance. You need to get a hold of yourself and stop being a piece of shit to people who have been friends with you, who have tried to extend friendship to you. You are really scared of an idea, and it's obvious to everyone watching.
No, I'm not. I'll be friends with anyone who's a flat earther, but you're a fucking deceptive, lying fuck who says one thing.
Can you
to
show me
ballers
one
and
deceptive lie I've ever said in my entire
I'm
life?
not doing
Show
this
it.
shit with you.
Because you don't fucking have
You've
one.
been lying on this panel. I've been exposing it, and you don't
Name one.
deny it.
Name one.
You're like one of those You're the flat earther who has his criteria for proof is you need to be shot in a fucking rocket up into space to see the shape of the Earth.
No, I'm not.
And
I've
it's
never said that.
ridiculous.
Never said that.
You think the globe
Listen,
is
man,
a belief
look,
system.
since I've gotten into
That's
this,
stupid.
it is a belief system.
It is
you
not a belief
experience on a primary
Fuck
knowledge
that.
level a flat, motionless plane. You believe it's a globe because that's the consensus reality, and that's fine. 99.9% of the humanity does.
That's bullshit.
So, no, it's not.
I mean,
You've
you can
only
say
experienced
that, but
flat
it's
and
not
motionless.
like I'm gonna think you're smart. It makes you sound retarded.
You think
to
that's
me.
what I want?
I don't
Okay,
care.
great.
I'm just.
I'm
letting
sorry
you
you're
know
so
You
scared.
sound like a fucking
I'm sorry you're so
idiot
scared.
When you say shit like that.
I'm sorry you're so scared.
Yeah, I'm sorry. After 2 years of research, you can't figure out you live on a globe. That's pathetic. You should be embarrassed and ashamed of yourself. And you,
You know,
should
I was
go and
listen- I
retract
was
all your
actually-
fucking bullshit videos and tell Jaren he's a fucking snake oil salesman liar, and you don't want to take part in a lie to fuck up the
Whoa,
truth
whoa,
community.
You sound like a scared, jealous little bitch. I'm so
Really?
sorry, dude.
Videos?
Dude, I attack
That's me on
scientists.
there.
Listen,
It's cool, dude.
I attack
you know, you're gonna be more
scientism.
popular
Okay.
than me, but I'm gonna fucking not be a lying,
Pmars.
fuckhead trying
My
to get
videos
popular.
have been against scientism. I only have one
I'm gonna
video
go
where I
do a
discuss
hangout
flat
that's
Earth.
not about flat Earth, and I'll get less views, and maybe people will unsub me because of my opinions on flat Earth. But I don't give a fuck because I will be honest, and you're gonna be fake and popular. So
Yes, I'm
you
fake.
have your fake popular path, and I'm gonna go the path of truth and justice,
Dude.
and that's
True-
where
oh,
we
you're a
part our
purveyor of
ways.
truth, Pmars.
Justice.
More than
Are you a purveyor of truth?
compared to a flat Earth fuckhead. I am.
Yeah,
Well said.
there you go. Nice
Okay,
to comment.
yeah. You're a bigot. You're a fucking
Yeah,
bigot
okay.
to an idea. Relax, dude.
Yeah,
It's not the end of the fucking
I'm gonna
world.
try and help people who want to discuss real conspiracies.
Help
you all
people.
can come on
You're
board with
helping
me,
them.
and I'll offer solutions to you. These fuckers are not gonna offer solutions, and I won't charge you a fucking dime. I'm not gonna sell a book. I'm not gonna sell shit because I actually care
hey,
about
how about
the truth.
this? Actually, Pmars,
I'm not a
Pmars.
faker like Cathexis and
Yeah, I'm
whatever,
faking.
John.
I'm faking
whatever
something.
the fuck.
Yeah, you think I'm faking? You're a damn keyboard warrior. That's what you are, Pmars.
Oh my god.
You
You're
call me
hilarious.
names?
If you want to join
Why
a
don't you
cult,
come here to my house and call me that?
join my
You
cult.
and your
I'll
Timmy
try and
boy.
tell you how to think for yourself. I'm not
Think
going to
for
try
myself.
and take money from you. Join the Pmars cult. I mean, if you want to be in a
Yeah,
flat Earth cult, you want
Pmars
to be in a cult. I'll
Yeah,
start
I'll go
one.
all in on your
Apparently,
ass.
I need to because fucking people are stupid and think the Earth is flat. I don't know what the fuck.
Oh
Yeah,
my
they're
god, you're
stupid.
such
You
a
just call
purveyor
people
of
names.
truth. You're a purveyor of truth, Pmars. You're
people
here.
names.
You're the
You're
white
welcome
knight
on
for
the-
the globe. You're the white knight for the globe. You want to make sure nobody. Oh, we got to protect the children
Okay.
from an
me.
idea.
That'll work.
Cathexis, there are children on it that have been part of Flat Earth that are about to start studying for their exams.
Okay.
That have
Am I
said-
responsible for that, Jeremy?
Well, if we're talking about the idea as a whole,
Is flat Earth more dangerous than live streaming fucking porn from Pornhub? What are you guys doing here then?
That's irrelevant.
Well, hold on. What about the Anunnaki? Wait. What about the
argument
reptilians?
is- hang on.
Oh, the reptilians are so.
Guys, let me speak. Come on.
All right,
The
all right.
He
argument
hasn't
isn't
talked.
that
I've been
that-
ranting.
the argument isn't that there are no things that are more dangerous, just that there are dangerous elements to it. And telling
So what about saying aliens exist?
and telling
Is
people
that dangerous?
Let him
and telling
talk.
people that education is indoctrination and brainwashing, which is a frequent phrase I hear in.
Well, Pmars actually believes that.
That is not a good thing. To tell
Okay,
people.
well, Pmars says that. He's
Well-
afraid of the scientific dictatorship, which that's what my channel is about scientism.
But
So what is Pmars' problem here?
The other point I would make is that I don't think all ideas are equally valid. Some ideas,
Of course not.
Some ideas deserve ridicule because they're stupid. And
Fair
Well,
enough.
support it then. Why is it stupid? Support what you say, not just call it and label it.
Because there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever to support the idea. It's not.
And there's absolutely no
Conjecture.
evidence for your
It's-
spinning ball religion.
Well, that's
Or you could
bollocks.
already provide
There is
it.
evidence. There's very
What?
obvious evidence.
What?
There's geodetic surveying. There's,
Yeah, I already took
there's-
Jesse Kozlowski
there's-
to the woodshed.
there's-
Go see his channel.
No, we aren't talking about one person. Are
Yeah,
we? We're
Jesse
talking about
Kozlowski
the
and
practice
George.
of doing it. There is
what?
Laser range finding that I've just been reading about.
Okay.
There
But
are
Jeremy, you know that surveyors
pictures-
treat the Earth as
there are
flat by a
pictures-
10 by 10 radius, right?
There are pictures. There are pictures from space. There is a GPS.
Of gophers.
Range finding that I've just.
Yeah, we got gophers
range
on
finding,
Mars.
but it's the method they use with GPS.
We got gophers on Mars, Jeremy.
What?
We have gophers on Mars. I mean,
That's
we
a
will
total
not be
non-sequitur.
believing
That's got
that.
absolutely nothing to do
Non
with what I
sequitur.
said has it.
You said the picture.
You said,
Gophers.
hold on a minute, John. I said to you, there is no evidence whatsoever for a flat Earth. You said
Right.
there is none for a globe, and I've just provided you with 3 or 4
Well,
examples.
geodetic
evidence?
And
surveyors.
your response to that was
What
gophers
evidence?
on Mars.
No, your
So
picture.
if this is going to be how this conversation continues,
Yeah, this is going to
let's
be
just
how it
end
goes.
it now.
You said
You know?
pictures. I
Well,
gave you
let me-
pictures
okay,
of gophers
so
on
my
Mars.
response to you is purple penguin carrot.
Yeah, that's what
I
it
was
is.
really
That's all you
pissed
got.
Because like
Well,
I'm
just
trying.
say-
You can
just
go now.
say random gibberish to each other.
You can
Why
go
not?
now.
I mean,
That's a good
you
example.
know, gophers
Jerry.
on
Random
Mars.
gibberish.
That's a good
Well,
example.
Geodetic surveyors, when they
Right.
survey the Earth, surveyors treat the Earth as flat in a 10 by 10 mile square
Look,
area, and you know that, Jeremy.
I was trying to explain to Mark Taylor how
Yes,
that.
and you know that geodetic surveyors don't. So that's
Geodetic surveyors just give their information to geodesists, which are just applied mathematics to wrap it to the geoid.
I was
Stop
trying to.
conflating shit.
I
yeah,
was trying
you
to.
know that historic
Fuck's
measurements have been made from the coastlines, triangulated across the
Yes.
land. You know
With
that
what
that has
geometry?
Yep, 7
So
to
you
10
can-
miles
you can
usually.
pretend that hasn't happened, and you
Yeah,
can
it was
pretend
planar
that they were
geometry.
just doing it to something that they'd already come up with. But you also know that that's not true.
Planar geometry.
No, I do know it's true. They do a triangulation from 7 to 10 miles. They can't go further because of refraction.
Right.
So it's all treated as flat and given to the
Now-
geodesist. And you know
This is
this.
where you're being dishonest, Cathexis.
This is not dishonest.
Where you're being dishonest. And
Oh my God.
Yeah,
Go do
Hold
some
on, you're telling
research.
half the
Hold on.
story deliberately.
If
You're
Cathexis-
deliberately telling half the story.
Well, go on, Jesse Kozlowski. He's a geodesist, right?
When you're being honest, Cathexis, you're required to tell the truth. The
Yeah, we
whole
are
truth,
telling the truth.
and nothing
No,
but the truth.
Terman in the
Yeah,
chat
tell
says.
the truth. Tell the
Terman-
truth. Let's talk
Terman
about. Let's
says-
talk about fucking. Let's talk about.
I'm going to tell a
let's talk
little
about
bit
Earth.
of the
Let's talk
story, and
about
that makes it sound
deviation.
right.
Terman
Let's talk about
says,
deviation
"Holy
of a
shit,
ball."
Cass,
Go
stop
ahead,
with your
Ed.
lies."
Let's talk about. Okay, let's
ahead,
talk about. Let's talk about truth. So deviation of a ball can be measured. Yet there's no fucking evidence and no fucking specific spot where it fucking deviates more than it does on a 360 circle. Yet you can't even fucking prove a 360 circle without a picture from fucking NASA. So that's why my argument against
John,
dogma.
I gave you 3 methods that
Yeah, and it continually changes. So where has it changed from?
I gave you 3 methods.
What?
Yeah, but
3 methods?
something continually changing doesn't mean it can never be measured. It just
So
means
has
it
it
has to
ever
be
been measured?
repeatedly measured.
Has it ever been measured? And if it has,
Well,
what were the
I gave you 3 methods of how it was
Yeah,
measured.
pictures.
Now if you want to, we can look into those further, and I
Jim,
can
go
give you
on.
proof
Yeah, go
that those methods exist
Hey,
and have
just
produced
quickly.
results. Or you
Hey.
can continue to just pretend that people have made and that that's
Yeah,
a
you're
reasonable
making
belief,
it up.
but it's not
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Hey, keep it.
You're making
Hey,
it up.
keep it
You
gully.
can pretend it's reasonable, but it's not.
Yeah,
Peace to
you're
the
making it
gods.
up.
Keep it gully, guys.
Yeah, he's making it up. Ed challenged him, and he can't do nothing about it.
Hold on a minute. What? Ed challenged me for what?
He
But
challenged you.
Just
Go ahead,
show me somewhere where there's measurements that show a deviation that prove a fucking
Well, the
oblate
thing is,
steroid. That's
but the point is, I haven't prepared to answer this question.
It should be-
Oh, so you're
Hang on,
claiming
hang on a
without
minute.
evidence.
Let me answer. I
Okay.
did some cursory research and came up with some answers, which, as I've just pointed out, we can then go and investigate further. But you know, it's 5 a.m. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I don't
it's 5
really
a.m.
fancy doing that now. What you could also do as a reasonable adult living in the 21st century is accept at this level, at this point in the conversation, that these things exist. Instead of what you're actually doing, which is reasserting that nothing could possibly be measured and
These
it never
things
ever
that you haven't provided.
when you've heard about the methods that are used for doing exactly that. You know, it's equally dishonest.
You accept those methods that he didn't provide?
There's nothing. And like Tim said, just go to
There wasn't
Google.
nothing.
It's
All
a
right,
Google.
let me read it to you all over again, shall I? Since you seem to have
What,
missed
from
it the
Wiki?
first
You're gonna show
time
me.
now.
You're gonna talk, Jim. You're gonna talk
I
about.
named 3
Let's talk
separate
about-
methods
Jim.
that we use for making these measurements, Ed.
Jim,
So don't
hold
tell
on.
me it's nothing.
Jim,
That's bullshit.
hold on a second. All right, you're an atheist, right? I assume so. Am I correct in
Yeah,
that assumption?
he is.
What's that
No,
got to
he
do
is.
with-
No, hold on a second. I assume that's the case. I've spoken to you a couple times. I believe that's what you said.
Right.
Before.
Okay. Yeah.
For the most part, or for the generalized purpose of saying atheism. Okay, so if I said that there are ways to get to heaven, there are many methods described in many holy books, does that fucking prove anything?
No, I'm not trying to prove something. That's my point.
Good job.
Obviously, Jeremy. Obviously.
Hold on a minute. This is your argument. Ask random person in the question, very detailed question about evidence for the exact shape of the Earth.
Well, you've been here for 2 years.
Hang on, let me finish. When the person can't instantly produce that evidence, we can therefore conclude there is no evidence at all ever and never has been.
Very well done,
That's
Ed.
your logic. That's not logic, Ed. That's
It's logical. It is
just
logical.
another way of being willfully ignorant.
If you're going to assert that that's the evidence, then why don't have it?
That's the flip. You guys,
all right, whatever, guys. Whatever. Hey, listen. All we're dealing with out
to
here.
Remain stupid.
All we're dealing with
It's just
out here
claims.
is personalities and ideas. We just need to fucking rein
What
it
we're
back,
dealing with
okay?
is ways to be stupid.
You guys, no. Don't be a bigot, okay?
I'm not being a bigot.
That's the fucking definition of a bigot.
By not accepting
You are.
Hey,
the thing.
you can't be defining words.
Oh my
we can't have
god.
that.
A bigot. The definition is just simply a person who is intolerant towards those holding different opinions. You're a fucking bigot. Both of y'all. Sorry.
Whatever. Fuck you, Cat.
Go ahead, Ed. Preach it.
Look, guys,
Well, I was
seriously,
just saying,
everybody needs to relax. Like, we're just talking about ideas out here. You guys get so worked up.
Jen, I like you.
I fucking love Jeremy.
Okay? I don't care what you think of me. I like you. You're a fucking straight up fucking dude. You know, whatever. But
I think your position's weird, but I like you.
I think your position's weird.
Say weird.
Guys, don't make me kick anyone.
Jim,
Well, if he's gay.
you're gonna kick people now, Jim. I don't like you. So I just want you to know.
Well, there we go. Now it appeases Pmars.
Right, now we know who likes each other. I really ought to get to bed. I've got to get up. I've got to be at work.
Yeah, it's pretty late for you. Shit. All right, Jeremy. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Take it easy, Jim.
You'll be okay without me.
I'm fucking dead.
Pmars, you are 3 against 1.
Huh? Kind of 1.5. It's kind of 2.5.
Usually the ballers.
2.5.
Usually you guys should be gone because we've proven you wrong so many times at this point.
Yeah, I know. It's so bad.
What the fuck is going on right now? You guys doing?
So let me ask you a question, Pmars. You said that Cathexis's videos were BS, right?
If they're talking about the Earth being flat.
They're not. I've never said the Earth is flat. I have a scientism series of 13 episodes where we go through your scientific dictatorship and prove how there's a fucking problem.
How do you know anything about the scientific dictatorship? Come on.
Because I know how to read.
What
I know how to
science
read.
have you ever done? Where have you ever been? What contact do you have with scientific?
No, Bertrand Russell has a great
content.
explanation.
Comment about it, really.
The content. What do you got to say against it? Because they're my videos.
It's a bad argument because the ball Earth was discovered before the scientific dictatorship was in place.
How?
You sure about that?
The Greeks?
Yeah, it was not discovered by the Greeks. It was instituted after 1543 when Copernicus put it forward. Had nothing to do. The idea, Pythagoras had the idea of it.
That's not.
No, hold on. I said it wasn't instituted. Pythagoras had the idea that there might be, and so did several other philosophers, but it wasn't instituted until 1543.
We don't want to talk about. Hey, we don't want to talk about history models. Hold on.
Can I ask you a question, guys? Can I ask a question that I'd really like to fucking have people look into for a later date? For a later date. This is a question for a later date. Eratosthenes put 2 sticks in the ground, thousands of miles away from each other, right? Now let me ask you this question: What information do we have that these measurements were taken on the same date? Now, question 2. Hold on. Now, question 2.
They weren't taken on the same date.
Okay,
No,
so
I
hold
already
on.
did
So wait. Question two. What evidence do we have that Eratosthenes knew about the inner limit of the sun and how that reacts to things sticking out of the ground? Please.
Nothing. We'd have to get it from Cleomedes, and I already did a presentation on that fiasco. It's over.
Right, there's so much fucking control.
Yeah, because we've never done it again since. We
are
totally reliant
ridiculous.
upon these
That's right.
measurements that were taken 5,000 years ago with a guy.
5,000. That wasn't 5,000 years ago.
Couple of
Guys,
sticks,
guys.
and we're absolutely reliant upon that one measurement. And if there's anything that can be shown to be inaccurate,
Yeah,
about it,
yeah.
Jeremy,
Earth's
Jeremy,
flat,
you don't even have to
obviously.
go there.
And that's yet another
Jeremy,
sound argument.
You don't even have to go there.
Gavin
I can defeat like Cathexis's bullshit lie fuck argument real quick because look up the history of the flat Earth. It's full of fucking Masons, full of bullshit being proven
that
wrong
proof of
before NASA, motherfucker.
What does that have to do with anything?
People were
We ain't talking about NASA yet.
laughing at flat earthers before NASA, idiot.
So NASA's not full of
Idiot.
Masons?
Wait, NASA's nothing but Masons. Dude,
That has
come
nothing
on,
to
man.
do with what I said.
Masons.
I said people were laughing at
There
flat
are
earthers
12
for
flat
being
Earth books that have
stupid
been
fuck
published,
idiots
okay?
before NASA. And all of
Idiots,
this
huh?
flat Earth shit
Yeah.
is like these people like
Barrett.
Lord Stephen Christ who have Messiah complexes. Look at Poncho
Stephen
Pete.
Christ.
Look at
Poncho Pete.
A4.
LSD is a
I just had a
concaver.
spinning.
You're a fucking
like I said,
sycophant
I just had
for
a spinning
Jaren.
baller.
Let's
ask
be real,
me,
dumb
or
shit.
tell
You're a
me
sycophant
that
for
ink
Jaren.
molecules were alive.
Hey, and
Do you believe that,
this is all like
Pmars?
stupid Bible
Do you
Pmars.
believe
fundamentalist
the ink
okay,
molecules
dude.
are alive?
control from the Masons. So
Pmars.
don't bring up
You
any of
believe
You
the
mean
the
NASA?
Jesuit-
You mean NASA? The mind
Don't-
control from
Don't bring
Masons
up
is
any of this
NASA.
Jesuit shit. We don't need NASA to prove the fucking globe.
Well,
Asshole.
fucking
talking
prove
about
it,
NASA.
please. Prove it.
Prove
Just
it.
do
Go.
it.
You guys are fucking idiots.
Oh my god. So obvious.
That's your
Anyway,
proof?
yeah, that's some good proof, dude.
No,
Anyways, this is a total waste of time.
No,
You guys have a
every-
good
No,
one.
Jim's still here. Hold
Yeah,
on.
it's a
No,
waste of
I'm
time
sorry
because-
that look. I'm
That's the
sorry
most
that
accurate
Because
argument.
all
sorry
your
that you
arguments
guys.
get
Hey,
destroyed,
hold on.
and you're gonna go tell
Yes,
everyone you
yes,
beat
my
me,
arguments
and
were destroyed
you're gonna
clearly.
You're gonna go tell everyone that I'm
and-
afraid to be on a panel with you because you're better at arguing shit with
No,
me.
I'm not.
No,
That's
you're
something you
fucking-
do. Hold on,
No, that's
Pmars,
what you
that's
do.
something
You
you do.
fucking fake fuck.
When have I
This
ever
is why
done
I call
that,
you a
Pmars?
You do that all the time. You dishonest.
When have
fuck.
I ever said that? I've never
Why do
been
you-
disrespectful to you.
Hey,
I'm
Pmars.
being disrespectful
This
because
is
I'm
what
being
they call
honest.
a tell.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you know what a tell is?
Yeah, aren't you a
Well,
poker player?
I'm kind of mad that my friend is lying and misrepresenting me on panels.
How is
But he's
I
my
have never
friend,
done that.
and he does the same thing to Tim Osmand and Jem Panda and
I don't
Jetson.
misrepresent anyone.
While he pretends
Tim's
to be
a
our
clown.
friends.
You're projecting all
Oh,
over
am
the
I?
fucking place,
Okay,
and it's
well,
obvious,
we all
dude.
feel the same way, and we're all bored with your fucking
Yeah.
arguments that are easily
Okay,
defeated, as
great.
I just
Well,
demonstrated.
show where he
So
lied.
Yes,
shut the
you
fuck
just
up, you liar
demonstrated it.
fuck.
He lied. Show where he
You're-
lied.
you're-
Am I fucking
you're
wrong,
quite the
Jem
projector.
Panda? Am I wrong,
Debate is
Jem Panda?
descended into
Jem Panda, am I
Nothing.
wrong?
Yeah, it shows the
Am I
quality
crazy?
of character
Have I
of
gone
people
crazy?
involved,
Okay.
and everyone could see it. You're
Why don't we
transparent.
Why don't we just go from person to person and just, each person picks another person and insults them?
Okay. Jed,
Well,
Jim, you're a clown.
Pmars, it's my turn.
Pmars?
Wait, it's my turn.
Okay.
Pmars, you're a scared little boy who's afraid of an idea and projecting all over the place, and it hurts you to think differently about stuff, and I'm sorry.
My turn. John, you're a fucking dogmatist.
Oh my god, guys. Too much. Anyways, I'm going to do something more productive with my time. Sorry you're so butthurt about stuff, Pmars. You guys have a good one.
All right.
If you find any evidence for flat Earth, let me know.
Some for a spinning ball religion, let us know.
I have tonight, and Tim has
Really?
several
Where?
times. Ad
Really?
nauseum.
Where?
Idiots.
We're at
I don't believe
nauseum.
I don't live on a spinning ball. It's a rotating globe.
It's rotating. That means it's spinning. Is that in miles per hour or rotations per minute?
John lives on a
Right.
flat Earth full of straw men.
Oh boy.
Shit.
So how do we measure velocity?
Was I rude tonight?
No, not any more than anybody else.
Not at all. In fact, where'd you go to finishing school so my son can attend?
Oh shit! Thanks for coming on the panel, guys. It's been fun. I have to say.
Yeah, it's a good one, man.
For sure, dude. Jem, you take it easy, bud. I'll talk to you.
Yeah, see you later, man.
You too.
That's good to talk, as always.
You too, Pmars. Take it easy, bud.
Okay.
You too, John.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, everyone in the chat. Shout out to Streamy. He's not here.
Later, guys.
Later.
Bye.
Shout out Mr. Tyler Durden, 420, No One's Flower, Caveman.
Tyler Durden.
Uncle Man.
Man, I smoked his drawers. Go on the latest video
Really?
on the Mary Schweitzer that I took to the woodshed. Go and find Tyler Durden's comments. There's about 150, 180 of them. It was a debacle.
Someone wants us to say Himawari 8.
Himawari 8 for what? They're going to tell me the weather or something?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Hopefully I've annoyed them by saying it. I think that was my plan.
Fucking Nathan Oakley's taking notes on me. He said, Pmars says this a lot. I underlined it, and I don't know what he's talking about. Now I'm creeped out. Shit, I won't be able to sleep tonight, guys. Damn.
Where did Nathan go?
Oh,
he had
I
to
mean,
go.
think about it. Like,
Yeah.
Jeremy's, what time is it there? Like 9 a.m. or something?
Nearly.
Oh, I got you. I got you. I'm sorry. I had never spoken to him.
UK, yeah, we were talking about earlier how the UK folk are troopers for staying up late talking to us Americans about shit with no evidence.
Yeah.
Well, listen,
not still watching us.
Listen, you got 2-on-1, man. Let's go.
Jeremy's.
No, man, I really have got to go. Cause
you got to go?
I'm pretty.
I'm open in 7 hours.
Like,
in that time, I've got to go to bed and all sorts.
Yeah, this is like four and a half hours into this hangout, and I'm pretty spent on this topic. So, and everyone's going.
All right.
So I think it's a good time, Dan. Thanks for coming on, John. I know I gave you shit.
I might do a long one tomorrow, though. I might try and stick it out for the full 8 hours tomorrow if no one else is doing one.
That'd be
Well,
cool.
send me a link.
I might come
Send
on
me a link,
for a little
Jim.
bit. I'm going to be probably worn down from tonight, though.
Yeah.
But thanks for coming
If
on,
Spec
John.
isn't doing one and no one else is, I might do one. Although Jed sometimes does only on a Saturday.
Oh, he was going
Hey, Jim, you going to send me a link or what's up?
You can go on.
Yeah, I'll send you a link, mate. Yeah, no worries.
All right.
All right, man.
Okay,
All right,
good night,
gentlemen.
guys. Thanks.
All right.
All right,
See you later, Pmars. Thanks a lot, mate. Bye, everyone.
All right, good night, guys.